Hello and welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising, the weekly show with my co-host Reece over here, Nikki Haley's Milk, where we dunk on the worst foreign policy takes of the previous week. There's always going to be a lot of cringe, and we got a banger of an episode lined up for you here. We also have a special guest, a surprise special guest, and that, of course, is Mike, Progressive Apostate. Welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising. So feel free to introduce yourself, tell the people where they can follow you, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. It's been a while, but I definitely had an axe to grind. So y'all can follow me at Prog Apostate. And yeah, no, I'm ready to hear some shit takes.
Oh yeah, we have a lot of them prepared. So
oh yeah, but you came. There's no shortage here.
Oh yeah, no.
We will more than meet your demand for shit.
I mean, the cringe here is, you know, that we have to dunk on tonight is more abundant than the oil in Saudi Arabia. So like, I mean, it is plentiful. You know.
Oh dear.
Here we go.
So, yep, we're here. We were a few minutes late. Sorry about that, everyone. But you know,
they are disappointed.
You're used to it. You're used to disappointment, so that's fine.
it just means that eventually, one day in the 2030s, when we start on time, you'll have a pleasant surprise and be like, "Oh, they actually were
punctual."
And but yeah, no, worth it.
You guys should definitely follow Mike on Twitter. He's a really cool guy, and you're about to hear exactly why. And really, I would have it no other way with some of these videos that we're watching. I was like, who do I want on? It's been a while since we had a guest. Let's get Mike. Because, yeah, you know, I was thinking of you. You're just a sweetheart, really. We couldn't do this without you. And because you're such a sweetheart, I'm going to reward you, actually, with a certain video. The title of our first torture technique, video, is AOC critic intimidated by police over a tweet.
Here we go.
It's a special video from a very special individual.
Yeah, I wonder if you guys in the audience can take a guess as to who might upload a video and title it that way. That really does narrow it down, right? So here we go.
Don't blame me.
Brace yourselves. This is gonna be cringe.
So, Human Rights Watch Watcher, which I love that name, right?
Hold on. Okay.
Okay, we're going to be here an hour already.
If it isn't my rat-faced friend.
it's neckbeard Jimmy. It's literally the Assadist himself. He's here tonight.
Jimmy Dork. Okay. Here's
that's Timothy's meme, by the way. Everybody go follow Timothy on Twitter at Timothy Spin. He made that.
No guarantee we're making it through all this because it's like a 20-minute video. So actually, a total guarantee we're not making it through all this because fuck that. But let's give a little bit of context here. This user, Human Rights Watcher, extremely cringe name, by the way. Embarrassing, disqualifying name. They are part of a podcast. The name of that podcast is Left Bitches Who Are Right. This is associated with the Soapbox. It is a Russian state-affiliated media podcast.
So this is layers of cringe. It's like a Russian doll of cringe. You open up one layer.
A Russian nesting doll.
That
sounds like McCarthyism. Cringe.
Yeah, I know, right? That red scare, though. So can you just repeat again for all of us who might have been aghast and lost at the layers of cringe?
Aghast at the ghastliness.
So this, I want to go through this. Correct me if I'm wrong here. So this is an account called Human Rights Watch Watcher, which is, as you say, the most cringy thing ever. Like,
who watches the Watchmen?
Who call it human rights abuses. We're on to them, man, and their Western imperialism, man. And so the person who goes by that name on Twitter is part of a a podcast, which in and of itself would be cringy enough because the name of it is Left Bitches Who Are Right. But that podcast is funded by putrid Putin and fascist Russia and the Kremlin. Is that an accurate summation of what you just described? Because that is unbelievable. That is unfathomably cringe.
Honestly, it's going to be inevitable that we'll probably look at some clips of theirs. They've had on such luminary guests as Richard Medhurst.
Oh God!
Max Blumenthal.
Oh, they have more on Max.
And this is a particularly stupid story that is not. It's not contained to YouTube, by the way. This is a story that Jimmy went on to talk to Tucker Carlson about just the other night.
Oh, bipartisanship, man.
Yeah, that's what bipartisanship looks like.
We got the left and the right working together and holding hands and dusting portraits.
You won't believe that this is a real story. You won't believe what they're actually trying to spin to be true.
It sounds like something that we would make up for like an April Fool's Day thing. The same way that like Geography Now will just make up fake countries to review every April 1st. It's like, it sounds like a fake story. Every element of this sounds made up.
It's difficult enough to listen to one of them, but to have two of them simultaneously talking to each other, like I don't know if there's enough room in the observable universe for that amount of pain-inducing cringe.
I'm sure Jimmy has a guest on. I actually did not watch this video because I was like, you know what? I already know it's going to be stupid.
Oh yeah, no, there's no way this is going to be smart. We
just displayed a level of skepticism. Jimmy, on the other hand, he buys this story. He buys the story.
Of course he does.
That because someone was critical of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a tweet, she sent the police to their house. That's the story.
Yeah, that's because she's fraud squad. She's a corporate Democrat hack. She's far right. AOC would be to the right of Hitler in Europe, man.
That's the level we're at, folks. And look, I would be the first person, a couple of years ago, I'd been the first person to be thrilled to see a little bit of pushback on AOC from the left. This wasn't what I was talking about. I don't know if people could have guessed that. I was expecting something a bit more reasonable, shall we say. Anyway.
Oh, what's not reasonable about this? Everything that you said tonight sounds totally normal and perfectly reasonable.
Oh, normal. Yeah, very, very normal.
By the way, we're 8 seconds in. We're starting off with some doozies. So let's go.
It's gonna be one of those nights.
Because we're the watchdog, but who watches the watchdog?
Ooh, see what he did there? Because they call themselves Human Rights Watch, but who watches the Watcher, man?
But he pointed to himself. I'd say that we watch him. So we're watching you, Jimmy.
He's watching Human Rights Watcher watch Human Rights Watch, but we're watching Neckbeard Jimmy. So we're really the watchers, man.
It's an infinite regress of watchers.
That's right. And it all leads back to this guy right here. They're watching, man. They're out there, man. They see all.
The only true gods.
And the craziest part about it is, it's actually just one Zaokan Pepe. It just looks like there's 3 of them.
See, this is what Jimmy sees in his dreams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He probably
That's his nightmare fuel, man. That's his nightmare fuel, man.
Oh, man.
Watchdog does, and we're the watchdog. So I'm really shaken up right now. I was just visited by 2 plainclothes police officers from California Highway Patrol at my home. They said they came here on behalf of the Capitol Police and accused me of threatening AOC on Twitter yesterday. This is provably false.
Yeah, press X to doubt. and then they post the certificate as if that's proof of the reason provided. What? Give me that nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I'm just remembering that woman that would be on like the end of some of your old episodes and be like, "Give me that nightmare fuel. I need that nightmare fuel." That was such a good meme, man. Oh man, those days, man.
Bring them back. Those were the simpler times when I didn't have to fucking watch Jimmy Dore.
And now we have to deal with all this kind of imperialism from the brainlet.
This imperialism. Okay, Jimmy. Let's.
Yeah, well, Yeet's got a good point. Who watches the Watcher? Who watches the Watcher? Well, that's us. That's Ghoul Gang Rising. We're watching him right now.
So what was the tweet that got him in trouble? This is the tweet that got him in trouble. You want to see what that tweet was? He tweeted out.
Oh, we're just going to assume the story is true from the known Russia state media affiliate.
We're also going to assume that even if it is true, that this is the tweet. So, okay.
Oh yeah, it must be just a tweet where I was criticizing her about Israel.
Wait, he's supposed to be a watcher. I thought he's supposed to hold them to account and keep them honest, man. What kind of journalism is this?
He's a very lazy watchdog. I think you'll find.
See, this is basically how Jimmy gets his news. Like he just, he scours Twitter.
I saw it on Twitter. It must be true.
Hey man, some dude on Twitter said that America is an evil empire, man. Some dude on Twitter said that America is doing 2 genocides in Yemen right now.
A genocide.
Abraham Lincoln said not to believe everything you read on the internet, but that's just because he's working for the CIA.
This dude's doing a genocide.
We take a very firm stance against genocides on this channel.
Yeah, we do not approve of, basically heinous destruction of, natural geography, mountains, rocks, all that kind of stuff. That's genocide, man.
Hashtag save the rocks.
Save the rocks, man.
This video of AOC giving a word salad about Israel-Palestine. You want to hear it? Here it is.
What actions do you think can be taken to support movements towards
By the way, I always
peace?
hate it when they phrase it that way. Israel-Palestine. As if it's one place.
Yeah. Or as if they were equals. Like
Israel-Palestine.
One is a terrorist organization, basically. The other is a liberal democracy. So they're not equals. So.
But they both have governments.
I mean, if you call the PA and Hamas a government, sure.
They both have people. They both have people. They both have governments. Yeah. There's oxygen in both.
There's geology in both.
Yeah, there's minerals.
Yeah.
See, more in common than different.
That's right. They both exist in spatial coordinates and space-time.
They're both on Earth. I mean, come on. I'm breaking it down.
That's right. They both have interests.
God, this show's such a fucking meme, man.
No, I know, dude. This is what I'm saying.
Poor Mike's listening to us like, what the fuck am I getting?
We are 58 seconds in, and we've already referenced like at least 15 memes of Superpower Broadcasting, your show, and some of the Twitter drama from the last 6 months. Which, by the way, if you guys out there might not be 100% clued into all the inside jokes, be sure to follow myself on Twitter at Kevin Castley, Reece on Twitter at Spooky Nukies, and Mike on Twitter at Prague Apostate, I believe it is. It's Prague Apostate or Progressive Apostate.
Yeah, you got it right.
Prague Apostate. And also subscribe to, my channel right here. If you're not subscribed, you're missing out. Even if you're a hater, you're missing out. It's more effort to have to type in Superpower Broadcasting all the time. Why not just subscribe so you see when you can leave hate comments and stuff? We got Spooky Nukies. He's on Twitter at on YouTube at Spooky Nukies. And then Mike, you don't have a YouTube channel, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't make YouTube videos anymore.
Yeah, he only does OnlyFans, so we won't.
Like Jay.
It's a $5 a month subscription.
There you go. There you go. Oh man. Well, Chris says the Encyclopedia of Inside Jokes should be made. Well, Kin's cook, you and your Kin's cook. That base legend over there just spend a couple $100 to get Hawkipedia up and running. So we got that set up for a few years, and he's listing, a ton of different concepts and everything and that kind of stuff over there. I'm sure some of the memes are going to feature. We also have No Name, who did, the lolcowpedia entries for some of the brainlet brigades, like Liz, and that's a Liz, and School Computer Boy and Stevens. They get to feature over there. So we're working on it, but it takes energy just to create the new content. So people are gonna have to archive this stuff that aren't myself or Reece.
Yeah, somebody else can do that work.
Yeah.
we got to get moving on this.
You gotta get moving.
We're look how swamped we are.
Both between Israelis and Palestinians, as well as within the entire region, such as the Abraham Accords.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, earlier just now, you and I were talking about the what and the how.
Wow.
Yes.
And I think.
Oh, see, it's funny because she said words, right? She said words that are kind of relevant and would be appropriate words to use there, such as what and how, like why and where. They're just, those words are so pretentious and dumb. Why don't we use words like kiwi and nothing and audacity? Why don't we use those words instead, Reece? Why didn't she use audacity?
That's right.
Why didn't she say kiwis? That's all New Zealand exports, bro.
Well, I mean, Jimmy has some choice words that he thinks are applicable to the situation, and
that's true.
I have
really
some
known
choice
for his
words for
words,
Jimmy,
I think.
but I can't say them on the air.
we were watching a video earlier on Neil Khan's stream, and it was a Jimmy video. It was kind of the video that came before this, where basically he had Aaron Mate and some other dweeb on, and they were going over this original clip, and they basically had this completely deranged misogynistic rant about AOC not being able to express herself, and it was just embarrassing. But somehow I know this video is going to be worse.
It's basically two forces at work right now that are going to hawkpill AOC. One is our side that's going to show her that intervention is actually based and helpful, and the other is her own side that's going to push her away from their BS. Honestly, Jimmy and Kyle and all those people are just going to hawkpill AOC, because why would she want to be associated with these people that only have disgusting remarks towards her and call her fraud squad, right? There's no way in 10 years she's as progressive as she is right now. There's no way.
The real split between AOC and that crowd originally, I believe, was on the forcing the Medicare for All vote issue.
Yes, but that was a non-issue. That Jimmy knows that wouldn't have actually made any difference, because you're not going to get Republicans to support it. You're not going to get moderate Democrats to support it. The only reason he did that was for views, subs, and money, because the last day of his whole Force the Vote campaign streams was a day after the opportunity to even have that vote was already done. He's full of shit. Jimmy
this is the thing. Ocasio-Cortez, look, is she the most articulate individual in the world? No, I would not accuse her of that at all. Jimmy is even dumber, because Jimmy, at least Ocasio-Cortez is, sort of trying to understand how to play the game, how politics works. Jimmy does not understand. Jimmy does not understand that Medicare for All, for example, is not a politically viable policy. He's trying to force the vote on issues that just have no chance. This guy's delusional.
But
his summation of the Israel-Palestine issue is far more asinine than anything that Ocasio-Cortez has said or gyrated, as I'm sure he's going to point out.
Here's the thing about Jimmy, though. Jimmy said at one point during the Force the Vote saga, he said he knew that it had no chance, that it was not going to happen. He said the reason why they were doing it was to get people to put their names down so they knew which of the Democrats were their enemies so that they could come after them.
Didn't they already know that?
Well, he wanted it to be formal. It was a sense of use of some money. Like, okay, Jimmy's
But what's
the
funny
guy.
about like the response from a lot of the fans of Jimmy and Kyle and so forth after that was there was a split among them. So you had people who were genuinely upset with people like AOC. And then you had people who were coping hard, basically saying, actually, this was the design the whole time. We knew it wouldn't pass. We just wanted people to talk about Medicare for all.
Mm.
And it's like, cope harder. Like, seriously. Like, you didn't believe that a week ago. No way in hell. You actually thought you were making a difference. You thought you were going to change the world. And you just embarrassed yourself. All for the sake of Jimmy Dore, a guy who gets checks from the Assad regime.
Literally.
If you don't agree with Jimmy Dore on this issue, you literally want every single poor person to die a horrible, painful, agonizing death.
Yeah,
Well, obviously.
Of course.
Hey, come on now. Just because my name's Nikki Haley's Milk doesn't mean I'm Richard Smith.
Unbelievable. Okay, we should probably get moving with this. We're 1 minute and 15 seconds.
we're not doing so good.
we're about 5% through the video. I think it's about 20 minutes or something.
I believe in us.
I think that when we talk about establishing peace, centering people's humanities, protecting people's rights, it's...
Because anyone tell me, by the way, before we get started, what does centering people's humanity? What in the F does that means nothing? I don't know what that means. If that means something, tell. I'm a college graduate.
Jimmy wouldn't know a lot about that. Jimmy never centers people's humanity.
No, he knows a fair bit about centering humanity. That's kind of what the Russians did with that Iskander missile. They locked it on target, had humanity in the center, and they blew up the hospital, man. So.
I mean, I'm not sure that he's even human. He looks more lizard than human, to be honest.
Alex Jones.
The real debate, someone needs to make a poll. Jimmy, more reptilian or more rodent? I'll leave that for you to decide.
Wait, YouTube deleted the milk emoji?
Ooh. It's actually, you know what? That's probably
milk,
in relation to white supremacists using it.
The word milk has been sufficiently ruined by the internet.
Maybe YouTube's gonna hype up Nikki Haley in 2024. Like, maybe they're already getting on it and removing the emojis and stuff to help her. So we'll see.
Oh man,
I turned 43 12 years ago, and I've been around the block. I read a lot. I've never heard what that means. So anyway, it's just centering people's humanity. Here we go.
He's so irritating. I just gotta.
That's such a novel concept. Like I can't even wrap my head around. What does that mean? Centering people's humanity. That would be like if someone said, "Okay, in my campaign, we're going to be prioritizing human rights," and Jimmy's like, "I've never even heard of that. What is that? I've never heard those words put together that way."
There's irony here because he's basically saying, "Oh, be so specific and everything." He has no specifics apart from end the wars. Like, all that they have is vague platitudes that feel good to their left populist loser fan base. So,
no, man, Jimmy's been around the block. He's older than us. He's clearly right.
Yeah, he turned 43 12 years ago.
Okay, glass of milk is still an emoji. We're good.
It is still an emoji. Okay.
Now everyone is going to spam milk in the chat.
Yeah, milk in chat.
Do it for Nikki Haley.
We got Mr. Milk here tonight, so.
Oh man, y'all were not breastfed as babies.
Clearly not enough, my dude.
Yeah, well, I mean, Richard Smith. Oh man, we got to move on.
We don't have time for that.
It's not just about the what and the end goal, which often gets a lot of focus.
But it's about the how.
But I actually think it's much more about the how.
Oh, see, look, okay, he called it. She was going to say words that are actually appropriate to getting questions and getting answers across. Whereas, if she wanted to be genuine and she wanted to be authentic, and she didn't want to be a fraud squad corporate Democrat right winger. You know what she would say? She would say it's more about the audacity, and it's less about the Kiwis. That's what she would say. Right? Why would you say what and how? How are those words in any way relevant to what she's talking about? Why wouldn't she say audacity? Why wouldn't she say Kiwis? Why wouldn't she say Mongoloids? Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't she say Kanscock? Why would she say what and how? What kind of crazy clown world are we in when she's talking about, the nature of something versus, an approach? Why wouldn't you say audacity? Why wouldn't you say you have nothing? Why would you say those words?
Why not Anglo?
Why not say other words? Why not say other words instead? Why not say Ford F-150 pickup truck? Why not say Neptune?
Jimmy's going to say, why not say apartheid and genocide and oppression?
Why not list off every single type of milk there is?
Why
Soy
not?
milk, almond milk.
I want
Soy
to try
milk.
that hemp milk, though. That sounds
Chocolate
good.
milk.
Latte soy milk.
Man, we're milk experts, clearly. So
I know.
I think we're milking this joke a little too much.
we're milking this video.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there, man. No, okay. I gotta say, after the drama stream last night where we went over the Richard Smith stuff again, it's not going away. Like, these memes aren't going anywhere. Like, in a year, we're still going to be making milk jokes. I guarantee this is still going to be relevant in a year. On Twitter, at least. So,
one joke. That's going to be the criticism of us. One joke.
No. But okay, but you guys were acting as if I was speaking rhetorically. I wasn't. I was asking a serious question. Why? Oh, see, I even did it there. I said why. I could have said audacity. I said why. Oh, I'm becoming like AOC. If I'm going to ask a question, if I want to use the word why in that question, that makes me a corporate Democrat. That makes me a fraud squad. I should use now.
If there's any question that I would ask Jimmy, it's just why. Why?
Yeah, and he would say,
that's a good question.
He's going to ask why. He's going to ask why. Here he goes. Why? See, look at him. Who says why when they're asking a question? He should have said F-150, man, and been authentic.
Did she say why or how?
No, that's my point. Is like why, how, what? They're all similar words. They're all useful words. Jimmy's criticizing her here for using very useful words if you're in an interview session. And he's saying, see, she said what and how, as if those aren't the most apt words to use in that situation. Like, I can't, what kind of criticism even is that, Jimmy?
Over the most innocuous video ever. Like, no.
He could literally be anything on the political spectrum, and it wouldn't be an appropriate criticism to make fun of them for saying the word what or saying the word how.
My takeaway from her speech is she's saying she's vying for peace between Israelis and Palestinians, and she's saying it's less about the what, so the situation on the ground, and it's more about the how. It's more about how we go about addressing that situation. But apparently that makes her, like, he thinks that she's fumbling and mumbling and has nothing to say.
He thinks she's being pretentious and like all uppity and everything. That's what I get from him. He's like making fun of her for sounding like a professor or something. Like, he's basically making fun of her.
How dare you try to understand both sides?
I know.
Jimmy knows the right side. There's only one right side.
Yeah, Jimmy went so far left, he went right. Oh man.
And
okay, it sounds like she's been listening to Anand Hondes guy, whoever the fuck, Mr. Gray Hair, Anand. Because this is just claptrap bullshit that makes you think like, oh, she's saying something revolutionary. And she's not saying. It turns out she's not saying anything.
A perfect description of every Jimmy Dore video.
No, it's like I want that clip here where it's just like Projection.
we forgot to play the brainlet alert or no bootlicker alert.
No. We're saving that. There's a bootlicker coming up. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Fair enough. I thought Jimmy qualified, but
No. I know. He qualifies, but like we can't. Yeah, we
can't double dip.
Yeah, we would have to use it for literally every one of the people we're dunking on tonight. We have to use it sparsely so it holds its potencies. You know what I'm saying, man?
It's a good point. I got you.
Yeah. See, I'm using words. I'm using words like AOC right now. I'm enunciating and using verbs and nouns and stuff. That makes me a corporate Democrat and a fraud squad and a fake progressive. You know,
you're a fraud.
I'm a fraud, man.
And so she's not saying anything. And what he tweeted.
So, what and how are, again, there's some of the most useful words that you want to actually derive meaning and be productive and stuff. And he's like, oh, she's not saying anything. She said what and how. What would you, like, Jimmy, serious question. What would you prefer she say there? Honest question. Would you prefer she mention Tyrannosaurus Rex? Like,
no. I'm going to tell you exactly why they're pissed off. They're pissed off that she didn't compare Israel to Nazi Germany. That's why they're pissed off. They don't like that she is advocating for peace because secretly they don't believe in peace. They're, in the other video, they were being critical of a two-state solution and things like that. They don't want peace. What they want is retribution.
Yeah. No, I got to say to Yeet in the chat, bro, imagine saying what and how. Like, I'm having a hard time myself. Like, I'd have to chill for Nancy Pelosi in order to say those words, man.
It basically means you're saying nothing.
Yeah. You have nothing. You have nothing. What do you have, kiwis?
There was a comment earlier from Philip Holmgren in the chat that was referring to the guy whose house the cops showed up to. If you could provide like a little more information, a little more background information on this individual, that would be very interesting.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we're aware of their their Russia media ties and their podcasts, but anything else would be good. Anyway.
Oh man, yeah, we can keep moving on with Neckbeard Jimmy and his big brain takes.
Tweeted out was, "Boy, this is underwhelming," and that's when they send the cops to her house. Ali says,
"Okay. I know this is stupid, but like, I think Eat Chungus 21's comment here is gold. It's gold. That's my kind of humor right there."
I'm incredibly impressed with AOC's Obama-like ability to fill large amounts of time with words while saying absolutely nothing. I challenge anyone to tell me what she just said. I'm exactly with you 100%.
I just summarized the clip. So I've seen that clip in its entirety. Basically, that's what she's saying. She's saying she wants peace. She's prioritizing humanitarianism. She wants peace between Israelis and Palestinians, and she's less concerned with the what and more concerned with the how. Not too hard to understand, Jimmy. If you're not an obtuse bitch, pretty easy to understand.
No, man, she's not saying anything, man. What do those words even mean? Like, what's what? I prefer that word that Yeet just typed out there that I can't even pronounce. Oh, man. No, let's be real about something. The media, 4chan, the internet, etc., always use the term Trump derangement syndrome. You know what? AOC derangement syndrome is also a thing. And yes. Jimmy's got a bad case of it, man. Like, I ain't a doctor or anything, but like, I'm gonna wager to say, man, like, you can make a safe diagnosis there. Right?
When every other video is about fucking AOC,
it's all about AOC. Like, I know that he has money from it, and he gets to rile up his base and be like, "Yeah, we knew she was a liar." It's like, come on, all of you guys thought that she was your champion 2 years ago. They all gave her the Bernie treatment. And now, she had brunch with Nancy Pelosi. People were asking,
brunch, that's what rich people do.
Yeah, like, what's the big deal with brunch? Like, what's the deal with brunch? I'm like, brunch is a dog whistle at this point to refer to former progressives turned corporate Democrats in their view. They have brunch, you know. It's basically a way of slurring, you know, AOC and stuff and saying, see, they want to play within the system. They have brunch with Nancy Pelosi. They pretended they were progressives so that they could get elected, so that they could, you know, go to the cocktail parties in the Beltway and have brunch.
See, it's one small step from brunch to fascism.
Yeah, no, literally, it's 10 steps to fascism, and we're already on step 10, man. You know what step 10 is? Naomi Wolf said it herself in her book, which you can buy. It's 10 steps to fascism. You know what step 10 is? It's brunch. That's what AOC did with Pelosi, apparently. So it's fascism, man. I mean, that's literally, by the way, for reference, the Third Reich was on step 7 of fascism. They didn't even make it to brunch yet.
See, okay. So this tweet that's in the background here, like I find this like so adorable. Like the cops came to his house, and I would imagine what gave him a stern warning, and this guy's going on about, I felt scared, intimidated, and violated. Like you guys defend regimes where there's like an entrenched police state.
Yeah.
Where you say anything against the government and they will disappear your ass.
Oh, that's different though. It's anti-imperialism when that happens.
No. That you don't understand though. They're free. That's the system they chose. That's their culture, man. It's their culture. They're free to live like that and be disappeared in the night by the secret police. Who are you to tell them that they can't be taken to a gulag? That's your Western white chauvinism, man. So
such an Anglo way of thinking.
Yeah, you're living in the box, man. You're living in the Anglo box, man. You need to step outside the box and consider alternate.
This is something that's really going to piss people off. But you know, maybe you wouldn't feel so scared and intimidated if you weren't doing anything wrong. Because you don't really have to be scared around police officers if you're not breaking law. I know it's hard to believe.
No, that's what a statist would say. You just want to like impose taxes and have roads and stuff. Like seriously, I've had a narco-capitalist debate me, and they will unironically say that the U.S. is a slave state because of incarceration. And they're like, how do you have any moral leg to stand on over China when, oh, yeah, you're saying China puts people in camps and stuff. America has prisons, too. And then you say, well, you break the law, you go to jail. They say that that's an infringement of people's liberty, man, incarceration.
I really hope AOC responds to this. She has to. If they're talking about it on Tucker, she has to.
No. You know what would be so based? If she just didn't even give it the time of day, honestly.
That would be funny too.
Just went about her day and had brunch some more, you know? Because like I said, you know, you're already on step 10 at brunch. Like I said, Nazi Germany, they only made it to step 7. AOC's on step 10 of fascism, man.
The 10th step actually is brunch.
It's brunch. Like, that's literally it. It's like, that's it. And then the book is over. Again, Hitler tried, dude. Hitler waged an entire war. 50 million people died, and he couldn't make it to brunch. AOC, more fascist than Hitler. You hear it here, folks. So,
the more you know. This is the info that only independent media can give you.
Ha
Look, Jimmy Dore, unbelievable. This guy, man. But by the way, he used to be like a big proponent of AOC. Like, I remember when he would talk about her as if she was like basically
the almost second coming of Christ.
Yeah, like, oh well, the third coming of Christ, because Bernie was second. But yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they feel betrayed.
Oh yeah, they feel it's like that Steven clip from Greatest Freakout Ever, where he's playing RuneScape and some guy in RuneScape
stop betraying me.
He's like, stop betraying me, and his mom's like, stop yelling at the computer. They can't hear you. And it's Jack in the other room betraying him in the wilderness, just killing him in the wildy. stop betraying me, no, Mom. And he says that.
That's basically Jimmy at all hours of the day.
Jimmy is basically
somebody make that a meme. Somebody put Jimmy's face over that kid.
Yeah, Steven. That's right. Because at least
you could have AOC in the screen.
That's right. AOC was betraying Jimmy in the wilderness near Varrock, man. They were gonna go in there and slay dragons and stuff, but then AOC betrayed him and had brunch with the dragons.
Excuse me, sir. I thought it was in Vardenfell.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, no.
I don't actually know anything about.
No. It's literally Varrock though. Like I'm talking OG classic Rooney, man. Like you guys ever played RuneScape? Like, oh man, a lot of time sunk into that game back in the day, man. Let's continue on.
Human Rights Watch watcher says this is completely outrageous. I was visited by 2 police over blah 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 blah. Okay, I don't know what it is. I'd really appreciate it if AOC could look into this.
Clearly, this is a lot.
So those are the words that he wanted her to say.
Couple words and then blah 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 blah.
Those are the words he wanted AOC to say.
And then his brain short circuits. He can only process like a couple words at a time.
It's too many words, man.
Reading comprehension.
That was the problem. That was the problem with the AOC video. His brain can't process.
There's too many words, man. There's too many words, man. There's 2 of them. Too many words.
The thread just keeps going. It never ends.
Don't worry, Jimmy. What soon enough we'll work our way to full sentences.
Gotta start small.
Oh man, but like he's still got time, man. He turned 43 12 years ago, man. So let's go.
I recognize she's probably receives a lot of threats, but I shouldn't be harassed by police for critiquing her politics. I frankly feel very unsafe in my home right now. I wonder if AOC did reach out to that young man, because that seems like something that she would want to protect, the free speech rights of people to criticize politics.
So just for the record, the cops aren't going to show up at your place if you tweet that you don't like AOC. That's not a thing.
Everybody should do it right now. Tweet out a criticism of AOC and see if the cops show up.
Yeah, I'm going to tweet out right now. Now.
Well, they won't send them now because they're under scrutiny from independent media.
No, I'm literally tweeting it out right now. I'm tweeting out my biggest criticism of AOC.
Is it that she won't be your girlfriend?
No, AOC had brunch with Nancy.
Remember that one account that was like, that AOC was your girlfriend?
Yeah, he that was Nick Dirch or whatever. Dick Nurch, I think his name was.
Dick Nurch.
Yeah, and by the way, he's gotten banned from YouTube a few times, so he keeps on sprouting up. He accused me of being a pedophile who is dating Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and being a globalist. That's what he accused me of in the video. So, and he had like spooky music in the background, and he zooms in on my face. I know.
That's creepy.
He also made an account of me on Twitter back when I was using my actual face as my avatar, where he went to the effort of drawing Leon Trotsky's facial hair and everything over it to make me look like like again.
That's right.
The neocons equals Trotsky thing. So he did that meme too. So I know. Look, our opponents. See, this is the reason why this show exists. Is to show you, not just say it, because anybody can say and make claims, to show you demonstrably, indisputably so, how dumb our opponents are, right? I mean, if you're one of these like anti-war brainlets that's going to go and simp Russia and China and be like, oh, it's the globalists and the neocons and everything, understand this show exists to expose these people as utter and complete dum-dums. And I think we've done a good job so far. So let's continue.
Oh, yeah. Especially on this. Just keep in mind, people, Jimmy's proof is a Twitter thread. That's the proof that this happened. This completely outrageous and unbelievable story that the cops showed up at this person's door. This person is completely untrustworthy on anything. This person is an enemy spy, essentially, an enemy propagandist within our ranks, a wolf in sheep's clothing. But we're going to just buy what they have to say about a sitting U.S. Congress member. No, absolutely not. You're not going to get a police visit for tweeting about AOs. What? Or maybe they did tweet a threat to her. Consider that. Possibly, it's a tweet that we're not being shown. That could also be a possibility if it was a legitimate threat. But I kind of have doubts about the whole story to begin with. If the police did come, they did provide that certificate. Okay, let's say the police come. They could have came for any number of reasons that were not related to this at all. They saw an opportunity to shill their brand and to become a superstar within the progressive circles and to take down AOC in the process. Just by association, basically branding her as this supporter of authoritarian policing, which she's obviously not.
Unbelievable. Let's continue. Are we actually going to watch the whole thing, by the way? Because we're 3 minutes in. So.
Let's do another minute or so and see how we're feeling. Because I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Because I'm really sick of Jimmy Dore. I got to say that.
That really bothers her. I bet that bothers her. Erica says, I was here to witness this bullying and intimidation toward Queer a la Mode, which is that Human Rights Watch watcher, watch. It's absurd and terrifying that my colleague had to endure this type of harassment purely for some criticism of AOC. We live in a police state. Shouldn't the California...
Okay, but they work for the Kremlin. What? Wait, Terry Kremen? Wait, that's one L short of...
That's a little too on the nose right there.
Wait, what? I was just talking about the Kremlin, and then I see, wait, what? They're everywhere.
My name is Vlad. I come from Russia.
Oh, man. Kremen.
Good old Kremen. Although I think this person is sort of on this halfway on the side of the angels. They're saying, "Hey,
okay. I'm just pointing out the name, man. It's a little bit memey. So.
Shouldn't the police be giving
Dr.
a chance?
Post some of Queer a la Mode's spiciest takes in the chat. I want to see.
Oh man, he's saying her Twitter is miserable. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I imagine so.
I trust this Queer a la Mode person to defend human rights.
By the way, imagine
it's cute. They're queer, but they're defending Russia.
Wait, you're queer and you're defending a regime where if you're queer in Russia, you go to torture camps. Unironically.
That's okay though, because that's what the state does. That's
that's their freedom, man. That's their culture, man. It's culture, man. Culture.
California Highway Police be tagged in this to verify? So they did, and they said contact the Capitol Police, but they did confirm that the Capitol Police did contact the California Highway Patrol, which is like the state police in California, and the state police in California did show up at that guy's.
How is that a confirmation? But that's nothing. That's like a tweet you would get from YouTube support.
Where are the context clues here that would indicate that this was a confirmation? I don't know.
Jimmy sees it. He's like, "Oh, we got a response. That's a confirmation." Jimmy, you're such a dumb fuck. Read the tweet, Jimmy. Fucking no. Okay, the CHP often assists in investigations at the request of allied agencies. Please contact the U.S. Capitol Police for additional information.
Look, they're not saying.
Jimmy thinks that's a confirmation.
What? They're not going to tell you details of an investigation that's still underway. They're just going to say general things. Like, he doesn't know anything, man. This is the thing that's so sad, is like, yeah, he doesn't know how like government or the law or any of this kind of stuff works.
I think I look at this and I think this is proof we live in a police state.
Oh yeah,
I don't have any freedom. No freedom whatsoever.
It's a police state, man. Think about this. Think about this, Reece. You know who pays the police? The state. Think about it.
Think about where the state gets their money from us.
From us.
They steal it.
Yeah. To build roads
together.
and tanks and planes and stuff, man. What a travesty. What a fiasco. What an injustice, man.
For queer a la mode, 99% of it is retweeting Abby Martin, Richard Medhurst, Tara Reid.
Oh God, the usual suspects.
Fucking disgraceful, man.
No, like all these people are a joke. All these people are a joke. Like how, like the only way that, by the way, the only way that you can watch Jimmy and be like, yeah, no, this is good, I like what he's saying, is if you haven't been exposed to the other side. That's why this channel exists. That's why, you know, my friends do what they do on social media and everything, because a lot of people that spend their time online, they have yet to even not get hawk pilled, even find out that there are hawks out there. This is all that they've ever seen is shit like this. And when they decide that they want to mix it up and check out the right wing, where they see Tucker Carlson and Matt Gaetz and Jack Posobiec, who's terrified to debate me. It's like,
Charlie
come on.
Kirk.
Yeah, Cheesy Charlie. So I forgot about Cheesy Charlie. Is he doing okay? He looked really in bad shape.
I seriously doubt it. His tweets have somehow gone down in quality in recent months.
Because he was saying insane stuff like back in November and everything, but like he looked like a mess. Like he looked like Vosh, man. He hadn't shaved it forever.
He looked like Hunter Biden on his worst night, basically, for weeks on end.
Like,
well, we've seen what that looks like. So
yes, it was. I don't think he ever really recovered from that, to be honest with you.
Wow.
And so then Max Blumenthal did a story about it.
Oh,
instantly can dismiss that.
Max, if more on Max,
like this is okay. So we saw the evidence, people. Look at how this works. That was the evidence, and then we're seeing it trickle down. Okay, Jimmy's talking about it. Max Blumenthal talked about it. Tucker Carlson's now talking about it. What fucking evidence do they have of any of the claims that were made? It's a story. It's an anecdotal bullshit story.
Anti-war activists visited by police after posting embarrassing AOC video. Like, by the way, here's the thing that's amazing about this. I thought that the police worked for like the Republican fascists and stuff. What police?
Well, you see, the Democrats and the Republicans are the same.
What police are going to do AOC's bidding? She's like, she's not in the established. Okay, I guess she's establishment to them.
She's been there for years.
Oh, dude.
She paid them.
Unbelievable.
She has been sublimated into the deep state.
Like, okay, we're about 15% through the video, by the way. We're not watching the whole thing. I'm just giving you guys that as a frame of reference. This is how cringe a typical Jimmy Dore video is. We're 1/6 through the video. And this is what we've been treated to this evening. Amazing.
So there is one thing that I wanted to comment on in the chat, and it is like semi-related to this video here. So Dr. Zace is posting stop calling it a conflict. This is from Queer a la Mode's Twitter. Call it military occupation, apartheid, settler colonialism, and genocide. Yeah, this is the rhetoric, and there was another Jimmy Dore video where he was on with Aaron Mate, and they were essentially parroting this line. And when the situation is none of those things, Israel unilaterally pulled out of the Gaza Strip in 2005, left the Palestinians with an infrastructure with which they could use to build up their economy, and instead of using that infrastructure, they decide to essentially use it as a platform to launch rockets into Israel.
Yes.
And genocide. I mean, the Palestinian birth rate, from my understanding, has increased over the years. Fucking genocide. What are you talking about?
The least successful
These people just
genocide
make
ever.
shit up. And settler colonialism. I mean, is Jimmy Dore gonna move out of his fucking $1 million mansion that he just purchased to give it to the Native Americans?
Yeah, he's white. He ain't native.
Right?
Oof.
Didn't we colonize the United States? Where are you at, Jimmy? You gonna give it back to the indigenous people? No, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking asinine.
That would be unreasonable.
Like this is you know, this is just the situation as it is, and you have to fucking learn to deal with it.
No,
people are crying and whining about made up problems. I mean, the Israel-Palestine conflict is the 36th deadliest conflict in the world. Like Nagorno-Karabakh is a deadlier conflict. I rarely hear him talk about it.
And he'd be like, "What's that?"
What's that? I mean, I can't even express how just how salty these people are over the one strip of Jewish land.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and that is what it ultimately boils down to. You know, it obviously helps their narrative to dunk on AOC, and then they can position themselves as the true progressive. She's a sellout. She's becoming Nancy Pelosi light, but really they're upset that she didn't call Israel a genocidal apartheid state.
I have words that maybe Jimmy Dore will understand. Cry harder and go fuck yourself.
Absolutely. Amen.
Amen. 100%.
You know, I'm content leaving it at that. This is talk about I am embarrassed tangentially that is an accepted story by mainstream media now too. Where's the real evidence that is even a possibility that could be the true story?
Unbelievable.
So we noticed you were making some tweets of a threatening nature toward Representative Ocasio-Cortez. You mind talking to us? Yeah, probably not. Anyway, you know, Kevin, I think it's time that we sound off the bootlicker alarm. Actually, the next video is titled "Ex-CIA Ghoul quote embarrassed to be a white male."
Yeah, we're as sometimes we have to do on this show. We have no choice. We're gonna have to issue a bootlicker alert. Here we go.
That's always so good, man.
That was pretty well done.
That's the credit to Arthur Izar for that. Everybody go follow him on Twitter and YouTube.
Genius over on MS.
You knew it. You knew we had a bootlicker in store. You knew it. Hey guys.
Hey, are you guys doing a podcast over there?
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be Ghoul Gang Rising if we didn't have Kremlin Kyle Kulinski. So here we are,
we're still playing catch up with him, but
yeah, Triple K is in the house. So
yeah, Mike, are you doing good? Do we need to check your life alert bracelet after that? I think he scared him into silence. I don't blame you. This is some pretty spooky shit right here.
Yeah, no, I was playing dead.
Maybe he won't see me. He won't notice me.
Hey, Yeats here. Yeats here first. Says, "Hey, my man Kyle."
Yeah, my main niggle. Am I right?
Oh, okay, that's a bit spicy. Okay, let's get going.
He's
so the
hungry.
geniuses over on MSNBC were having a conversation about the attempted insurrection on January 6th, or as I call it, the diet coup attempt. Obviously,
so that's his way of minimizing it already. The diet coup.
Wait, hold on a second. Would he call what happened in Russia in what was it, 91 or whatever, a diet coup? Like, so basically, if it fails, it's a diet coup. If it succeeds, it's a coup. Is that what we're going with? How about this? That's like saying if you try to kill somebody and you fail, that's diet murder. No. It's like, look,
diet murder.
No. That's like saying, oh, no, Your Honor. It was just diet murder. Like, why are we even having a trial? Like, what's the big fuss about? It didn't work.
Secular talk is like diet news.
No, I love this for kids.
Diet news.
Okay, that's good. Bazinga, man. Okay, Kanzik says, why not call it a soiku? Yeah, there you go.
I diet news. That's officially. We're not going to call it. Thank you, Kyle. You've actually given us a new meme. We're not going to call it.
He looks so smug. He looks so smug.
Hear me out.
Smug.
We're not going to call what he and Jimmy and others do independent media. We're going to call it diet news, in honor of Kyle's utter incompetence at the beginning of this video.
I can't get over his face, dude.
Oh yeah, he's about to lay down the law on us.
Oh man, dude. Oh wow. Okay, let's
Disgusted by it, as pretty much all of us were. The overwhelming majority of us were. There's a guy on the panel here by the name of John
You're
Brennan.
constantly dismissing it in like every video, making it out to be like a minor inconvenience and not an abject threat to people's lives.
Yeah, this is the crowd. This is the crowd that believes implicitly that there's a emotional truth to QAnon and the whole deep state stuff.
And they wish, and now Kyle's a little bit more mum about this, but there were a lot of people on the far left who wish to see something like the insurrection happen for their side.
Yes.
They were inspired by it.
Yes. They were jealous, man. They were envious. They were hungry for that.
And then that one black communist chick wanted to give head to the dude who sat in Nancy Pelosi's chair.
Oh, that's right. Wait, was that the shaman or was it somebody else?
No, it was the guy who put his feet up on the desk.
That was that dude.
The guy with the illegal firearm.
Amazing story with that. Did you guys ever hear about what happened during his hearing? Did you guys hear about it? How he had a temper?
I think you told me, but
yeah, he had a temper tantrum because he was just screaming while they were having the court hearing, and the lawyers were like, "Dude, calm down." They're like, "We're trying to fight for you, man." He's like, "I've been in this prison for a month. Like, what? Everybody else is getting out. What are we doing?" And they're like, "Okay, well, if the defense agrees, we're gonna like have another hearing in a month." And he's like, "I've already been here a month. This is insane." And it's like, dude, you're probably going to prison for like 25 years, dude. Get used to it. Like, that's what happens when you commit seditious bullshit against the United States government. What are they supposed to do? Be like, it was a diet coup. It was a diet coup. Well, we'll tolerate it because it failed. Try again. You know.
Yeah, it didn't succeed. You can go home.
You can go home. He's
hey, should have masked up, man. They wouldn't have known it was you.
No. But like, in some sense, they didn't even realize what they were doing was illegal. That's how insane this was.
A lot of them walked in and they were like, "What is this place? Is this the Senate?"
He's like, no. They said, "Is this the Senate?" And they're like, "Where is everybody? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they?" They were aghast. They were shocked. They were spooked that the Congress or the senators have been moved out. It's like, yeah, of course, because you guys smashed through the windows and are causing a ruckus. And then they're like, "Wait, where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" And then after they found out, like,
that's not concerning at all.
Yeah, and by the way,
if you're a frail old woman and these truckers come in, where's Nancy?
You know what they shouted as they were breaking through the last enter the building, right? You guys know what they were chanting for like 2 minutes, right? You guys know, right?
Oh yeah.
Hang Mike Pence, and they set up a gallows outside the building.
It was, like, they meant it in a video game.
Just a diet.
In a video game.
Yeah.
In a diet coup in a video game.
The dumbest non sequitur of all time. Like when Hassan said that thing about 9/11, like he knew that if he did not say something to like kind of, counteract what he had just said, that he was going to get banned. So the first thing he thought of was in a video game.
But it took him 20 seconds to even spit it out. There was a long pause before he said,
he really had to think his life decisions over in that moment.
Yeah. Okay.
he's become a bit of a resistance hero. John Brennan made a comment that went sort of viral. Let me show you that, and then we'll discuss.
Started with Katie Benner's great new reporting about the investigation into police officer. It renders, at best hypocritical, at worst cynical and false, any notion that the Republicans care about the lives.
Look at this ghoul right here.
Yeah, John Brennan, former
show.
CIA director.
Should come on the show. He's Ghoul Gang.
And so the thing is, like, we've obviously all seen this clip before it went viral. I don't agree with what he says in this clip, but I have actually seen Kyle's video. I am utterly fascinated. I know what Kyle's going to say because he says the same 4 things in every video, but I'm really fascinated how he's going to twist this to his advantage. It's going to be something to witness, people. And we could have covered this story from a number of people. I was considering watching the Majority Report video, but then I was like, you know what? They're such snooze. I don't care about them. Let's watch Kyle. Kyle's funny. I get a real kick out of Kyle, clearly. Otherwise, I wouldn't pick him for pretty much every episode of the show.
Yeah, see, the Majority Report is like a downer, and Kyle is like an upper.
Yeah, no,
Kyle's the big seltzer.
Yeah, no, you got Sniveling Sam versus Kremlin Kyle. Who are you gonna go with?
Sam Cedar is just puts you to sleep. What a boring man.
Yeah, see, like even Kyle wouldn't watch Sniveling Sam.
That's one of our best screenshots. Oh dear. How do you like our screenshots, Mike? pretty quality stuff, right?
He's got a very expressive face.
He's like we've called him the anti-Tucker Carlson.
yes, that's exactly it.
Tucker has one face, Kyle has all the other faces.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
The safety of law enforcement.
Well, I must say, to Claire's point, I'm increasingly embarrassed to be a white male these days. And light of what I see of my other white males saying, but it just shows that with very few exceptions, like Mitt Romney, Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, there are so
other fellow ghouls.
Look at it. I know every single thing Kyle's going to say. He's going to say this guy, he was CIA, he was a spook, and now he's trying to be fake woke. and it's bullshit. He's a resistance hack.
That's exactly what he's.
That's what he's gonna say. Tell me I'm wrong.
And dude, he ain't happy, man. He's pretty hungry, man. He needs a Snickers bar.
I'm hungry for Kyle to make a video worth a fuck.
You're gonna have to.
I'm gonna wait for a long time, man, aren't I?
So few Republicans in Congress who value truth, honesty, and integrity. And so they'll continue to gaslight the country the way that Donald Trump did. And the fact that this has such security and safety implications for the American public and for the members of Congress, again, as Claire said, it is just a disgusting display of craven politics that really should have no place in the United States in 2021.
Okay, hold on. So everything he said was completely reasonable except for the line about race, which he spent like 0.2 seconds on. That's what Kyle's going to talk about.
Yeah, that was more of an aside than anything else. Everything he said more or less was completely accurate.
But Kyle's going to find a way.
The part that went viral, of course, is at the beginning where he says, "I'm increasingly embarrassed to be a white male these days because of things other white men say." That is so telling that he says that because this guy was the former director of the CIA.
Dun, dun, dun.
Kyle, when I watch Kyle talk, that makes me embarrassed to be a white male.
That's right. By the way,
it's not Brennan, it's Kyle.
Forget about race. I'm embarrassed to be a fucking human being listening to Kyle talk. Like you know that the aliens are hovering and they're looking down at this like, dude, let's come back in 1,000 years. They're not ready. What the fuck?
He oversaw torture.
Define that. What are you talking about? Are we talking? Are we talking about the waterboarding? Did he oversee Iron Maidens? Did he oversee the rack, the wheel? Did he oversee
force them to watch secular talk videos?
Somebody. They throw this word around, such a hyperbolic, nonsensical, fucking bullshit word. That's a word with less meaning than warmonger. Torture.
That's right.
He oversaw torture.
Unconstitutional torture. Illegal.
Unconstitutional. How is it? How is it unconstitutional?
It also wasn't illegal, by the way. Like, let's just be
no.
clear about that.
At the time when they were doing that under the Bush administration, no, it wasn't.
Like, they were literally authorized to use enhanced interrogation on.
No, they just did it. They thought it would be fun, and so they were like, "Yeah, let's just do that."
No, but like in Kyle's mind, he just thinks it's like cartoon villains.
Like we will make them suffer.
Yeah. Oh man.
Surveillance, spying, and
surveillance, dude. He spied on the terrorists, man. What about their liberty, man? What about their rights, man? What about their rights, man?
What about my liberty, bro?
Untold terrorist attacks that we don't know about.
No, dude. I can't.
They should have just let it happen. They should have just let all the attacks happen, and that would have been true liberty. Kyle's basically he's basically a libertarian who supports like an extreme welfare state. It's bizarre.
Yeah. No, it's insane. He's like basically imagine Ron Paul, Patrick Buchanan, and Noam Chomsky. And of course, while we're at it, let's throw in Vosh, all mixed in one. You're like, dude, come on, man, figure it out.
Come on, man.
I mean, because all I'm seeing right now is just a bunch of malarkey, man. By the way, I gotta say, this screenshot right here, it's like, yeah, thug life. Well, we with the Kremlin, man.
We rep the streets.
Throw, like the freaking joint in his mouth and like the sunglasses.
Like,
that's far too dope for Kyle.
We rep the Kremlin Palace, man. Yeah, Putin life. United Russia Party 2085, man.
he oversaw the drone program, which
no, can't do drones. Can't do drones. You know, because it's not like drones reduce the death count from these things. It's not like maybe we should just go back to carpet bombing, right?
Yeah, the drones that vastly reduce civilian casualties. Those drones.
But see, you don't understand, Mike, because some civilians still died, so therefore it's unacceptable.
Dude, he's looking at us right now, and he looks spooked, man.
Oh my God. He's looking at us like, oh man, they've actually heard me make all these arguments before, and they're expertly dissecting them. Shit. What am I going to say now?
They're not falling for my hacky progressive talking points. Uh-oh.
Try something else, Kyle.
Uh-oh.
Killed 90% civilians.
No.
Oh my God.
What? Where do they get these fucking numbers?
Tulsi.
Yeah,
I know where he got it from. He got it from this article on The Intercept. That claimed that
totally,
90% of that's something like 90% of the drones don't hit their intended targets. Like over
that doesn't necessarily mean innocent civilians, but whatever.
Yeah, exactly. It's violent militants over 95% of the time.
That is an extremely disingenuous statistic,
and that's according to independent outlets, like the Long War Journal, for example. Like, this is not just CIA, FBI statistics. Like,
wait, that's a neocon publication.
These are independent sources, and every single source will tell you that over 95% of the drone strikes that they take out violent militants. We're not targeting 90% civilians. It's like the most asinine thing I've ever heard. And I know exactly where he got it from.
And even after a year, people weren't like, they were like, wow, we're killing 95% civilians. Do you think we should do the same thing next year? Yes, actually, we should ramp it up.
That's right, because
it'll be fun.
Yeah, they could make more money that way for Halliburton.
Somehow I guess that makes money.
Yeah,
every civilian target.
They make $1 billion.
You kill terrorists. You kill terrorists. It costs you money. You lose health. But you kill a civilian, you get money, and you.
Now that sounds like a video game.
In a video
for the civilians.
In a video game.
Yes, Dr. Zace, I know I have to put the battery in my smoke detector because I'm a lazy asshole. I know. I'm sorry.
You know what? If there's a fire, you get what's coming to you, man.
I know.
This is what happens, kids, when people don't respect safety.
I'm hoping that by suffering through these videos, I avoid like the negative karma of like having my house burned down.
That's a fair trade. I think the Pepe Ziokan God will approve. Yeah, there he is.
There
okay, we're set. Mike will be fine.
The hills have eyes.
We made that creepy. Okay.
They technically have Ziokan eyes, so
spying, and he oversaw.
Actually, the hills have eyes.
Spying already.
I don't know if you guys knew, but the hills have eyes. It was set in the desert where they did the nuclear tests. See, this is the true danger of nuclear weapons. Is that they will create hillbilly mutants that will rape you.
So
Chew on head right there.
I actually wanted to mention something on that, but I'll get to it in a minute. But so Kyle's reasoning is let's see. He said torture, which is not defined at all, nebulously defined. Spying twice.
Yeah, just spying. He's not going to go into specifics.
The drone program, which, according to him, killed over 90% civilians, which is like, I mean, how do you even get away with that? See, this is why he's independent media. If he said this shit on like a mainstream network, his ass would be fired 6 ways to Sunday.
Independent of any coherent thought. Or as we're now going to call
right about that, Mike. I guess you're right about that. Oopsies. That would be good.
Diet news. Let's go back a second. I didn't get what he said.
Unconstitutional torture.
No.
Illegal surveillance, spying, and he oversaw the drone program, which killed 90% civilians.
I like how he had to tell us, like he said, surveillance, spying. Like we didn't know what surveillance was. Kyle, how dumb is your audience? Apparently pretty fucking dumb. You think so little of them. They couldn't.
He's given a wink. He's given a wink.
Wink. Here's my dog whistle. This is when I shill for the terrorists. No.
90%.
False.
He didn't say, I'm embarrassed to be a former CIA director.
Kyle, you're such a fucking NPC. I knew exactly what you were going to say.
Why would you be embarrassed? That's one of the most prestigious and sought after jobs in the United States. Like, wow. Why would you be embarrassed to be the director?
Yeah, like one of the most prestigious, like, yeah, you made it positions. That's embarrassing, says Diet Newsman Kremlin Kulinski.
Look, that's the kind of job where if you just retired from that job, even after a year, and you never worked another job, you could say to people 30 years later, hey, man, I used to be the director of the CIA, and people would be like, oh, shit, this guy's important. Like, that's the kind of job we're talking about.
Meanwhile, Kyle goes to the conventions and says, hey, I have a little show. You might have heard of it. It's called Secular Talk. And people are like, what? Oh yeah, you're that one guy. I see you with Anna Kasparian sometimes.
It's Secular Talk, the show where we never talk about atheism and
the show where we actively shill for theocratic regimes and Islamists.
Yeah. It's Secular Talk, the show where we defend the Ayatollah and the terrorists. That's what it is. Let's just be real. So.
Has literally nothing to do with atheism at this point. So, I'm quite happy to wash my hands of him. I don't know about you guys.
I'm embarrassed for the tremendous amount of pain and suffering I inflicted on innocent civilians. He didn't say that. I feel embarrassed
there's no
for...
need. He didn't mean to. That was not an intentional thing.
No, these guys don't understand. These guys, like I said many times before, I'm going to have to do a solo video on this, standalone video on this. Our opponents don't understand that collateral damage is accidental. They think it's done on purpose. Let's just be real about that. That's a foreign concept to them.
I'm sure a lot of people, despite all that, they do carry some hauntings, some feeling of guilt throughout their lives that people have suffered. What are you going to do, Kyle? Here's the thing. There are people who are in positions to make tough choices. I am so glad it's not you. I am so glad for the most part it's not anyone like you. And instead it would be someone like John Brennan, because he clearly was competent in his job, and you are shit at your barely a job.
Yeah. And what do you have to show for it, Kyle? I'm sure Brennan is really embarrassed at being the head of the CIA. But you got that silver play button in the background over there. You must be really proud.
It shines.
Hey man, he's not a happy camper right now, man.
No, guys, I made it. People watch me. I'm important.
Brendan may have been in like one of the most prestigious positions in the world, but Kyle, he has the silver play button, so you can't beat that.
Yeah, can't beat that, man. That's swag, bro.
Kyle's not embarrassed to be a white male. Checkmate.
Violating people's civil liberties, spying on them, illegally and unconstitutionally. He didn't say that.
No, it's actually, here's the thing. Here's the beautiful thing about the Constitution. So we're talking about the surveillance. I believe in reference to the Fourth Amendment. That very clearly specifies if a search is unreasonable. That can mean a lot of different things, Kyle. This is actually where something like the Constitution and its vagueness comes in handy for us who wish to advocate for a secure present using an extremely archaic constitution that was written hundreds of years ago, and other modern nations really don't abide by things like that. We can interpret that in a lot of different ways, and we can say, well, actually, it's totally reasonable if we have this threat of terrorism to monitor that in any way that we deem fit. So therefore, it's not unconstitutional. What the fuck are you talking about?
I feel terrible about the torture that we did
to terrorists.
Supposed to be off the table in a civilized society. I feel terrible about that. It was savage. It was barbaric. I feel terrible.
You need another conversation with Sam Harris. You are failing so hard.
Oh man,
failing. It has no place in a modern civilization. Oh, but you know what does? You know what does have a place in modern civilization? Jihadis plotting attacks with their friends, withholding information from us, and then we are put in this situation where we're racing against the clock. And we don't have a whole lot of options on the table. So you know what they do? They throw people in the Iron Maiden. Oh wait, no, they don't do that. No.
Has Kyle? I'm curious. Has Kyle spoken at all about the Alexei Navalny case? Because from my understanding, he's practically being tortured to death in a Russian jail cell right now. I wonder.
I'm sure he has, and I'm sure what he said is garbage. I'm sure he said that that's not real authoritarianism because Navalny said something racist once. Yeah. I don't trust Kyle's insight on anything. So so imagine this. So Kyle's saying that the torture, let's put that in big quotes, has no place in a modern society. You're up against the clock. You need to get information out of someone, dire information, as quickly as possible. So we don't put people on the rack. We don't give them the wheel treatment. We don't give them the fucking Viking wing treatment. No, instead we simulate drowning for the most part. That's what they did. They waterboarded them, which is psychological torture, which, hey, I'm sure fucks you up. I'm sure it's not a fun time. It's not even comparable, though. It needs a new term. That's why they called it enhanced interrogation. Because to call that torture alongside the rack and the fucking Iron Maiden is a joke. Because they have nothing to do with each other at all. Nothing at all. These were done in extreme situations. People weren't happy doing it. No one was rejoicing doing that part of their job. No one goes to work and they're like, finally, I get to waterboard these motherfuckers. No. They didn't do it for no reason. They did it for very real national security reasons. And we know for a fact that information gained from intense interrogation prevented major terrorist attacks in the last few decades. So shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of this garbage. I'm so tired of these fucking wimps who they don't have what it takes to keep a civilization safe from true barbarism. So they're going to complain about these made up issues and be like, "Oh, that's the real problem. That's the true barbarism. We're the barbarians." Fuck that. That's embarrassing, self-loathing, self-flagellating shit, Kyle. You don't know shit. You are not the person I would ever count on to make the hard calls, the hard decisions that need to be made. No. Hard choices. Choices where you don't get to come out with, "Oh, I look good. My reputation is spotless." You're up against a rock and a hard place. And that is why we have people in those positions who are unflinching and who are dedicated to the security of everyone, even if that comes at the expense of the psyche of a fucking scumbag jihadi, just a terrible person. Why do we feel bad? Why do we feel bad that they were minorly inconvenienced for a few minutes and then they gave up what information they knew? Why would I feel bad about that? I don't feel bad when we execute people on death row who are these horrible murderers who ripped fetuses out of wombs, who burned people in their trunks of the cars.
That's the thing, Reece. Our opponents, people like Kyle, are also against the death penalty. They cry when the tyrants among us are executed.
Yeah, they didn't like when that.
Not only do they not want to kill Assad, not only would they rush to his defense, not only would they rush to Mohsen Fakhrizadeh's defense and say, "You violated his rights. He had a right to get nukes for Iran, man." But they defend the life of the despots next door, right? The mini dictators, the people that, kidnap 6 women and murder them in the forest. They defend that shit. Look, I've said it before. I've alternated on my views of the death penalty. I'm pretty stable on it now. I would be very surprised if my views changing at all. There were 2 reasons why I was against it for a little while. I was convinced by some people to change my view of it, which was some people, you get the wrong person and then they're dead and there's no exonerating them because they're dead. And that happens about 4% of the time. And then the other is it's not as much a deterrent as some of the proponents would claim. Here's what switched me on both of those positions and switched me back to the death penalty. On the 4% thing, guess what? That's right around the rate of collateral damage in war. That doesn't mean we don't do the wars. That'd be like saying, "Oh, well, innocent people died in the Iraq war, so therefore you shouldn't have done it." It's like, no, that's what happened.
Introduce reforms to that.
You try to lower it, but you understand that in order to get the job done, some innocent people are going to get caught up in that. That's just a fact. We didn't create the world that is divided between islands of freedom and continents of slavery. However, that doesn't mean we get to sit on our asses and accept it at face value and say, "Oh, well, that's just the world. We're not going to change it." No. We're hawks. We forge the world in our image. And likewise with the death penalty, we exact justice and we apply justice universally. And sometimes you're going to get the wrong person. Granted, yes. The second point on this is the deterrent effect. Well, guess what? Not every aspect of the criminal justice system is about deterrence. Sometimes it's about justice. Sometimes it's about retribution.
Justice for the family and friends of people who have been murdered.
I personally believe that retribution is a legitimate part of the justice system. It has to be for us to be a civilized society. Otherwise, we're saying we tolerate heinousness and it won't be punished. And second is, now let's imagine your family is somebody who's in jail for life, life in prison. Well, now every 5 years, you got to be sick to your stomach that they're going to go before a parole board, and maybe there's a 15% chance they get out. How is that part of a civilized society to have the families of murder victims live forever without that closure? This is why I say, look, if you kill people, you do you molest children, this kind of stuff, you exact these great heinous abuses on our society, you get put down. You 100% get put down, and we end you. That's the only way that a just and civilized society can operate. Any society that rejects the death penalty is not serious enough to actually have a just society in order. Now you can say, well, what about Canada? What about all these countries out there that don't do the death penalty? Are they not just? Look, for 99.9% of Canadians that go about their day and everything, it doesn't really affect them. But if you happen to be the family of somebody that was murdered, you would know the anxiety of the parole process. What if the killer gets out? Here's how the families of victims in death penalty societies feel. Oh, that guy's been dead for 10 years now. We executed him. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. You kill somebody, we execute you. An eye for an eye. That used to be how things were handled. It used to be, oh, you killed somebody? Oh, great. We're just going to execute you. We used to have a no-nonsense sort of policy around that. And yeah, people might say, oh, it's like, oh, that sounds like conservatism or whatever. It's like, yeah, conservatives are right about that. Deal with it. So there you go.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't even necessarily view it as a left versus right issue. I think it's one of those things where it's so rare to get anyone to talk about it. It's seen as such a taboo, but it's such an obvious course for like these situations that came up recently where you had people on death row and people were trying to convince them, oh no, they've changed. And then you go back and you look at what they did. You're like, what the hell?
No, I know we're taking a little bit of a break from the regular sort of foreign policy talk right now. I do want to say this. That's another argument that's made there. What if somebody genuinely changes? I want to be very clear about something. I'm not saying that people can't genuinely change. It's very possible that you could have a brutal killer who did something heinous, and then 8 years later, after being in prison or whatever, they had a genuine change of heart and they're not like a killer anymore. Here's why I say that's irrelevant, because you know who didn't get to have a change in their life? The person that was murdered. So I say, even if they 100% eschewed their old ways, they need to be killed, because we need to make it known that you kill somebody's life, you don't get to live your life. You rob somebody of all of their experiences and life moments and milestones. We put you in the ground. I want to bring the firing squad back. I put a bullet in their head. But if we want to do this weak sauce lethal injection thing where we pretend it's not real and we close the curtain and pretend we're not doing it and shut it away from the world, that's fine. That's fine as long as they're dead. I would prefer it if we made it known publicly what we're doing and made it very clear. You kill people, the state executes you, and made it very blunt, and I know some states still do firing squad, but it should be more universally done as a show of force, basically. I don't believe that having a change of heart, even if it's genuine, even if it's sincere, means we spare your life, because you didn't spare their life. And that's just how it fucking is. Like it's actually an issue that I've become more passionate about as I realize, hey, look, how am I a hawk? How am I somebody who supports the Iraq war? How am I somebody who supports liberating North Korea from all these despots and everything? Yet I haven't really been focused much on talking about the despots that live across the street, and they live at home. And that these people, if they were in those dictatorships or whatever, they would be the party bosses, doing the Lavrenti Beria stuff. Like these people are grotesque. These people are anathema to humanity. And then the thing about them is they've proven that they have no regard for the social contract. And the way that I see it is, basically, I may be a little bit repetitive here. If you rob somebody of their life, no matter what change of heart you ever have going forward, is 100% irrelevant because you have forfeited your right to life, basically. And in my view of it is, if we've determined in a court of law that you killed somebody, then you're going to die. You're going to be put down. That's how I would handle it, you know, as along with some other offenses. Like if I were in charge, we would like, I'm not saying, oh, make the death penalty for anything or whatever. I'm just saying treat serious crimes seriously. You murder people. You know, I'm not talking about manslaughter or anything. I'm talking about premeditated murder. Then yeah, we're like, what are we talking about? Why would you get life in prison? You're basically at that point sentencing the family of the victim to life in anxiety over when are they going to get out from parole, especially if they're in a blue state or whatever, where they've got more liberal parole boards. And I know what you're saying, Reece, that it's not really a left or right thing. I don't think it should be. I think it should be just like intervention. I think that it should be a non-politicized thing. It should just be something that everybody agrees is common sense. However, traditionally in Canada and the United States, it's been a conservative domain mostly to champion the death penalty. And I will say this, that, you know, Suzuki, somebody over on Twitter, is like a friend of our community and everything. And he has gotten so much vitriol and bullshit for simply standing up for justice and for, you know, the families of these victims to be able to live in peace and having that closure of knowing, yeah, that the killer's never going to get out because the killer's dead. And what do they say? They say some of the most heinous shit towards him. And these people understand, a lot of these people don't even make that change of heart thing. They just say that it's not the state's place to kill people and everything, you know? And honestly, half of it is like the libertarian BS angle and half of it is this woke progressive angle, you know? And oftentimes there's that BLM aspect that comes into play too, where if there's a racial coding to it, they'll defend the murderer, even if they haven't even really had a change of heart. I mean, Devin Tracy's done many videos over his career exposing people defending unrepentant murderers from getting the death penalty. Like, we're not even making a change of heart argument. They're just saying, oh, this is racism to kill them. It's like, no, they broke the law. They need to pay the price, you know?
It's been 20 years, so therefore that's enough. Anyway, yeah, no, that was kind of a tangent, but I think
I know it's a tangent. I know it's a tangent, so.
Yeah, I was gonna just like butt in for briefly. I mean, I don't know. I'm not like super passionate about the issue. I don't know. I feel like I'm a little more on the anti side if I had to choose. Like I think Dr. Zayas makes some pretty good points. I do hear, you know, when it comes to like the families of the victims, I think that's, in my view, like the most compelling argument, because, you know, there is, you know, an aspect of like retribution and justice, and, you know, justice for the, you know, victims of the, you know, people's family, you know, people that they lost. You know, I understand that. And, you know, reserving the death penalty as an option for like the most heinous of murderers, you know, I'm not crying for these people. But, you know, I you know, the you know, the 4% innocent thing and whatnot, you know, that I do find that to be like somewhat compelling. But, you know, again, I'm not like super passionate about the issue.
No, I get you. That's what convinced me. No, I used to be pro the death penalty for the longest time, and then I was anti it just over the 4% argument, because that's a pretty compelling argument. But then, what's the civilian death rate from the U.S. coalition against the dam? It was around that, right? So it's like, by that logic, you can't do the Iraq War then because collateral damage. So that's the issue that I have. Is like collateral damage happens anytime you do justice. Whether it's,
I think if you reserve it to more high-profile cases, there's going to be more investigation, you know, more resources dedicated to those investigations, and you could drastically lower the number of innocent people on death row just through that alone. And when it comes to, I get kind of the argument being made that, well, actually, you know, maybe people technically suffer more if they spend a lifetime without freedom, and they spend a lifetime being abused. This is kind of going to be a little bit of a controversial statement. Maybe I don't want them to be abused necessarily. Like, I'm not in favor of that. I'm not in favor of, you know, I don't take joy in people in these, you know, the prisoners roughing each other up. I think that's pointless. And I see oftentimes capital punishment as being the humane choice for someone in that situation, and for the families and friends of people who were taken as well. I don't take joy in it. I don't take joy necessarily in Jeffrey Dahmer dying in prison. I don't take joy in Dylan Roof being roughed up in prison. Why would I take joy in that? Who the fuck? Like, that seems very just oddball to me.
Well, here's the thing, though. If you said to me, you're either going to get the death penalty or life in prison, I would prefer the death penalty personally. I actually think life in prison is a worse punishment. But like I said, what are you also doing if you sentence a killer to life in prison? You're sentencing the family of the victim to life in anxiety over they might get parole. That's the thing, right? You have to take into account closure.
If you take away the appeal process, that I think that would be a good compromise. Like I would settle for that compromise potentially.
I disagree. And here's why. You got to think about it from the perspective of the family. You know that this guy is going to be around for 50 years in prison. How do we know you're not going to get a woke government in 22 years that's going to re-bring into, or just like exonerate people that were guilty, or say, oh, you're commuted now because we're woke and progressive or whatever. The thing that's great about the death penalty is no matter how many woke progressives win elections going forward, they're dead. They can't bail them out.
Hey man, wait till they invent resurrection science.
That's true.
Kevin, I was actually wondering if we could divert just briefly from the regularly scheduled programming. I do actually have to go shortly because it's getting very, very late, or should I say early where I am. But there is one thing that I wanted to cover in particular that I had a burning desire to talk about. And if you go to my Twitter feed, you'll see what I'm talking about. And this was the shoe on head thing that I wanted to bring up.
Oh yeah.
Was it her Twitter exchange?
Oh, yes, I see. This is her responding to Dylan Burns. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll bring this up.
I think we could talk about that, and then we could let Mike go, and we could have a little intermission.
Yeah, we'll have an intermission.
We kind of got hung up on some things.
I do want to cover a story afterwards, though, that's going to hark back to the days of Bentley is a very cute dog, and Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. I want to talk about that story.
Oh, jeez. Why are we going to talk about that story? No one wants to hear about that story. Oh, man.
Okay. This is Dylan Burns here.
Do we have her original tweet? Because I think that's as worthy of talking about. I mean, go to somebody shared it in the Hawk chat.
Okay.
The full exchange.
There's a lot of comments in the Hawk chat. I'm going to see if I can find it though.
I know, Zace. I know it's almost 4 a.m. I'm up for you people.
that
chat is a lively chat.
I'm pulling through for the audience, guys.
Reece,
I got it for you.
Reece, Kevin has a group chat.
Okay, I'm sending it to you.
Okay.
That's the full context of that exchange.
Okay. Right. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. I'm just gonna get the main one. Yeah, no, June is detestable. I despise Brainlet June. She's also very much she's also very much not interested in debating me.
She's also a bully and a narcissist. Like, this is something I did not know, like, to the extent of how deplorable she is, but there is a video by I think this Brittany Venti, who I think is a little crazy herself, but there's a video that she has called "The Ballad of a Small Bean," and that'll tell you everything you need to know about Shoe on Head.
A small bean.
Okay. Concerns. This is CNN Politics. Concerns mount that U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan could progress on women's rights. And there's Daniel Black in the woods, again drunk in the woods with the FBI, saying they did it for the transgenders, man. That's what
the women's.
Yeah, the women's and the transgenders.
It's a feminist war.
Yeah, for Afghan feminisms, man. Okay, so this is Brainlet June's disgusting response, and then Dylan Burns responded with, "We should talk foreign policy sometime." And then it continues. But Brainlet June responds, "Dylan, my foreign policy is just brain dead isolationism." Well, she's not wrong. She's honest. I would have been one of those morons in World War II saying, okay, but she's unironic. Like, I know she's being like, it's funny, I'm owning it. But no. But like, it's not cute and funny. You're unironically saying that you would have defended Hitler. These morons in World War II saying not to get involved. We should absolutely not talk foreign policy. And then he says, at least you are honest, Tulsi. Well.
See, this is the thing. This is what got me blocked over. Because you know, she put out a tweet about like the neocon extinction button. Oh, it's so funny. Like if she had it her way, if we had not intervened in World War II, then the Germans would have wiped out my people and the American way of life as we know it. If she had it her way.
Well, when she says not get involved, I know she's thinking of Nazi Germany. Does she not know that Japan also attacked America? Like they didn't just declare war. They actually bombed America. The Nazis declared war on America.
But we deserved it because we were, not selling our oil.
False flag. If she was alive during World War I,
yeah, the Lusitania was a false flag. The CIA did it for Jewish wars for oil, man.
Yeah, that's basically the extent of her foreign policy.
It's amazing. I do like that she's kind of trying to be like cutesy and ironic, but it's like, yeah, but if you likely if you lived back then, you would be largely the same useless bint that you are now.
Yeah,
and what would change?
She just be far right.
It's not like a flattering thing to admit about yourself. Like it's not. Like she should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed.
She couldn't even bring herself. Like seriously, that tells you no one should be subscribed. No one should be taking her seriously. She couldn't even go on the Burns panel, where it wouldn't even necessarily be that confrontational. It would be a couple people on there. A lot of them would be regressives. A lot of them would be, functional isolationists and non-interventionists for the most part. And even they take issue with June's tweet, which basically is this completely disgusting dismissal of the state of women's rights in Afghanistan post our withdrawal. And June's just like, oh yeah, that's cute. I don't care about that. That's happening halfway around the world. They're not American. They don't look like me. I don't give a shit.
Well, it's human rights for me, but not for thee.
I have 1 million subs. I don't have time for this shit.
We only want human rights for whites, man. End the wars.
Yeah, completely demented, divorced from reality. No empathy, no sympathy whatsoever. Just fuck them. They're not American.
By the way, this here is the face of the anti-war left. Let's just be clear about that. 100% straight up mask off, admitting that they would have been right there with all the far right America Firsters saying, "Why not peace with Hitler?" Except she's honest about it. At least June is honest.
All right, it's not clever. It's not cute. It's how should I put this?
It's not clever. It's like saying basically, oh yeah, I would have been one of those brain dead isolationists defending the Holocaust. Haha, I am very cute.
It is a canine of the simplistic variety kind of take. Oh, I'll put it down.
Took me a second for that one.
Oh man.
Even Burns was like, this is too much. Wow.
Even Burns
Burns is not a hawk. Burns is not even close to a hawk.
He's he unironically Dylan Burns unironically identifies as a liberal internationalist. Unironically, he said to me in the debate with him, he admitted that the policy on North Korea has been a failure. The policy of negotiating with them has been a failure for 30 years. He said that doesn't mean you don't keep doing it. Dylan Burns is anti-interventionist. And even he looks at this and says, ooh, well, admitting you want to support the Nazis, yeah, that's a bit too far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit more fond of Dylan than you are, but I mean, like this is the thing. Like there's a pretty stark contrast here. Like, you know, this is the sort of take that you know, even with the benefit of hindsight, like that's what blows my mind. You have the benefit of 80 years of hindsight, and you're saying that you would have been one of those imbeciles marching against the war in World War II. Like, I can't even imagine. I cannot even imagine being inside her head.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, Dylan Burns, by the way, Dylan Burns, I believe he said on YouTube that he came out as gay. He would have been executed in the Third Reich. So, you know.
I thought that was a meme.
Is that a meme?
I thought he said girlfriends. How could he be gay?
Oh,
unless he was faking it, like there were his beards, I guess.
Well, I don't know. Look, I'm not enough in that community. I don't really keep up with this stuff. The last show I watched from Dylan Burns, I just randomly watched, was that South China Sea thing where I was exposed to Haas for the first time. And that spawned a whole saga of memes and debates and stuff on this channel. Most notably, of course, being, what does New Zealand have? Kiwis. And of course, I am a Mongoloid. We are that. And if you truly believed what you were saying, you would speak faster.
I don't think he really came out. I really thought that was a meme, to be honest with you.
You would speak like you're snorting creatine.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Unbelievable. Okay, well, Zayas or Zaus or Zausch, depending on how you say it. No, he's definitely gay. I heard him say it on one of those massive debate panels. Okay,
fair enough. Well,
like,
to be honest, we don't really care.
It doesn't matter, except, you know, let's just be clear. This is June right there saying like, oh yeah, I would have defended the regime that would have executed all the gays. You know, like.
Well, anyway, with that, I do need to get going because.
Yeah, well, thanks for you know, making time to come on Ghoul Gang Rising. It's been good having you here. We should you know, we should have hawk pilled panels and stuff and bring you on again in the future. And with that, have a good night.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on. And I was wondering when we would get to Hawk Talk. I wanted to like line up some topics, but you know, we'll set that up and, you know, in the DMs.
Yeah, no, I've been doing more of those interviews again. I took a long break from Hawk Talk until like, you know, I think like episode 9 or whatever, and I'm like, these are fun.
We'll get to it. So yeah, no, thanks everybody for coming on, listening, and thank you, Kevin, Reece, and have a good night, guys.
Yep, stay based. Keep on rocking in the free world. There we go.
And that was progressive apostate. So yeah, thank you to him for coming on. You know, sorry it's so late for him, but we, you know, our options are a bit limited for that. I think we'll return to Kyle because Kyle is so bad tonight. We need an intermission to break up this absolute nonsense. He was so bad, we would have rather have talked about something else. Like that's how bad he was. I think that we can go to intermission, and you guys stick around. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we definitely have a few more terrible videos that are going to be worthy of dissection. So stay based, and we will be right back. Down now. Down now.
So Mike is gone now, and that means that it's just the adventures of Kevin and Reece.
Finally. Then there was two. No, just kidding. We love Mike, and he's welcome back anytime. I'd been meaning to get him anyway, but it's just a little inconvenient when you're East Coast and we can only start the show so early. But maybe in the future we'll find ways to adjust that. And he was a good sport anyway. He came on for longer than I thought he was going to. And to be fair, we are some really shitty friends. We made him watch Jimmy, Dore, and Kyle. Now that is a dick move if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely.
And I will fully admit to it. I'm a shitty friend. Like, clearly, this is what I do to my friends. I sit them down, I tie them up, and I make them watch Jimmy Dore. That's my thing. That's what I'm into, okay? You people don't understand. Because if I'm going to live in a world with pain, you are all going to live in a world with fucking pain. Anyway. Whew. We barely got through any of this. But so Kyle's going to talk about John Brennan some more. Oh, God. We're going to try not to get distracted. We can do this. We're going to get through this because after this, we have some really special videos to get to. This is just the warm-up, really.
It's just the warm-up. This is the appetizer.
This is easy. I mean, we know Kyle. We know what he's going to say.
This is familiar territory. It's like the backyard. So here we go.
Savage. It was barbaric. I feel terrible. He didn't say that. He said, I'm increasingly embarrassed to be a white male these days because of things other white men say. Why are you responsible for things other white men say?
I agree with that.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, okay.
That's like the first reasonable point I've heard from him in months.
No, like on this show, that's like the only moment of agreement we've actually had with Kyle ever. Wow. Okay.
Would you say not a worthwhile agreement, in my opinion? It's like, oh, yeah, great, Kyle.
Brown, saying the sky is blue. Or in Kyle would he'd say the sky is green because everything's green. Well, tonight it's red, so I guess we're going.
Yeah, what's up with that?
I mean, Kremlin Kyle, right? Kremlin Kyle.
Oh, red's more fitting. Good point.
Yeah.
A black guy. Hey, you're responsible for something that this other random black person who you don't know what they said. I'm lumping you together because you have black skin. That would be, what's the word I'm looking for here? Racist.
Oh my God, Kyle. Thank you.
Wow.
Fucking thank you.
Wow.
You figured it out, man.
So he had a light bulb moment.
I guess I'm actually slightly surprised, but Kyle's like, he's part of the left that they kind of pride themselves on not being woke, which, hey, I'm all for that because I'm not woke either. And I'd be canceled in a nanosecond.
You've already been canceled. Dude, there have been academic journals, or at least one that I know have written about you, the UNO.
That's right.
that literally labeled you more fascist than Nick Fuentes.
That's true. That is extremely true. The difference here is that for Kyle, okay, I can appreciate that you're against the race baiting and the racializing of people. The only problem with that is that you actually represent a faction of the left that is worse than the SJWs. I will take a million annoying SJWs over Kyle.
Yes.
I can deal with them. They're silly to me. They're not even worth taking seriously.
Yes, because you know what Kyle's view leads to? It leads to people like Haas, who also are anti-woke, and they're incredibly defensive of China, North Korea, Iran, etc. Like Kyle's basically more of a feel-good version of Haas. Basically, he's like this. This was the expectations. This was the reality with Haas. Well, that's the reality with Kyle. So he's
meanwhile, an SJW might be someone who looks like Dylan Burns.
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, we don't agree on a whole lot, but at the same time, I would take Dylan Burns' foreign policy over Kyle's any day.
I would take Dylan Burns over Kyle any day. I want to be clear about that. I don't like Dylan Burns, but he's better than Kyle. So, it's a low bar.
That's the real difference right there.
That'd be a racist thing to say. That'd be incredibly.
Okay, StreamYard.
Oh, I don't think StreamYard's like the Mike left. I don't like it
Looking for
either,
here?
man. It hurts.
Racist. That'd be a racist thing to say. That'd be incredibly racist.
Okay, yes.
Lumping people together solely on the basis of the color of their...
Oh my God.
Oh,
he's
wait. Writing Time's asking if Haas is pro-North Korea. Oh, he's 100% pro-North Korea.
He's pro any country that's against America.
No, I know he spends like all of his time and all of his video graphics are like, oh, look at these cool Chinese architecture buildings that look like they were trying to copy the West and stuff, but they're totally different, man. And we don't need the West, man. We just want to impress the West, man. No. But like, let's be clear about something. He 100% defends North Korea. He's even talked about it on stream. He defends what he calls the DPRK and their righteous struggle against liberal imperialism. So, and the bourgeoisie. So.
Kyle is about to seriously continue with this train of thought and tell us why racism is bad. That's where we're at.
Skin.
Yeah, don't judge people by the color of their skin.
He's against racism. I guess we agree with him on everything.
That's what that one comment said. Hey, doesn't Reece agree with Kyle on pretty much everything? Well, here's something we agree on. The only point is the only difference there is I don't think this is worth talking about for 5 minutes.
Yes. By the way, just a quick point. Zaus is right in chat. Without America and Europe, China would have no one to rip off. Yeah, let's be clear about something. I know people make it like, oh, America's economy would crash without China and all this. China needs us more than we need them. If we decided to cut the cord on them, they would go bankrupt and there'd be a revolution because there'd be no jobs and the communists would literally be taken out in the streets like Gaddafi. If they cut us off from trade, we would just trade with India. So...
Yep. As soon as people realize
you wouldn't do that, you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That, rightfully so, with any other group of people. Why would you do that? Why do you think that's okay? Why do you think this sectarian thinking is reasonable?
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, kind of
but he does it
hyperbolic
for
language, but whatever.
Sectarian. Whatever.
Wait a minute. Does he know it's sectarian?
No. He's secular talking. I don't think he knows what that means. I think he just means sectarian means different groups. Like, look, he's not smart. He's not smart. I know.
That usually refers to like, ideological divides more than anything.
I know.
So it's kind of just weird hearing it here.
I know. That's because Kyle. He's kind of a big brain bro. Like he doesn't actually know this kind of stuff. He just thinks he's smart.
Like when people talk about it in the context of the Middle East, they'll talk about like the Sunni versus Shia conflicts. Yes. So that's like that's seen as their sectarian conflict, sectarian violence. Sectarian talk is a great meme. Yes. That's a keeper.
That's a banger right there. Absolutely.
That's a beauty.
Somebody needs to make that meme right there. Yeah, that's a beauty. Yeah, no,
that's a beaut.
It's a beaut. It's a beaut, bro. Okay, let's continue.
Men. So self-flagellating white guilt. That's what.
Wait, hold on. But he's self-flagellating Western guilt. He literally thinks America is the bad guy. He thinks
literally in nearly every video he'll say, "We are the international bully. We are the problem in the world. The sole superpower."
Mm-hmm.
But then he's going to tell us that white guilt is wrong. Okay, means nothing coming from you, Kyle. Oh my God, are you guys saying that white guilt is good? Is that what you're saying? Says some low IQ poster who can't possibly process the level at which we're thinking.
Amazing.
Again, the former director of the CIA, he was involved in torture, surveillance, and the drone program, which killed 90% civilians.
No. Everything you're complaining about is ridiculous. And we've already explained why.
Yeah.
This is the part of the Kyle video where he's just like, you know what? Remember what I said 2 minutes ago? I'm just going to say that again. Because, why not? Yeah. It pads out the videos. As long as we get over like 10 minutes toward there, I'll get better, better ad time. Get to run more ads on the video. I mean, come on. That's how it works.
Yeah, man, that's the grift, man. Gets me $13,000 a month, man.
But you guys were pro-capitalism. Oh, I am. But that doesn't mean I'm in favor of people making money off stupid shit.
Yeah.
But by all means, pursue your dreams.
Look at Kyle.
Bad about that.
He looks like
Doesn't
a
feel
preacher, like a reverend. Like, oh look, now he's healing someone. He's like the healing power of Jesus right there.
He's casting out the demons, man.
Hallelujah.
No, this is the healing power of Jesus. The other one was like, I exorcise this demon. Like there, be gone in the name of Jesus Christ and the Holy Ghost.
To the fiery pit with you.
Oh man.
Feel bad about that. Doesn't feel bad about being a warmonger and a war criminal.
War criminal. Okay, so hey Kyle, what war crime did John Brennan commit?
That is an amazing screenshot.
That's actually, that one's going in the
Oh. No, he's a warmonger and a war criminal.
You know, okay. I got a question. Is it possible to be a war criminal but not a warmonger? And is it possible to be a warmonger and not a war criminal in Kyle's view? Because he uses those terms interchangeably as if they mean the same thing when they don't.
And we're not going to get into the context of the reason why he may have overseen enhanced interrogation techniques, the reason why he oversaw certain drone strikes, the reason why he may have advocated for certain wars. Do we get to hear from John Brennan? No, we just heard the bit that we're going to demonize him for. Okay.
Yeah, I like Riding Time in the chat. He says, you're for free markets. You have to be okay with my grift. By the way, Riding Time, the only cool and reasonable anarchist I've ever actually talked to, you know, on the internet. So
that's a prestigious honor right there.
No, seriously, you can check out the debate with him. We agreed a lot on dunking on a bunch of the brainlet ANCAPs that I was debating previously. And, you know, he's a guy you can actually have a conversation with who doesn't just use a bunch of Rothbard memes and attacks his theft memes and everything. He's actually somebody that you can actually have a productive conversation.
Hey, you hit me with the Rothbard memes, I'll hit you with the Rothbard PDFs. Let's keep it real.
That's right, the PDF.
That's called a proportionate response.
That's right. You know, those PDFs, man, who needs a military? Let's just send China the PDFs of Rothbard, man.
Freedom shall reign through the world.
That's right.
Didn't mention that at all, but he feels bad. I'm increasingly embarrassed to be a white male because other white males have said things that are wrong or whatever, or are conservative politically.
Okay, so that's stupid. Thanks, Kyle. But the only reason you made this video was to shit on the CIA. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Make PDFs, not war.
Now PDF machine go burr.
There's a meme.
I
would gladly.
Time, like, by the way, Riding Time was in the military. He was in the Gulf area. He says, apparently you can be a war criminal without ever being in a war zone or overseeing any sort of operation. Well, Kyle would say, oh, but he was in the U.S. government, man. That's what he would say.
Yeah, CIA, bro.
That's what he would say. I mean, I'm sure if we pressed him on it and like he had to actually rush for an answer, because of course he doesn't do debates, but if he had to, he'd probably say, oh, well, he did the torture. That's what he'd probably go with, because some people would say, oh, that's a war crime or whatever. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that. It wasn't exactly torture, and it was legal, and it was in a time of great crisis, and it didn't result in the deaths or anything of anybody that actually underwent it and saved lives. And that's why we say enhanced interrogation. Like, they'll try to say to us, oh, you guys just call it enhanced interrogation because you guys don't want people to associate it with torture, as if we're like trying to cover up torture. No, I like what Reece said. We don't do false equivalences between actual torture and giving people a psychological.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want people to really associate it with torture.
Look, here's what it is. It's a psychological spook. That's what it is. Those people were fine afterwards. So,
but one guy said he didn't like it.
They do. That's what their regimes and their terrorist groups do. Look at what ISIS does, you know? No, he said before. Didn't he say before? Because Right in Time says, I wouldn't even be surprised if people turn voting for Bush into your war criminal. I believe Kyle has actually said, if I recall correctly, that anybody who supported the Iraq war should be in prison. I believe
Yes.
he actually said that.
He did say that. He said that on the world's most popular podcast.
That was on Joe Rogan.
Yep.
So he
That's where
said
he said
that. So that was him explaining why he couldn't vote for Joe Biden, because he said he couldn't support Joe Biden because Joe Biden voted for the Iraq war, and he followed it up with anybody who supported the Iraq war belongs in prison. That's what he said. So Right in Time, he's actually already done that meme. Like that's already happened, basically.
I like how when Writing Time first saw Kyle, he's like, "Wait a minute, isn't this the hungry guy?" I like that. That's the first thing he's known for.
That's what he's known for. That's like if we talk about Richard Smith, they're like, "Isn't this the milk guy?"
That's
or
the milkman.
guy? That's the milkman. That's
You know, the milkman comes around your place, and well, don't let him near mom.
No, I love how Richard tweeted some dumb stuff today. I think it was about like his disdain for the working class, and somebody who doesn't even follow me or whatever, just a random person, I'm not even sure if they watched the show, responded. The only reply to his tweet was, "Why did you send a DM to Nikki Haley's daughter, you fucking creep?"
Yeah, I saw that. That was ugh.
Because people
Richard,
think,
if you're listening, come on, man. Really?
People think the daughter thing is like it's fake. Like everybody knows the Nikki Haley stuff. I don't think people realize he's also stalked her daughter. That's why I bring it up, because it's like this goes further than just Nikki Haley, you know? So, like, by the way, like her daughter, in case you guys are wondering, she's like, I think she's a teenager, early 20s, and she has an Instagram, and he has been notorious basically in spamming that. So,
yikes. Okay.
And yet here's the thing. There are people out there that will say, "Oh yeah, you know, you tell them, Richard," and all that kind of stuff, as if like I guess like they're partly making fun of him, but at the same time they also think he's kind of cool because he goes after people that they also don't like. You shouldn't have people like that as your ally. It's like why we didn't allow MMI to be our ally, for example, because you have to have some standards. It's not good enough to be against the woke progressives. You also have to not stalk Nikki Haley and spam her daughter on Instagram with over the top, inappropriate remarks. So
kind of a low bar. It's a problem that only applies to one person.
Kind of, yeah, that's true. I mean, in before we find out that there's actually another account that's a different person, and he's from Belgium. He's not from the Netherlands, and he's Nikki Haley fan 95, and and they didn't know about each other, and they're like, hey, you simp Nikki Haley? And he's like, oh yeah, I simp Nikki Haley. Oh yeah, well I also simp her dog, man. And they're like, oh yeah, well Nikki Haley's dog is a wonderful person. So
they should have a gladiatorial match over her.
He tweeted that so many times. It's not over who wins her or anything. It's over who gets to be her number one simp. That's what the fight is over.
Of course. Like, there's no winners. I mean, come on.
I mean, I guess to some extent we win because it gets views and people like the views and the drama. I mean, we had way more people waiting for the drama stream to go live than a typical stream. Like that's what the people want. The people love the drama. So, you know.
Come on, Richard. I know you listen sometimes. Come on.
Oh,
you have a phone, which means you probably have an internal microphone. You can come on a stream.
No, I won't debate you. I don't have a microphone. I'm an elitist.
Yeah, what a great excuse. Anyway.
Yeah.
Listen, I would much rather be somebody with terrible political opinions than be an actual war criminal, which is what.
An actual war criminal.
Well, you know, Kyle, your wish is fulfilled because you, as far as we know, are not a war criminal, but you are a guy with horrible political opinions.
That's true.
You don't need to wish for it. It's happened. And look,
Yes.
look how high as fuck he looks in that. Whoa, man.
Oh man, writing time's asking, is that what the school computer meme is about? No, actually, it's another rabbit hole. The school computer meme is about this grifter right there. That's Ian Stevens, who's had me blocked after he agreed to debate me and then backed out of it and said that we needed to wait 3 weeks for him to get, quote, actual computer equipment at school. This is a guy who, by the way, said, who wins the debate? The guy who, referring to him, who got accepted into PhD IR programs at Harvard and Stanford, or Kevin Castley, even though he doesn't have a degree and I have 2, basically. And it was a conditional acceptance predicated on him keeping his grades up. He's on Twitter tweeting 24/7. There's no way he kept his grades up. So, yeah, it gets worse and worse. No.
Yeah, he's an elitist, asshole whose parents pay for everything. But apparently they couldn't pay for a laptop.
They couldn't pay for a laptop. Well, Kanzik offered to buy him a laptop and he blocked him. Because Kanzik was like, hey, I heard you didn't have the computer equipment to debate Kevin. I'll buy you a laptop if you debate him. And he got blocked. And Reece, you got blocked simply because you changed your name to School Computer on Twitter. And
I did some like light trolling of him and he blocked me. He is honestly, he puts Kyle to shame. Ian Stevens is one of the most infamous grifters. He's constantly shifting political ideologies every couple months.
He went from being a Bernie bro to being
he was a neocon.
To being, well, no, he went from being a Bernie bro. Let's just get the trajectory straight. He went in the span of 1 year from being a Bernie bro, writing articles on how Bernie was going to make America great, basically, to being a huge fan of Recep Tayyip Erdogan and Henry Kissinger and a defensive realist grifter, to then being a neocon grifter. And people were like, hey, man, you should be cool with Ian now. He's grifting as a neocon. I'm like, yeah, nope.
The key word there is grifting.
But he admits it. That's the other thing that's stupid. To him, he feels like, oh, yeah, I'm like the deplorables or the ghouls. I'm owning the label. I'm a grifter. Except that's not badass. That's stupid. Like some things, like, okay, here's the hot take, I guess. Some labels you can't own and make it cool. You just can't. Like, and that, I know that's gonna sound kind of weird because you're like, they're like racial slurs that have been owned, and taken back, and made into like, like terms that aren't meant in their original usage, for example.
Kyle knows some of them.
Yeah, that's true. He knows some of them, and he's also talked about it being hungry and stuff in the past. Kyle, yeah, he's well aware of that. But here's the thing: even malicious racial slurs over time can be like flipped back and made into something that's like, oh yeah, well, we're just going to use that word. What are you going to do about it? But some words can't. Grifter is one of those words that can never be turned into something cool. It's never going to be turned into something like, yeah, I am grifting. That's never going to be something that's like, oh, look at that guy. He's such a gangster or whatever. Like, no, everybody thinks he's mega lame. Like you're never going to turn grifter into like a term of endearment. It's never going to happen. It can't happen unless the word changed its definition. And we came up with a different word to describe grifting. That's like saying, I'm a liar, man. That's what I am. Or I'm a cheater, man. That's what I am. It's never going to be something that, is made to be cool. It's like saying, no, you know what it'd be like? It's like saying, oh yeah, I am an incel or I am a loser. That's never going to be anything but a cell phone. So like, seriously.
Oh, they'll try to switch it around.
And by the way, the only reason why he had to do that, why he had to try to like own it, is because it's so obvious to so many thousands of people that are aware of his existence on Twitter that he is a grifter that he can't even deny it anymore. So he figured, oh, well, I might as well go for broke and try to own it and everything. that made it worse. Like, because if he just stuck to something for like a year or 2 years, people might say, oh, well, those are his genuine politics now. Once you say, oh, yeah, I am a grifter, well, now everybody's always going to be skeptical of you, you know?
And the thing is, he does have a small following. I could see a certain contingent of people who think it's so cool to be like aloof and to be like, I don't really care. You know, I say things, but I don't really believe them. And that's just cool, man. Just let me be me. I just like going through life fluidly and getting to experience different perspectives and different outcomes. I'm open-minded like that.
Yeah, no. Writing Time says what's funny is that he probably does have a laptop. Oh yeah, here's the other thing that's amazing about it. He could actually,
how could you go to school and not have a laptop?
His parents are rich. He goes to like a prestigious university in the Carolinas, and he got accepted apparently into Harvard and Stanford. He has a laptop. It's probably a few $1,000 laptop. So not only is there the lie there, and that's why it was weak, also he could actually do the debate on the phone that he was using to tweet that he couldn't do the debate. It would have kind of bad audio, but we have guests on the show all the time that have terrible audio. Nobody's expecting him.
Yeah. Who could that be?
Yeah, for $1,000 setup. I mean, we have guests on here from Wyoming that have to deal with Wyoming. So
you're not wrong. I mean, like, yeah, it was lame then, and it's even more lame now.
The grift zone. The grift zone. Yeah, that's the gray zone, basically. Oh man,
because you have a guy who spends all day on Twitter, but he can't come on for a debate.
No, it was pathetic. And we clown on him for so long, and people started to say like, oh, look, you guys look childish. And Reece and I've talked about this in the past. We're always held to a double standard. Our opponents can be as childish and silly and persistent and ridiculous as they want.
Mean-spirited.
Yeah, mean-spirited. But if we try to hold people to account, people accuse us of being childish. And we'll always be the ones being canceled. Like, there's a reason why Ian Stevens can gain 100 followers or Liz can gain 100 followers. Yet for us, it takes us a little while longer because we don't just say stuff to make people feel good and do the clicky thing where you're like, oh yeah, let's cancel him and let's cancel them. We just speak truth, you know, and then the truth, I mean, let's keep it real. Getting mugged by reality is something a lot of people aren't necessarily ready for. So it's going to take a little while. So
I think we have the comment of the night from Zayas. Grifters is hungry.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, we gotta go to WR Winter first. Says Kevin will be proved wrong in 2022 with the advent of grifta with no hard R.
Yeah, grifters well on its way to being a slur.
Griftas is hungry. I see what you did there. I mean, it's Writing Time says I watch Superpower Broadcasting for even more reasons to hate my own tribe. Like, see, that's the thing, and I've said this before. I mean, like, I try to imagine if I was in Writing Time's position, because like he's like the one reasonable anarchist I've ever talked to on the internet, and it's like, imagine if I was the only reasonable hawk, and like every other hawk out there. Like everybody, there was no Spooky Nukies, there was no Kanzik, there was no any of these guys. The only other hawks out there were people like Ian Stevens and people like McCarthyist Machiavellian imperial. I would be embarrassed. No. At that point, I would be watching the progressives and stuff, being like, "Look, I actually have more respect for you people than my own side at that point, because it's all Richard, MMI, and Ian Stevens. Like, if all hawks were like those guys." Because that's basically the position Writing Time's in. Because what does he see? He sees other anarchists come on here and debate me, and they do they either do the PDFs meme or the non-aggression principle thing of, oh, well, you know, this doesn't violate that and that doesn't violate this principle, and here's 500 pages regurgitated from Hoppe.
Equivocation between war crimes and taxation.
Yes, and also the equivocation between the free world and communist China. Or they go in the other direction where they don't have any answers whatsoever. You ask them, well, how do you square your ideology and your optimistic view of humans with the pessimistic view of human nature that I just laid out? And they'll say, I don't know. I ain't got an answer for you, man.
Oh my god.
That actually happened. That actually happened. And that was a guy I debated who's been desperate for round 2, and that's not happening. I mean,
you have to earn a round 2. Like, he didn't even try in round 1.
No, he did. He admitted he did. Look, by the way, if you're an anarchist or you're an ANCAP or whatever out there are actually answers to those. They're not good answers. They're wrong. But you could give a dogmatic answer and say something about how, well, no, human nature is good and you're wrong and you're a bootlicker for believing Hobbes' view of it. He could have said that. He didn't even try. He just said, "Oh man, I'm so high right now, man. You're getting you. It's kind of like Ace, man. Except even Ace was more consistent in his trolling attempt. He just was flailing and flailing, and then 35 minutes through said, "Oh yeah, well, I'm high, man." And I'm like, "Okay, but you got to answer the question." And I had 2 questions for him. He couldn't answer either. He couldn't answer how an anarchist society would defend itself against a state invading it. There is an answer to that. You could say, "Oh, militias," and make it hard for them. Even Keith Knight said, "Send them PDFs if they invade." Of Murray Rothbard. He did start with the PDF thing, but he's like, I ain't got answers for you. And I'm like, oh, so that's 2 wins for me. And he's like, what? How is it 2 wins? I'm like, it was 2 questions. You couldn't answer either. And he couldn't even figure that out. And now he wants round 2. He's like, why isn't it round 2? It's like before, it's like, how is it 2 wins? And now he's like, how isn't it 2 rounds? You know? So
we literally had to teach him how to count. Like, that's how bad it was.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Writing Time says, I'm surrounded by drug users and sex pests. That's basically how I would feel if all the Hawks were like MMI and Richard. So, you know, it's a good thing.
I'm surrounded by milk drinkers.
I'm surrounded by
milk thirsters.
Everybody I know is hungry for milk.
Oh.
I know. Let's finish up Kyle, and then we've got, you know,
we have to be near the end. Please.
We're about 65% through. I know.
Oh, Jesus.
I know. You're expecting 80, right? It's Kyle. It's always less than you expect. We're always fewer percent through.
But John Brennan is. And then, of course, he had to slip in there. There's so few on that side of the aisle that believe in truth, honor, and integrity. And who did he bring up? Liz Cheney.
Dun.
Another Ghoul.
He brought her up because she was opposed to the insurrection. She's taken a stand against Trump. She wants to reclaim the party and a little bit of dignity after the last couple of years.
Against Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Kyle's like, why don't we have our own Marjorie Taylor Greene, man? Basically.
Did he really say that?
Well, he didn't say that, but you know what he said about the insurrection. You know what that side is.
I mean, honestly, he said worse. He said that he wants the left-wing Trump.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
He has said that, so he may as well have said we want the Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, Kyle, good luck with that. It's not happening.
They have Ilhan Omar. They have Ilhan Omar, so.
Yeah, and I mean, like, her newness appeal is worn off, and even she is being labeled now as like part of the fraud squad, and she's like really extreme.
That's right. She's fraud. She had brunch, man. She had brunch. That's step 10 of 10 into fascism, man. Is
you're just not going to get a Democrat Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's not. There's not a system in place to support that. No. People would not go for that at all.
Person who has never, ever, ever met a war she didn't like.
Kyle, you've never met a dictator you didn't like. So let's just be real about that.
It's almost like the United States is a serious country and does not enter into wars for no reason.
Yep.
It's not like we're throwing darts at a list of names like where are we going to invade today? Panama. That's good enough. It's a country. There's people.
So he's not embarrassed to be a warmonger. He's not embarrassed to be a torturer. He's not embarrassed for the illegal spying. He's not embarrassed for the drone program.
The spying was legal, by the way, just for the record, but whatever.
Not embarrassed for any of it. He is embarrassed to be a white male. So
Kyle's view is that the United States laws are illegal.
But that's illegal. I mean, maybe it's illegal now. Can't we retroactively?
That's illegal under UN law, man. That's illegal under Russian law, man.
All the laws of the world must agree. And they mustn't, but it can't be America deciding on which laws we follow.
Anyway, you can see what is fashionable among liberal elites. This is the new thing. Listen, I'm not making it up. You guys are seeing it with your own two eyes. What's fashionable among liberal elites and democratic elites is lean in hard to identity politics. Lean in hard to sectarianism.
Hold on. Is John Brennan a Democrat? Hold on. I thought he was
I always thought he was a conservative.
I thought he was a Republican. Hold on a second. John Brennan, I could have wait, he's a Republican. I swear he's a Republican.
There's no way. There's no way he's like some super liberal.
Yeah, he worked for George W. Bush, obviously. I can't find his party affiliation right now.
It's basically like the logic here, because it's possible that he's not even that vocal about his own personal politics, given his position. It's not meant to be a political one necessarily. So Kyle's just saying, well, I saw him. He was on liberal media. He was bad mouthing Trump. He was bad mouthing the insurrectionists. So therefore, he's a liberal. Except he named other conservatives who were also against that. So you don't have to be a liberal to be against that. Kyle.
Writing Time asks, "Isn't Kremlin Kyle a liberal elite? He makes he makes potentially $300,000 a year to do this show. I would consider that basically elite. Now I don't know. Maybe if you use the more archaic definition of elite, you'd say, well, it's about power structures and your connection to old institutions, not about how much money you have. Because people would say Elon Musk is an elite, for example, because he's an entrepreneur, and like Kyle's kind of an entrepreneur. But let's keep it real. He's a champagne socialist, champagne.
I wouldn't say he's an elite, but he definitely has an elitist mindset oftentimes. And he's very disconnected from, just the average person in a lot of ways.
Oh, Kremlin Kyle LeMayo, neocon types have the most gut-bustingly hilarious political shit talk. What I love about that is that Kyle would think, oh, they're all old and boring and 80 years old and we can't wait for them to die. And it's like, here's the deal, Kyle. I'm 27 and I'm probably going to be doing this show longer than you're doing your show. He's probably going to retire and go golfing with Jimmy Dore at some point.
I can't wait for the day we cover the final video. We'd be like, finally. It's done.
I guarantee it. His final video, it's going to mention two things. It's going to mention Dick Cheney and it's going to mention the war in Iraq. And we're going to do this meme. No, and by the way, this final video is going to be in the year 2049. And he's going, and we're going to do this meme. Still living rent-free in your head, kiddo. Because his entire career, his entire public career, his entire being of a public figure has been with Dick Cheney living rent-free in his head. Like, he acts as if Dick Cheney's still in power. He never got over that. Everything's about the Iraq war. Even for us, like, I talk about the Iraq war, but like, it's not centerpiece of what I always talk about. You'll watch videos from me where I won't even bring it up. Kyle always brings up that crap. Like, he never got over it. He never got over it. He's salty, man. He's hungry and he's salt. Yeah.
And that makes them feel like they've out-lefted people on the actual left. Hey, listen, I'm a neoliberal ass.
He's a mind reader, basically. Is that really the goal? Here's the thing. Maybe John Brennan actually believes what he said, and we just disagree with him.
Yeah.
And we disagree with like one part of what he said. No, but Kyle's trying to make it into this like Machiavellian conspiratorial. Actually, he's trying to make himself appear as a true left winger, and therefore he's more left wing than I am, and I'm not really left wing to be. Like, Kyle, you're such a dunce. Are you serious? You can't. You don't argue in good faith at all. You assume that everyone is like, what? Like, he's trying to make himself look like the ultimate left winger. And we're not even like, we know that's not true because we can't even verify his actual politics.
No. By the way, Haas is way more left wing than Kyle. I'm just going to say that. Like, Haas would call Kyle a right wing liberal fascist enabler. That's what Haas would say.
You know what this is? This is pure jealousy. Kyle looks at a guy like John Brennan and he's like, well, what's he doing on left-wing media? Why are they listening to him? Why aren't they listening to me?
That's
they
right.
should have me on. I could talk sense into the country.
That's right. No, I mean, he's been on Fox before. He's been on some other platforms, but they don't really have him on that often. And
I don't know if he's ever been on MSNBC. I don't think so. Not that I'm aware of.
I know he's been on The Hill before, but
yeah, I mean, well, they're a regressive fucking rag, so
absolutely.
I mean, of course he's been on there. No, I've seen him on Fox, and that's really about it, to be honest with you.
I mean, this is all that the Walrus has to say about what we're seeing right now.
And I mean, they bring him on Fox because they probably think he's going to be a lolcow.
Oh, of course.
Okay, so here's the left-wing representative, a YouTuber. Pfft. That's what they're thinking because we're TV, we're legacy media.
That's right.
And what do you have? You're a YouTuber, okay? Because they're boomers like that.
Yeah, they're like, oh, he posts the videos on the YouTubes.
On the YouTubes, he clicks the uploads.
Yeah, for the kids, And they're like, I don't know anything about it, but at least the kids aren't on my lawn anymore. So they haven't touched grass, man. So.
Next time someone tells me to touch grass, I'm going to go touch someone else's grass.
Yeah.
This whole corporatist warmonger, and I'm in favor of the status quo. I'm in favor of business as usual, but I say white people suck, and I don't hate gay people, so I'm to the left of you.
He never claimed to be to the left of anyone. Never once. Kyle, you're what a goofball. What an embarrassing goofball.
Look at this clown ball right here. And I know like new watchers of the show be like, why does Kevin say clown ball? Why doesn't he just call them clowns? Because clowns get paid to entertain people. Clown balls are props for clowns to entertain people with. So I'd rather be a clown than a clown ball. Kyle's a clown ball. So
wow.
Clown balls don't get paid either. They're unpaid.
Like look at the insecurity though. He's totally made up this situation where John Brennan is trying to say by saying that he's embarrassed to be a white male, he's trying to put himself to the left of people like Kyle. No one for a second thinks that he's to the left of Kyle.
To the left of Kyle. The guy worked for church, whatever. Anyway, Riding Time says corporatist warmonger because that's totally a very real label that people would wear. Well, we do know of one person that unironically wore that label. That was McCarthy and Machiavellian imperialist, and he wore that label to the demise of his career on social media. So
it's the class.
By the way, that stupid little circus clown jester thing, super cringe.
Oh wait, okay, you gotta go back. Go back. I want to do it. Last plan.
I don't hate gay people, so I'm to the left of you.
Oh, dude, come on.
Oh
Kyle.
my god.
Kyle, you're a clown ball, dude.
Genius.
I mean, this is so bad. We're actually going to have to issue, for the first time at Ghoul Gang Rising, a second degree bootlicker alert.
Okay. Please tell me we're close. Kyle.
We are about 85% the way through.
Okay, Kyle. The time has come for you to stop.
You know,
we are going to do this. We have to drag you kicking and screaming.
Classic thing that the Biden administration is doing. Let me put a transgender person here in my administration. Let me put a Native American person here in my administration. Let me diversify everything in sight. But don't ask me about my policy towards Venezuela, where I'm continuing Trump's policies.
Those are good policies.
Yes, no, that was one of the good things that Trump did.
Like, yeah, thanks, Kyle, for these dog whistles. Like, I'm sure your Kremlin enjoying audience would really appreciate that. Bitching about woke imperialism. See, they're not really left wing. They just pretend to be.
Don't
every day John Brennan wakes up, he's like, how can I be more left wing today?
Even Noam Chomsky has complimented Biden and said, wow, he turned out to be more progressive than I thought. Honestly,
even Vosh.
So these are people who are way to the left of Kyle. Maybe not Chomsky, but Vosh certainly.
No, Vosh is to the left, yeah.
And they're complimenting Biden. And those are things that we even take issue with sometimes. Him being further to the left of you, obviously, and even further to the left than me. So that can be a problem. But Kyle is saying, no, they're not actually a left-wing administration. All this is just pageantry. When they put a Native American in the administration, they don't value that person. Like, how would you even know that? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Zaus notes that Vosh identifies as an anarcho-Bidenist. That's right.
I mean, he's kind of a troll, but whatever.
Yeah.
Ask me about my
amazing. His policies on Venezuela. So, like, I love this. This is when we go full collectivists.
Well, he didn't do anything about Venezuela, though.
That's true. Trump barely did anything about it, and Biden's going to do even less.
Yes, literally. Trump did 2 out of 100. Biden's going to do 1.5 out of 100.
But they're still bitching about that. Don't ask about my policy, as if in order to be a true left-winger, he's saying, this is him literally telling you, in order to be a true left-winger, you need to be a socialist. You need to be pro Hugo Chavez, pro Nicolas Maduro.
Yeah.
One of the most oppressive regimes in the world, displaced millions of people. Oh, that's fine, though. That's fine. Starving their country? No, that's fine. Don't do anything about that. That would be imperialism. That would be right-wing. You would be a fake left-winger if you did anything about that.
He's called intervention a right-wing position, by the way.
Because he's stupid.
He sees the left as
and you know what? Fine,
and
Kyle.
the right is pro-war.
Fine. You know, it's not even necessarily that insulting. Fine. Okay, we're right-wing. What now? We're still going to advocate for the same positions. And all you've managed to do is make it so the left has a near impossible chance of winning anything. So thanks a lot for that.
Policy towards Venezuela, where I'm continuing Trump's policies. Don't ask me about what I just did in Syria with the illegal bombing, which is illegal.
God damn it.
Illegal.
No, we've gone over that. We really don't have the time to go over why that's dumb, but that's a world-ending cringe take. If you want to understand why that's dumb, watch our episodes when we covered the bombing. Too little, too late.
It's become another talking point in his repertoire. He can just go back to it at any point. For the next 4 years worth of videos, he's going to bring that up.
Illegal.
He's going to bring up, keep this in mind, for the next 4 years and beyond, he's going to bring up the killing of Hezbollah militants after 3 consecutive attacks from them against the U.S., and then you had one not even proportionate response from the Biden administration.
It wasn't proportionate. It was like 1/3 tit for tat.
So, but he's going to use that to tell us that Biden is an imperialist? Fucking insane. And it wasn't
Unbelievable.
fucking illegal.
Unbelievable.
It was about as illegal as the enhanced interrogation.
Actually, he looks kind of spooked there.
He should be. We're exposing him. We know exactly what he's going to say.
Yikes! Yeah, you guys aren't falling for my grift. Oops.
I see right through this motherfucker.
U.S. law and international law.
No. Wrong. Next.
Don't ask me about.
We've already covered that.
No, he's going to say, yeah, but Congress has to authorize it. The dumbass doesn't realize that the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the United States of America is the president of the United States, not Congress. The president has a 60-month or a 60-day leeway to retaliate, obviously.
What about my Congress, though?
Commander-in-chief.
Nah, that doesn't mean anything. We should totally gut him of any power he wields. That will be good for us.
Oh yeah, let's just why do we even need an executive? Why would you even need a head of state? Why not just have Congress do everything?
Head of state? That sounds like monarchy, bro.
That's right. That sounds like Britain, man. And you know, here's the thing about the Brits. They're Anglos. They live in the Anglo box.
We've got Jay in the chat. That's a real Anglo dude.
They speak English, man.
Got my eyes on you, Jay Turner.
They're hungry. They're hungry for fish and chips. They call fries chips. They call fries chips. That's a war crime.
Hungry for fish and chips.
That's a war crime, man. And
that's brilliant.
And they have a monarchy with the ghouls, like the Queen.
Oh yeah, and Prince Philip. Let's talk shit about him, even though he passed away.
Look, I gotta say about that, by the way, look, you don't have to be a monarchist. You can be a monarchist or a Republican or whatever. The shit talking about Prince Philip is disgraceful. The guy literally fought the Nazis and then went over to fight Japan.
I think one of the most ridiculous parts is they're acting like anyone who was remotely, supportive of him and his family is a quote unquote monarchist. They don't actually have real power. It's not, Britain is not ruled, or I guess, the UK, they're not ruled by Prince Philip.
Here's the thing about Philip. Even Philip himself, literally even Prince Philip, is not a diehard, hardline monarchist. You know what he said to the Commonwealth of Australia? He said, oh yeah, if you guys want to decide you don't want to have a monarchy or whatever, I totally get if you want your head of state to be somebody from your own country. He literally said that. He wasn't no, you have to accept the British crown forever. So
yeah, because the British Empire is gone. It's a relic. It doesn't really exist. No,
to the extent that it exists, by the way, it's with the consent of the peoples of the countries in which it exists. In Canada, it's 60% approval rating around there. So
but that's not everybody.
Yeah, but if we're going to be a democracy, what happens if the people vote to have a constitutional monarchy? It's actually popular. The monarchy is net approval in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, etc. And if it wasn't, you could just have a referendum and become a republic. It's not like the Queen of England is going to nuke you if you what?
It'd be a pretty funny alternate timeline, though.
That would be kind of funny, though. That would be kind of funny. It's just
leave us, red button.
Yeah, it's I can kind of see where you guys are coming from and everything, but have you guys looked into Trident? Because we might use it on you. And you're like, oh shit, I guess.
Okay, whatever you say, Your Majesty.
Yeah, Your Majesty. But no. Look, I'll say one last thing about Philip, though. Everybody, the exact same types of people that are celebrating and mocking Prince Philip and everything, and especially the fact that he was, literally a soldier, in World War II, or a sailor rather. All of that, all those people, every single one of them, everybody who's doing those stupid memes on Reddit and Twitter and YouTube and everything, taking Lee in it, they're all the exact same people who haven't showered in 3 weeks, who all took Lee and John McCain dying. It's not a monarchy thing for them. They don't hate Prince Philip because he was royal. They hate him because they see him as like Western establishment, and he was in the military basically. That's the thing with them. They think of him as the war criminal. Yeah, and he was old too. And
he
like
was older than a boomer.
Vosh called him a ghoul. And even Vosh's own chat though said, yeah, but like, come on, Vosh, you're just calling him that because he's old. And he's like, well, no, I'm not calling him a ghoul just because he's old. I'm calling him a ghoul because he's a ghoul, basically. And it's like, no, dude, if he was 35, he wouldn't have called him a ghoul. Like, let's just be real.
Such ageism.
Kyle would call him a ghoul though, because that's what Kyle calls everybody. He calls everybody a neocon ghoul.
He's overused that. It basically means nothing.
It means nothing. It means nothing. You have nothing. That's what
you have no substantive economy. You have nothing.
No substantive rhetoric. All you have is mining. All you have is mining. Oh man.
And kiwis.
That's right. Kiwis. Like, I can't get over.
That sounds like a pretty good deal, though. Mining and kiwis.
No, mining and kiwis as opposed to sweatshops and slave labor. Like,
that's base because that's the people working in the factories.
I mean,
it's the people owning the means of production.
Look, here's the thing that I can't get over with the whole monarchy thing is like if you're opposed to the British monarchy, you have to understand that. And I used to be really Republican when I was younger and everything, and people were like, "Oh man, like come on, like that's kind of crazy, like move to the US or whatever if you feel that way and everything." Like the thing is, the monarchy has authority over the Commonwealth realms only because the Commonwealth realms unironically consent to it. Like you poll people in all of the Commonwealth.
What if consent was manufactured, Kevin?
But like to see, that's what I'm saying. They don't have secret police forcing you to dust the portraits and shit. Like it's not a hostage type situation. If the people of Canada wanted to have a republic and said we're done with the monarchy, that would happen. Like it would literally happen. They would give royal assent to it, basically. And if they didn't, it would be the end of the monarchy for real. Like, because people would be like, oh, you're actually wielding power? Well, we're not really down with that anymore. It's a ceremonial institution. It's basically a ceremonial head of state. I mean, it's having somebody else. Like, I guess the idea, at least in the UK, the way that they describe it is that there's this idea that they separate the dignified branch of government from like the mundane policy type branch of government. In other words, the prime minister gets their hands dirty, does like politics and bickering and all that deal making and everything. And the queen is like this noble, not controversial sort of, dignified symbol to everything. That's their view. Now, you don't have to agree with it, but by and large, the British people do support. So if you want to like liberate Britain from the monarchy or whatever, you have to change the British people's view of the monarchy. That's how you'd have to do it. Otherwise, ironically, it would be anti-democratic. You'd be going against the will of the people.
Yeah, the people we debate, they're not very good at changing minds, I've noticed.
Oh, yeah, no, well, some people, I mean, the people that we debate, that's the thing. And that's the people that we debate. And those people are worlds better than the people who refuse to debate us. The people like Shuan had, she doesn't even debate. Like, even Unironic ANCAP did better than June because at least he showed up and debated. So, June just walks.
June, I mean, she already has no respect for me. If she doesn't go on a panel with Burns to defend her stance that her utter dismissal of how women will be affected by a U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, I'll have less than no respect for her. Like, it will be in the toilet at that point. That is unacceptable. Yeah. You were offered a chance. You're offered a platform. Go on and defend yourself for once.
I gotta say, just about what Jay was saying in the chat, the biggest debate in Scottish independence, because people will say, oh, look, they don't want to be under the thumb of London or whatever. The biggest debate in Scottish independence group, what kind of independence? Most of them want independence from the UK government but not the queen. So they still want the queen as their head of state. In other words, be like Canada, basically, like another Commonwealth realm. So even then, they're going their own way from England, and they're like, "Oh yeah, but we still want the Queen of England to be our head of state."
Another slave of the monarchy.
That's right. Like, because
Anyway.
there are actual monarchies out there that are like for real, like this Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Brunei, for example. They actually have real power over there. So, you know, Qatar is another one. You know, Bhutan is another one. Bhutan is like kind of benign. Like they don't like kill people and stuff, but the king does have absolute power, so he's just like nice about it. But you know,
You forgot about Wakanda.
oh, that's true. That's true. And
I am the king of
Namibia,
Wakanda.
Namibia. Trump met the king of Namibia. For
Namibia.
Namibia. That's right. He made great deals with them to
Big,
import
big deals.
very soft towels, the richest towels, the biggest towels.
You know, as much as I can make fun of Trump for that, I have almost the same reaction to when they're talking about making a new deal with Iran and they say it should be long and strong. A long and strong deal.
Long and strong. That's never not
Cringe. Terrible.
Oh man.
Anyway, let's finish this.
Yeah, we're about 90%.
Okay, we're doing awesome.
Perpetuation of the status quo or my rampant corruption. Hey, my Secretary of Defense is black. Hello.
Okay. By the way,
in one of the last videos we covered, he couldn't name the Secretary of Defense.
Oh, that was that guy, Gina Haspel, right? That's him, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
I love how, I mean, like, this is, you know, you can accuse the current administration of doing some progressive virtue signaling. I won't fault you for that, but I somehow find it even more insulting what Kyle's doing here. He's in a negative, at least what they're doing, they do it in a positive way. Kyle's doing it in a negative way. Oh, look at this guy. He's black. Secretary of Defense is black. He's a black guy. He's also, you know, a very, established, accomplished guy, but whatever. Let's not mention that.
I like the idea that Kyle thinks he hired him simply because he's black.
Oh yeah, no, he's totally incompetent, has no credentials to speak of. It's not like he was on the Raytheon board. No.
Oh well. That means that he was with the neocon Ghoul.
And that was that one video where Kyle was like, "What's his name? Lloyd Austin? Is that his name?" And it's just like, you don't know
that Gina Haspel guy. That's what Yeet's saying in chat.
Didn't
no,
know.
He said. I think he brought him in. I think Trump brought him in to be CIA director. By the way, I had somebody in the chat try to say that no, we were being unfair to Kyle because Kyle referred to Gina Haspel as a woman in a previous video a while back. I'm like, I'm just looking at this. I'm like, okay, but he didn't know anything about her. I don't buy this.
I mean, we don't watch every video. We were watching that video.
We don't watch every video. It's very possible that he did refer to her as a woman before and then forgot who Gina Haspel was.
Doesn't that make it worse?
That actually probably would make it worse because it means like he's supposed to cover this. How, by the way, how does he not know that? Like, because again, you got to understand, right? Like politics for us is mostly a hobby. For me, I treat this like a part-time job, but it's basically a hobby still at this stage. But for Kyle, it's his full-time job, and he makes about a top 5% salary doing it, basically. Like, come on, man.
Come on,
malarkey, man. We need one of those Joe Biden malarkey memes, Like, oh my god. Like he probably accused us of being like neo-lib grifters if we did that, but it's like, which is funny.
That's what death to Western imperialism called me.
But what's funny about it is that, for Biden's way more protectionist than the neo-libs of Twitter, like 100%. He literally passed, I love this idea that like Biden, he's Beijing Biden, he wants to help China. Oh yeah, then why did he make it so that the government has to buy American first? Beijing Biden, the protectionist.
He sucks as a fifth column. He's not doing a very good job. Like he could do a much better job of sabotaging the United States.
No, Yeet says, yeah, it's kind of embarrassing how Kyle forgets that about Gina. I mean, even he's like, yeah, look at that. Can you believe that, guys? It's like, dude, that's you. That's you, Kyle.
Secretary of Defense. He's a black guy. Oh yeah, he's literally about to mention Raytheon.
Oh yeah, like Lloyd Austin. I'm pretty sure Biden brought her in to be CIA director, right? That's the ticket. He brought her in to be.
I wonder why somebody who was previously on the Raytheon board would be a good fit for Secretary of Defense.
Military-industrial complex.
It's such a mystery.
Military-industrial complex. That's what Dwight D. Eisenhower said. That's what Eisenhower said. By the way, I like how, this isn't so much a thing for Kyle people since they usually like high taxes. I like how a lot of the libertarian people will cite Eisenhower as if he's a god on that. Yet what the top marginal tax rate was under Eisenhower? 91%. So, oops. Like he wasn't their guy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on economics, we've significantly gone to the right over the last, couple decades in a lot of ways, I think. Maybe not in the discourse, but in the actual policies that are implemented and kept around.
Yeah, it started with Reagan mostly. It mostly started with Reagan in like the early 1980s, with the liberalization of the economy and taxes and all that kind of stuff. There was the idea of the Laffer curve. I know a lot of people say, oh, well, the Laffer curve is wrong. That's false. It's like, no. Here's the thing about the Laffer curve. The Laffer curve is a good concept. It's true. It just depends where you think the optimal point is. Reagan thought the optimal tax rate was very, pretty low. Pretty low. Now, he did, in cases, actually wind up raising taxes to fund defense and everything. And he spent more on defense than anybody. I mean, he spent between 6 and 8%, depending on which year. For reference, right now, Biden just approved 3.6% of GDP to the military. So Reagan was doing twice that, basically, during the Cold War. We're in 2 Cold Wars now, by the way. And one with China, one with Russia. Biden's at half of what Reagan was.
Although, to be fair, they're not elevated to the same level yet, but it would be best to get a head start because we know how this usually goes.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, considering that he was, willing to raise it now, I wouldn't be all that surprised if it raised in conjunction with further arms testing and acquisition of weapons from China and Russia and North Korea, obviously. But get them now, man. Raise it now and make it just kind of a regular thing until the enemies of freedom are thoroughly defeated would be for the best.
Yeah. But the thing is, Chris has a good point. I bet Reagan didn't know about the first theorem of welfare economics. That's true. Could Reagan even draw or graph rather? Did he say graph? Can Reagan even draw an edgelord box? Think about it. I don't know if he could.
Can he draw an edgelord box?
Are you really going to be taken seriously on economics if you can't draw for us an edgelord box? We don't even need anything super sophisticated. We just need, some lines, some indifference curves, that kind of stuff. You can't draw the edgelord box. You got milk on the one side and you got dates on the other. And by the way, you're thinking, well, this is a meme about Richard. Unironically, when we went to go and get the example of the Edgeworth box to bring up on the screen to make the edgelord box, it literally had quantities of 2 different goods. One of them was dates as in like food, and the other was milk as in what you drink. And what's the optimal? And I'm like, oh, it's Richard Smith, except he's getting 0 of both from Nikki Haley. It was so perfect. Like, that's the thing about our memes. We have so many hundreds of memes that just pulling up a random graph on the Edgeworth box from like one of the like intermediary microeconomics sites immediately harks back to Milkman and Nikki Haley memes. That's the thing. Like everything is relevant at this point. And we're just getting started. We're like 4% through. Imagine when we're like 24 years through this channel, how many memes we're going to have in the inventory to reference continually. I mean, people said like, oh, TYT has a ton of inside jokes and stuff. They had a few. They had a soundboard and stuff. We have a way higher rate of memes per day at this show than TYT ever had. So, and TYT's, a lot of theirs were lame and more of a self-own. So.
Yeah, no. Nowhere on our level.
Nowhere on our level. I mean, but hey, man, I guess they're famous and we're not famous. Maybe we could, if we went to what this Russian Chinese bot is telling us, maybe we'll get famous. They've never gone away. Kansik looked into it. It's from a Russian site or something based in China. Like basically, imagine cringe that's made in Russia, but also made in China. So
double cringe.
So it's like cringe squared.
That black Secretary of Defense took over $1 million from Raytheon because he sat on Raytheon's board. If you're pointing that out, it's probably just because you hate black people.
I like how he sat on their board as if he didn't actually offer any labor to them. Like they just paid him to sit there, man. He didn't hung out. He just hung out. He he was like, "Oh man, can we get some more coffee in here, man?" and stuff. And he was like on his phone the whole time and everything. Like no actual consultation was offered. No services were offered. I like this idea that like you can be one of the most well-regarded experts in your field and be brought onto a board. And well, you're not really doing anything. I mean, Kyle's view of labor, like, look, here's the thing here, right? Like, I think Kyle doesn't think it's actually labor unless you're like building stuff or whatever. But here's the thing about Kyle.
He doesn't do labor like that.
Kyle doesn't do labor. He uploads the same video 13,000 times over. And so even if Lloyd Austin literally just drove to work, sat in a chair in the board, and was on his phone the whole time and literally did nothing. You have nothing. You have no substantive work ethic. Kyle would still do less in his day than Lloyd Austin and probably get paid about the same. I mean, he's talking, we got $1 million. Dude, Kyle, we don't know exactly how much you make. Just based on your Patreon, it's at least $150,000. But of course, he does other engagements and stuff. And, probably closer to $300,000. Kyle, you're like in the same ballpark of what Lloyd Austin was making. And you're nobody, basically. Like, you're not a general. Like,
no, he's the most important diet news voice of a generation.
He doesn't even do research. Research
is for nerds.
That's for nerds. It's for nerds. Were you a doopy nerd? Doopy nerd.
I have a couple things to say about this because that was a shockingly horrible statement from Kyle. So, okay, you can criticize Lloyd Austin. That doesn't make you a racist necessarily. However, at the same time, harping on about his race as if it's important, as if even the administration has brought it up that much, a little suspect. Also, you know what's even worse? Conspiratorially spinning this narrative that the administration, he's implying the administration brought him on because he's black in order to avert criticism of them. Kyle, go fuck yourself, man.
Dude.
That's how you're going to talk about the Secretary of Defense?
As a follow-up, by the way, Kanzik pointed out, this specific bot is a Libyan one. It's not actually Russian. This one's a Libyan.
Honestly, if they're from Libya, they may as well be Russian, given the current state of Libya.
Yeah, yikes. Yeah, no. That's Kyle there. He's not done yet. He's got about 30 more seconds of cringe.
I mean, like and this is another talking point in his repertoire, though. He's going to bring up Lloyd Austin in every video. Remember, Lloyd Austin, he was on the board for Raytheon, Lloyd Austin, Raytheon, Lloyd Austin, Raytheon. Shut the fuck. We exposed this so hard the other time. He's literally saying Lloyd Austin, he's implying he had to be paid to be a defender of his nation.
Yes.
He had to be bribed.
He's implying that Lloyd Austin would be an anti-war nutter like Kyle if it wasn't for those meddling Raytheon checks. That's what he's implying. These are the same people who think that Citizens United corrupted America because, now all the billionaires can buy off people and everything. It's like, I got news, dudes. Nobody's giving donations to people they disagree with. That's not a thing that happens. People give money to people they agree with. So, or they value their... By the way, they weren't donating money to Lloyd Austin. he literally did work for that time. Like that was his job to offer.
Nope, not a real job. Not real labor.
Like, so does Kyle unironically not think that board members are employees? Like that
they're elites.
They're elites. Like, but okay, but he makes more than most board members in America. Like, if you're a board member of like a medium-sized corporation, you probably get paid like $40,000 to $50,000 a year, at least in Canada. I'm thinking. Now, granted, it's not that many hours a year that you actually have to show up, and you can also miss board meetings, but you might not get reelected to the board if you never show up. But Kyle makes a lot more than most board members in America, dude. Like, unless you're the board member of Walmart or Raytheon or something. But even in that case of Raytheon, $1 million. Well, Kyle's like, okay, that's 3 years of Kyle posting the same video. Okay.
Yeah,
this guy
I mean,
makes
like,
a ton of money.
He has to make a lot more than we know. He just has to.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. There's all kinds of like other ways to make money.
Sponsorships, endorsements.
Apart from just Patreon, right? Like
he goes and speaks at places and does appearances on other shows, I'm sure.
I'm sure he probably gets PayPal donations from people saying like, yeah, keep speaking truth to power, man. Here's $20, as if Kyle needs that money, you know? Because there are anti-war people out there that make YouTube content. You could say, well, they do actually need the money. They're just dumb. But Kyle, he doesn't really need the money. And now I'm not against supporting people that you agree with, even if they're successful, because, well, they might just decide, hey, I can't pay the bills anymore. I'm going to go and get a different job. And then they're not going to make that content for you. But here's the thing with Kyle, though. Understand, Kyle's pretty rich. So, I mean, like, you're better off actually giving money to Vosh. Vosh puts more effort into his stuff at this point.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's like, and Vosh doesn't make anywhere near as much money. I think Vosh makes about $100,000 a year.
They're literally paying for the same video.
That's it. That's the other thing. Like, Vosh will do all kinds of different topics and different drama and everything. And sometimes there'll be video games. Other times they'll be serious and everything. With Kyle, it's always a long tangent that always comes back to Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, the Iraq War, Raytheon, George Bush, and that's it. Like, you're basically getting the same video, you know. Be like if I just uploaded the same video 60 times a month, you know. At that point, like, none of the patrons would be here for that. They'd be like, I'm out.
What am I paying for?
Like, it's the same video. All these videos of Kyle, you guys see it. We've reacted to like 5 or 6 of these on this show just since we started doing.
We've reacted to more than that.
We've reacted to more than that. Here's the thing about Kyle. You'll notice, yes, they're different topics. The first 30 seconds when he introduces the topic are always more or less different. The rest of the video, it all sounds the exact same. It's the same points. It's the same talking points. Nothing original. Nothing creative, nothing new. And his nicknames are the lamest things imaginable. Amy Cloudbootjar, like, if I'm a patron of his and I find out that he thought that was clever, I'm like, wait, what am I paying for? That's the best you could do? Amy Cloudbootjar? Cloudbootjar. Like, even if you're on his side, you have to think, ooh, you could do better than that, man. She's an evil corporatist. Give her a nickname that hurts, not one that people are like, what? But you know what? He does have a fan that would disagree. Sahil, I think his name is, from the Progressive Voice. I think that's his name. He's a huge fan of the nicknames. He thinks they're super funny, but he also thinks that they're silly and might turn people away. Yeah, no, that's not the problem. It's not that they're funny and silly. It's that they're lame and cringe and effortless and dumb. And the sad part is that Kyle actually probably put effort into them. Like, I don't think he thought of Amy Cloudbootjar on the spot. I think he took some time to think, what am I going to call her? And really thought about it. And he's like, oh, well, she kind of sounds like it probably took him a few days. And then he's like, oh, she kind of sounds like a boot in a jar. Like Cloudbootjar, and he puts in the thumbnail all clever, like, you know, I owned her epic style, you know. there's another inside joke. Yeah.
No.
I know. I mean,
we got to do this. We got to make it through this, man.
We have like 30 seconds left. Let's see if he'll offer something new for once.
These last 30 seconds will be the most painful. Guarantee it.
People and you're racist, not because you hate corruption. So they use
Kyle doesn't hate
identity.
corruption, by the way.
Wait, so I guess it's corrupt to work for Raytheon. I guess that's corrupt.
But Kyle's not even against corruption. He favors the most corrupt regimes on earth.
He literally has defended North Korea, a system that is actually arguably more corrupt than Russia.
Basically, in every video about North Korea, he says, stop bullying them. We shouldn't. We're the bad guys. Stop. We shouldn't bully them. It's mean. That's how he regards the most morally bankrupt regime in arguably human history. Very interesting.
As a shield to obfuscate from what they're really doing. They're trying to make you think, I'm woke and I'm to the left of you because I'm talking about race and stuff, even though I'm a corporatist, neoliberal warmonger and war critic.
Wait, I got a question. What's this whole thing about? Like, is Kyle so deluded in such a bubble that he thinks that the only way to be cool and to do anything in the world is to try to prove how left-wing you are? There are people out there that are trying to be more right-wing than others. Like Derek Sloan, for example. He's like, he identifies as Derek Sloan, conservative. Is he trying to prove how left-wing he is? Does John Brennan...
He's not doing a very good job.
Does John Brennan get up each day and say, oh yeah, I'm going to show Kyle I'm more left-wing than Kyle? Like, what's this idea that they're always trying to like out-left each other? Like, what is that necessarily coming from? I guess he's making the point about, I don't know, I guess the woke stuff.
That could either be a genuine belief, or it could just be like, well, this is just what you're expected to say now. There's like societal pressure for you to make these talking points.
I mean, I guess it's a left-wing thing to say, like what he said. I mean, I guess like obviously in the grand scheme of things, it's a left-wing thing to say. But I mean, it's just, you've got people like Romney and Crystal and everything that said basically similar stuff. Not I'm embarrassed to be a white male or whatever, but like they basically talked about like racism is bad. I don't know. It's just because Kyle makes it out to be like they're all trying to prove that they're like to the left of like AOC or something. I really don't think they are. I think that they're just saying on this particular issue, we're basically going to be woke, but other issues they're not necessarily like.
I mean, that's clearly what Mitt Romney did, and Bill Kristol and Liz Cheney, trying to be more left wing than AOC.
Oh yeah, that whole thing about opposing Marjorie Taylor Greene, that was just so that Liz Cheney could buff her leftist credentials, going into the primary in Wyoming. So. I know.
Which she's going to win, by the way.
Oh, that's going to piss Kyle off.
Like, there's no way in hell anybody else wins.
I love how they'll say, oh, well, people hate her. She's despised. It's like, yeah, then why was it when they took a secret ballot where people gave their honest opinion of her, she won with like 70% against the rival? So
criminal. Ignore that part. But I said white men are bad, so don't you think I'm so left and woke? Pathetic.
Terrible characterization.
John Brennan should feel embarrassed because he's a torturer, illegal spire.
Spire?
Wait, that's new. I said like a minute ago, I said, I wonder if we're going to get anything new or if it's all just going to be the same stuff again. We got something new. Spire. Okay, well, now if you're a patron of his, you're like, okay, well, he gave me some new content now. Spire. That's a new Spire. Like, okay, maybe not a word. No, hold on. Spire? It's spy. Wait, hold on a second. Spire. What? Because when I hear spire, I'm either thinking like, did you mispronounce spider, or do you mean the thing they put on top of skyscrapers? But he means spire as in SPYER. okay, when I type in Spire, the first thing that comes up is Spire, and it's all caps. Mobile screen recorder, apps on Google Play. Second is definition.com Spire. Spy is the, okay, noun, military, a secret agent hired by a state to obtain military information about its enemies or business to obtain industrial secrets from competitors. But that's definition.com, which is not secure and is not reputable. Spire's also in the Urban Dictionary. I wonder what they say.
Even less reputable.
There's one definition, and it's the top definition, spire. The definition is tired, and the example is, man, I'm spired. And that's by Trouble, November 14th, 2002. It has 2 upvotes and 5 downvotes. That's spire. So I guess he was tired, is what Kyle was saying. He's spire. What? Spire. Hold on a second. Maybe it's spire as in S-P-I-E-R. Maybe
There's no way it's a real word.
Oh, there's no way. It just sounds fake. It sounds so fake. There's no way this is a real word. Like, look, I'm inspired right now. I'm kind of tired, so I'm not thinking of the, like, okay, dictionary.com. Okay, dictionary.com is more legitimate. Okay, Merriam-Webster, spire. Oh, okay. Definition of spire. Spy. It's a spy. Okay. So it's just a synonym for spy. Wait, why wouldn't you just say wait, spire? It sounds like a fake word. What do you mean that's a real word?
And it had to have been added recently.
Yeah, collinsdictionary.com. Spire in American English. A person who spies. No, that sounds fake.
I vote we kick that word out because that is unpleasing to the ears.
Spire. It just sounds so clunky. Why wouldn't you just say spy? Dude.
No, he was a spire. Did a lot of spying.
I aspire to be a spire when I grow up. Like, what? Kyle. No, yeah, spire is a real word. Yeah, that's like what they put on top of buildings. No, he means spire, S-P-I-E-R. No, it's a fake word that was used by idiots like Kyle so often they had to add it to the dictionary. There's like, it's not a real word.
I feel like that's what happened.
It's a fake word. Spire.
I don't accept it.
Spire.
Not accept this word.
Spire. It just sounds so stupid. Why would you say spy? The definition of it is literally a spy.
Spire. See also spy.
I can't get over how stupid Kyle is. Oh my god! Like, just we're 98% through the video, and he's not done with the cringe.
Well, it is Kyle.
Unbelievable. Spire.
Let's finish him.
Can you imagine in the house they like have a hearing or whatever? You're like, John Brennan, you've been accused of being a spire by Kyle. How do you respond? And he's like, a what? You mean a spy? It's like, I am a spy. Deal with it. CIA, bro. Represent.
And overseer of the drone program. He's a war criminal. That's why you should feel embarrassed. It should have nothing to do with the
What war crime did he commit?
Color of your skin.
Okay, well that's Kyle, ladies and gentlemen.
That was horrible.
Unbelievable. Aspire. Dude, even in the last 20 seconds, he manages to up the cringe. Unbelievable. Yeah, he said the war criminal thing again. That was 6 minutes. That video was 6 minutes, by the way.
Way long.
I want to do the Xinjiang one. This one's amazing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking next. So this video is titled "China Delivers Propaganda Speech Blaming Uyghur Treatment on quote terrorism."
Yeah. So I'll give you some
common excuse of autocrats everywhere.
I'll give you some context for this one. Things have been really heated right now between China.
I like what writing time said. Finish him.
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat.
Oh man, yeah. So basically, China's salty at Australia, like really salty, and even during their whole embargo on imported coal, for example, in the winter, they're like, yeah, we're freezing. We need this stuff. We're actually going to make an exception to the rule. We're going to allow buying of coal from countries that were previously sanctioned from us buying coal because they're dirty capitalists and stuff. Except Australia, we don't want them anyway. They're not happy with Australia. They had one of their diplomats or whatever go over to Canberra and do a press conference and lecture them on how China respects journalists and how China's great and everything. And then he said, now we're only going to play for you the video that he showed. But if you watch the full video, I watched the full context of this over on Sky News. You see him there and he's got a translator who's like, now you all pay attention. And then repeats like, pay attention to the presentation, the special presentation. It says that like a few times, like you pay attention now. And then they go to this and like, they make it very clear. They're like, you be quiet and you pay attention. And that's what they said to the government in Australia and the press corps that was there. This was the lecture, and this was the special video that they broadcast specifically for them to watch. And I saw this, and I was like, this is such a meme. There's so many memes going on in here. I want you to, I guess, pay attention to the language because it's so ridiculous. Let's take a look.
They told you. You have to pay attention.
Next, I'd like to brief you on Xinjiang's stability and development. Located on China's northwestern border, Xinjiang has been a multi-ethnic place with diverse cultures converging and different religions coexisting since ancient times. It is.
We're already in stupid land, by the way. Like, also,
these civilizations coexisting for centuries.
Hello, I would like to buy a corn cube. I am not an NPC. I am a real human.
For those who don't know, you might not necessarily be aware, Xinjiang is a pretty infamous province of China in which you have these re-education camps for the Uyghurs.
No, it's a great place. It's a great place. Where are you, a spire? Are you a dirty spire?
Yes, like, I was behind enemy lines.
Reece is a spire, everybody. By the way, you know, I gotta say, my favorite spire, probably James Bond. You know, all those spire films. I feel like watching spire films. I was gonna say, like, one of my buddies, want to watch spire films? Hey, like, you guys remember growing up? You guys ever watch Spire Kids? Like, where the kids and like they do spire stuff with like gadgets and stuff. You know, there's spires. Like, okay, I'm not letting this go. Like the new made up words and stuff that Kyle and Haas make up and everything. It's just gold. It's just gold. You know, that's the other thing. Like, does the Hot Gang make up fake words like that? Not really. So, you know,
we make up memes though.
Yeah, I love those spires on those spire. No, it's spire movies. It's not spy.
Yeah,
movies.
get it right, man.
Spy is colloquialism and not formal. Yeah, it is spires, man.
Go double syllable or go nothing at all.
Cultures converging and different religions coexisting since ancient times.
Okay, I can't get them. If you actually saw like the intro to this, where they're like, okay, now we have a special presentation from China, and you all listen up and pay attention. And it's like, I love what Writing Time says. He's like, China sucks at soft power. They're not subtle at all. No, they're really not. They're really not. Like, even Russia's all like, they can be subtle and everything. China's just straight up like, you listen now. We deliver the propaganda. You pay attention to the propaganda. You love the propaganda. It's like, yeah, no thanks.
It is an important passage for exchanges between Eastern and Western civilizations. hub along the ancient Silk Road and the core area of the Silk Road economic belt. Since the 18th CPC National Congress, under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee,
the strong leadership. It reads like a North Korean propaganda piece, honestly. Like, you would expect that maybe a country that's got more economic interest in the world and is more like serious and everything than the North Korean regime and not as much of a meme, that they might be able to put together something that, again, this is being broadcast specifically for Australian audiences. Who in Australia is going to be convinced by this that, oh, China's wonderful and they have strong leadership now? Like, this is for foreign export.
The man on the TV told me.
With the terrible graphics.
He said it. It must be true. He said Xinjiang was this great place where, you know, civilizations meet and they coexist peacefully. Ignore the re-education camps. Ignore the forced sterilization. Ignore people being forced to renounce their personal beliefs. That doesn't matter.
Ignore the torture, etc.
It's not happening. That's lies. CIA lies. All of it.
Unbelievable. Like, we got a couple people here that are in Australia right now. This was made to sway you guys over. And Chris is like, as an Aussie, I'm entirely convinced. Okay, so it's swayed Chris.
Okay, we got one.
Okay, so you got one. And then Yeet says, as an Australian, I do not believe China man on screen. So they're at 50% right now. They're at 50% right now. Yeah.
China's not going to like that. They need 100%.
Yeah, no. Chris says, though, that there's something about the NPC voice that's just assuring. That's right. I always trust robots.
Your new masters have arrived.
I always find there's something creepy and discomforting about authentic human beings. I prefer impersonal robots. Hello.
It was like the film I, Robot.
It was like the films with those Spire kids who did Spire things with the Spires.
World famous Spire James Bond.
You know what they say. You know what they say. Ghoulish minds think alike.
We know our shit.
Oh man.
The Autonomous Region has earnestly carried out the CPC's strategy on governing Xinjiang in the new era, pursued a people-centered development philosophy.
No, dude, that's what I'm saying. Come on, your soft power sucks. People-centered philosophy? That's exactly North Korean. Like, if you were to turn the pages of Rodong Sinmun on Korea's barely holding it together, North Korea's barely holding it together website for foreigners, which looks like it was made in 1993 on like an old computer. That site, you go there and you read the daily activities of the great leader, Marshal Kim Jong-un, chairman of the National Defense Commission, and all of his other titles and all this and everything. And they'll say, the great marshal, channeling the will of great comrades, Generalissimo Kim Jong-il and great leader Kim Il-sung, emphasized that we must focus on the people-centered policy of Songun and Juche or whatever. This literally reads like North Korea. I mean, come on. I mean, this is the thing. This is why
you know what, Kevin? That sounds like anti-Asian hate. Lumping the Asians together. I see how it is Anglo.
See, here's the thing. When people, even like John Bolton, now I think he was mostly doing this for political reasons and not serious about it, but when people suggest that communist China is going to help us with North Korea, understand something. Politically speaking, militarily speaking, economically speaking, they're on North Korea's side. They would take North Korea over us any day. They're more afraid of U.S. troops on their border than they are of the Kim regime. So,
oh yeah,
they actually are in solidarity with the Kim regime. they've had obviously moments where they've hated each other and wouldn't help each other, but China's on their side. They're not. Why would they help us with North Korea? That would be no different than saying, let's do the sanctions on North Korea and get China to help with the sanctions, and that way we can cut them off. Because that's literally what happened. In case you guys are wondering, China agreed to all the sanctions that are on North Korea. They're party to that. The only difference is they ignore the sanctions. They ship them gold, they ship them Mercedes, all that kind of stuff. So this idea, oh, well, why don't we negotiate with China to help with North Korea? Why wouldn't they just do the same thing again? They'll agree to your deal, get money, and then not abide by their side. That's what they always do. Because they're with North Korea. They're not our friend. It's not like, let's go and work with the UK and help, get them to help us with North Korea. Let's go and work with communist China and get them to help with North Korea. A little bit of a difference. So. Wow.
And taken the people's aspiration for a better life as a goal of our work.
He said aspiration. Where are they with the CIA and Raytheon, man?
Aspire.
That's well, James Bond was a spire. That's what he did. He spired on the enemy.
I mean,
so that
would have to be the past tense. I mean, it would have to be, because you couldn't get spied from spire. You'd have to get spied.
The past tense of to spy is he spied on them. The past tense of to spire is he spired on them, which actually sounds kind of dirty, but okay, whatever.
This is the problem with adding words to the dictionary, because you invariably have to add like 10 other variations of the same word.
And Kyle's like, oh, I see what happened. Oops. Oopsies.
I did a big oopsie.
Yeah, I did an oopsie again. Uh-oh. Yikes. Oops.
Big yikes.
Durr.
As a result.
By the way, I also love how, like, even if you were going to do this stupid hacky words and everything, can we at least, like, here, okay, even the North Koreans, even the Kim regime is better at this now. When Kim Jong-il, or Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-il didn't really give speeches. He gave one for like 5 seconds because he couldn't talk in public. But Kim Jong-un, he had stage fright, man. But Kim Jong-un, he talks a lot. Even Kim Jong-un, when he speaks, he actually faces the people he's talking to. Now, it'll be simple, prepared statements that are meaningless platitudes. This guy, again, he's not giving this conference. He's giving this to try to win over Australians and reassure them that China's a land of, like, awesomeness. He can't even look in the camera. And they didn't even set up a camera that has a teleprompter in the camera. The United States president has that. China could afford it. Why don't they have that? You're reading off a piece of paper, dude. You're looking at the piece of paper. This is the most NPC thing since, and lo, I sent you a tweet in the DMs. And lo, Kevin has a group chat. Like, this is pretty NPC. Like, how else would this be anything more NPC? It's pre-written, politically correct, communist jargon, given by a guy in a suit who can't even face the camera once, who's just reading off of it. And
hey, man. You're giving a lot of opinions. He told you to listen.
That's true.
He told you to shut your mouth and listen.
No, actually, the woman in the room where they were watching this from, because this is in China, but this is being broadcast. Like, it's weird. Why not just send this dude there? I don't know. Maybe he was sanctioned or something. I have no idea. But basically, they're like, they were going to do a press conference and they had this for them to watch. Like, I mean, just the idea that you're going to go to a press conference and then the person that's at the press conference is going to say to you, now you pay attention and watch this. And it's a message of some dude reading a pre-written statement. That sounds like, oh yeah, the people-centered policy.
The people-centered philosophy.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever that means.
Xinjiang has made unprecedented achievements.
Oh, I mean, StreamYard's doing the robot thing right now, but it doesn't make
It's
it
very fitting in a lot of ways.
Socioeconomic development and livelihood.
Turn the page. Like, I can't get over how fake this is. At least give the idea that you're reading off a teleprompter, not reading off this. Like,
improvement, with social stability being well maintained and the people living and working in peace and contentment.
There's a genocide happening there. This isn't even about communist China, which is a nightmare altogether. They're specifically talking about Xinjiang, which is the worst part of China to be in. Dude.
There are safe and stable working conditions. People are happy and working together in the working conditions.
For the party, under the leadership of the great leader who has the people-centered policy and people-centered philosophy. Pay attention. No, I can't get over how ineffective this is. Like,
what did they say at the end? They said something I didn't catch.
We'll go back a little bit. It's just, the thing is, there probably is some like North Korea stan in Australia that was convinced by this, and he's like, "Oh man, you know, they're fighting back against the West, man, and everything." Like, I mean, there were probably a few tankies in Australia that were convinced by this, but yeah.
With social stability being well maintained and the people living and working in peace and contentment, and all ethnic groups getting
indecent what?
Well, it sounded like she said decent contentment. No, they could never say decent. That would imply things.
I almost thought she said containment.
Well, that would be true.
I was like, wait a minute, did they seriously say that? But I don't know.
Yeah, in peaceful confinement, the people are happy in peaceful confinement.
Hold on, man. There's no way. There's no way that's what they said.
No, she didn't say. No, she said contentment. She said peaceful contentment, but it sounded like she said decent confinement.
My brain filled in the obvious blank.
I know.
Because that's what this is. We're talking about cultural genocide, and we're just like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. Nothing to see here.
I mean, StreamYard isn't playing the video right now. It's just playing the audio, but it might as well. Like, because he's literally just reading off of a piece of paper.
So like, you're telling me that there's no like intense action scene in this video?
Like, this is the opposite of Kyle. Kyle had a different insane reaction like, this guy alternates between pausing to look at the camera and then reading off of a script. Like, by the way, this guy doesn't even believe this bullshit. There's no way. He's too smart for that. Like, I mean, I went to high school with a guy who was actually a member of the Communist Party of China. He was like an international student. Only one out of about 1,400 people in China get to be a member of that party. So some of their high schools are 2,000 people. They're incredibly competitive. If out of 2,000 students, who by and large, he said, like, oh yeah, we stay up until 3 a.m. in grade 5 doing homework. If you get into the Communist Party, like, here's the thing, the Communist Party is evil, but everybody who's in the Communist Party and got accepted into it is, like, smart as hell. It's like the whole Putin thing. Like, Putin's smart doesn't mean he's good. This guy knows his bullshit. This guy doesn't believe that shit. There's no way.
No, it's just what they have to tell the West in Australia.
Exactly, yeah. He's literally just doing this so that he can advance his career and, you know, provide for his family, probably. So, I mean, if this guy was born in the West, he'd probably be a pretty successful business guy or something, you know? But instead, if you want to be successful in China, you have to sing the praises of the great leader. So that's how you get ahead there. So.
In peace and contentment, and all ethnic groups getting a much stronger sense of fulfillment, happiness, and security across the region.
That was a big nothing solid.
Security across the region.
But by the way, the North Koreans also say that they do security too. So
I suppose they technically do. Secure against any possible outside influence. So this is what I was getting at earlier. This is the common scapegoat of autocrats the world over. So apparently, because there were some like a handful of terrorist incidents. So what does America do in response? Let's see if we're going to do false equivocations. Let's go down that route. What does America do in response to terrorism? Well, they did the Patriot Act. They did the war on terror. Okay, now what does China do? They take the group that supposedly the extremists belong to, and they lock them all up. Yeah. Nothing to see here. That's just what happens, bro. That's a totally reasonable way to fight terrorism, right? I mean, are you pro-terrorism? Why would you take issue with that unless you're pro-terrorism? Got 'em.
And a lot of these people say, "Oh yeah, but America's horrible. America did Japanese internment during World War II." It's like China's doing this shit right now. So
yeah, I don't give a fuck what America did during World War II.
The stuff that they're doing right now to the Uyghurs is worlds worse than what happened to the people that
to our internment camps. Come on,
yeah. Like it's not even close. It's not even close. So. And I mean, we can't even say a lot of the stuff that happens there on this show, or the video will get taken down. So,
damn you, YouTube! We need a new platform.
Yeah.
Overall social stability has been maintained and improved.
What does that mean?
Well, you see, the social stability is improved because we took those dirty Uyghurs and we put them in the re-education camps. And now we'll teach them the proper Han ways.
It used to be bad, but now it is good. We have improved the social stability. All the dirty Uyghurs are in the camps. Oops, I didn't mean to read that last part.
Put them on the trains.
No, we're not even anywhere near the best part of this yet, because they're about to zoom out, and what you're about to see in the background is the biggest meme of the night. So let's.
I actually didn't see this video, so let's.
Oh,
I'm scared.
It's about to get incredibly cringy.
It's about to get real up in here.
It's about to get insane. Yeah, ALL Kyle up noises. Yeah, not dial up noises. Noises. The NPC, like we all know that sound. Yeah, I can't really do that sound, but we all know that really annoying. Yeah, like AOL dial up. Oh my god! Except they don't even like. This is just a dude reading off paper. There's no teleprompter. Anyway, let's continue.
In the past period of time, Xinjiang has suffered a lot from violent terrorism, ethnic separatism, and religious extremism. From 1990s to 2016, separatists, terrorists,
Crimea River.
I just can't get over how there was a couple of terrorists, so therefore literally 10 million people are going to camps and be sterilized. And
I mean, they're all potential terrorists, and their babies could be terrorists too.
That's true.
I mean, like, people, this is a clip from 2021. Listen to how demented this shit is.
This is, yeah, by the way, this looks like 1986 or something. No. Like, this is Deng Xiaoping days.
No, this is happening right now.
Right. This was at a press conference that was given in Canberra to try to show the good side of China to the Australian government 2 days ago or 3 days ago. This is from this month. This is how they're trying to sway over Australia to join, I guess, what, like the People's Liberation Comrades and stuff. So
please stop sanctioning us. Accept our influence in your markets.
Our influence is good. The comrades in Beijing agree. Wouldn't you?
I mean, if they agree, I mean, come on.
Yeah, it's like we have the Sino-Canadian Friendship Association who has endorsed us. They have said that our party champions the strong-willed thought and great aspiring leadership of Chairman. Oh, I was going to say Kim Il Sung. No, it's Mao Zedong. Like, it's might as well just be North Korea with the rhetoric. Like, this is the same rhetoric you get in Rodong Sinma, which is actually old school 1960s Stalinist Kim Il Sungist propaganda. I mean, you'd think a dictatorship this rich would try to give a more youthful and authentic vibe. You know, they can't. They're incapable. They're incapable. Like, this is not winning over anybody except for Haas type people. Like, by the way, if you're like, imagine being a tank. Like, I say imagine being a tanky, but it's like there are probably tankies in Australia. They probably are tankies there that would like this. But how sad, how miserable. But
at least their government's not having any of it.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
They can seethe all they want, but really,
they're
it's not
very pissed. They didn't say, oh, except Canada. They're totally down with Trudeau. They're down with America where they can get America to buy stuff. They're desperate for America to buy stuff. But Australia, oh, no. We need their stuff. But, like, no, we're salty, man. We're salty. They straight up.
I thought Haas was unimpressed with Australia's exports.
That's right. He said, what do they have, mining? Yeah, it's like it turns out people actually need that coal. They actually need that coal in China.
And yet the country that he shills for seems pretty desperate for Australia's resources. Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
I thought China was, I thought they were independent. I thought they were doing good. What happened, Haas? Big monkey man?
What does China have? What does China have? Legos? Legos? Freaking Legos?
Yeah, bunch of disposable crap, honestly.
Crap that breaks before you even get it home. I mean, it's a meme. The made in China thing is a meme for a reason, because it's just simply poor quality. That's
knockoff shit.
Like, oh no, I just got this swaggy Rolls Royce. It's like, oh yeah, how many horsepower is the engine? It's like, horsepower? What are you talking about? Like, I mean, they put the engine of a Honda Civic into the body of a Rolls Royce and have shiny paint on it. That's what they do. So they do.
Hey man, you get what you pay for.
And good luck suing them. Everybody sued them. Land Rover sued them for ripping them off. Like, you look at a ton of their cars that they make and you're like, that is exactly a Range Rover. How are they allowed to do this? Well, it turns out when you sue them, they say, oh, that is a cute lawsuit. We are going to put this in the shredder and continue violating your intellectual property. That's it. That's it. They don't care. They don't recognize the legitimacy of Western laws. Now, North Korea can do that, and North Korea is a rogue state. China does the same thing, except we let them in the World Trade Organization as if they're a normal behaving member. They're not. They need to be kicked out. They don't respect property rights. They don't respect intellectual property at all, actually.
Somebody needs to make one of those Drake memes where Drake is like, and it's like, he looks at North Korea and he's like, no. But then he sees China and he points at it like, yeah. And that could be the US or Canada.
Yeah, it's like, North Korean concentration camps. Oh, no. Uyghur concentration camps. Yeah, give me some.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's actually a good meme. Somebody make that meme. Yeah, I love this comment from Ryan. China doesn't have engineers; they only have reverse engineers. That's basically true. That
is an amazing comment.
That is an amazing comment. No, dude, you need to tweet that. That's gold. I will retweet that, man. Unbelievable. That is fantastically accurate. I mean, you think of it back in the day, the 1950s. Think about how poor quality the Soviet aircraft were, and now imagine you're getting knockoff reverse engineered versions of that in China. So when the Soviet Union sends up some MiG-21s to go and intercept stuff, you're like, okay, back in the day, they were state of the art and, they might give us trouble. When communist China now sends up their, what do they call it, J-21 or whatever, you're like, oh, so this is the knockoff of the Russian knockoff, basically. I mean, a lot of Russian stuff was just copies of American stuff. Like their first strategic bomber, it was a Tupolev 4. Guess what it actually was? It was just a B-29. They just put a red star on it.
They should have made like a Top Gun style movie, and then they have the sequel, like they're having the like Top Gun 2, where he comes back.
This looks like cheap retirement home TV.
It does.
No, but this is what they were. This is what they scheduled. Like the government was there and everything, and they had a big press conference, and everybody's going to tune in, and they're going to hear from China to explain how Xinjiang isn't what Australia thinks it is, and Australia sanctioned them over the genocide that's going on there, and this is them, and they're going to explain how it's not a genocide, and you get this. I can't get over how piss poor the quality is here. This is
didn't even try.
This is worse quality for a press conference than the cheap crap they manufacture in their factories and sell to our dollar stores. Even those are more durable.
This is a dollar store video.
No, but like even the stuff at the dollar store is going to be better quality.
This is a 50-cent video.
This is
okay. Hear me out, Kevin. Imagine a world you have like a Top Gun style movie, but he's in there's dogfights with the Chinese. And back in the day, oh my God, these planes are state of the art. But then he comes back, 20 years later for a sequel or whatever, 30 years later, and they're still using the same shitty planes.
The same.
And then imagine Tom Cruise like, are you serious? Like,
no.
what the fuck?
No, you know what it would be? Top Gun 1. Top Gun 1. And it's just like, oh, crap. It's like, that's an intense dogfight. And then it's Top Gun 2, 30 years later. Disappointment, Boogaloo. And it's like, no, it's like, we got bogeys on the radar, Chinese J-21s. It's like, wait, aren't those the same planes we fought 30 years ago? Why didn't they upgrade? It's like, they can't upgrade. They got no money. It's like, wait, what's a J-21? It's like, imagine a Soviet, I think it's Chengdu 21 or whatever. Imagine a Soviet MiG-21, but made in China. And they're like, oh, so we can just stay home and have one of these guys fight them, and it'll be fine.
Please, Australia, buy our products so we can upgrade airplanes.
Hello. We can have a mutually beneficial trade relationship. You have coal. Do I spot a coal cube? We need coal, but we do not have sufficient diplomatic favor to purchase the coal cube. If you trade with us, we could purchase one coal cube for our energy. If you trade with us, oh no, I'm doing a bad reaction. I'm doing a bad impersonation. You guys have all been watching me. I'm looking at the webcam. My bad. That was my poor quality rendition. I'm going to give you.
Don't look at me. Come on, man.
No. This is the proper one. And lo, if you enter into a mutually beneficial trade relationship with us, we definitely will not use your fund cubes to finance our Navy. Our naval ambitions are not a thing. This is imperialist bastard propaganda. If you trade with us, we will not spend it on the Navy. You're like, okay, well, that was convincing. And you enter into the trade deal, and you're like, Oh, it turns out they used the proceeds of that to enlarge the People's Liberation Army Navy. Oh, wonderful.
We advanced the people's philosophy.
No, that is revisionism. Great leader Xi Jinping advanced the people's centered philosophy.
Ah, I see.
Do I spot a portrait cube?
A portrait cube.
And
Fuck, man.
Low.
That is just terrible.
Do I spot a government? And lo, we come in peace and friendship. We
look, there's
do not engage in genocide. We would like to be your friends. And the Australian government's just like, wait, you introduce yourself by saying you don't engage in genocide?
Now, listen, you may have heard some things about us. Let me put those worries to rest. No genocide here.
Yeah, it's like we do not do genocide. Genocide is a heinous crime against humanity.
Genocide.
Humanity is composed of humans. Uyghurs are not humans. We do not do genocide. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that was reassuring.
Winner.
It's like, I guess they don't do genocide. It's not genocide if they're not human, right?
Fair enough, I guess. You nailed it, bros.
By the way, this is about like this. We're just getting started. Like the video's about halfway through, but like the cringe is about to begin.
Are you serious?
The cringe is about to begin. So
let's let it play.
Wow, transparency of the Chinese government. Yeah, like I think it was Haas the other day. It was either Haas or one of the other tankies was talking about how the American government is not transparent. They just lie and cover stuff up. And the guy's like a huge fan of China. So let's continue.
Extremists at home and abroad committed thousands of violent terrorist attacks in Xinjiang.
It's not thousands. Let's just be clear about that. It's a few attacks that were reported. So
and clearly, it justifies locking up millions of people and sterilizing them and killing them, torturing them, sexually assaulting them.
That's the other thing. Like they're like, oh no, there was terrorism, as if that makes it okay. Like,
okay. Yeah,
as if our claim is that there were no terrorist attacks. Our claim is that genocide is bad. Like,
just you wait. I mean, like some of the dirtbag leftists, like Tulsi, and they like make this like fetishistic point about like opposing terrorism. They would be the first to be like, oh yeah, I understand. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. In fact, the only reason, honestly, that I'm guessing Tulsi hasn't said something like that is because she's a Hindu nationalist.
Mm-hmm.
So she's going to obviously favor India over China. But if that conflict of interest wasn't there, she'd totally be in favor of China.
No, she would favor India over China for two reasons. She's a Hindu nationalist, and also she goes on Tucker's show. And the one thing that you could say about some of the people that watch Tucker, at least, is that they don't like communist China. They'll be fine with Russia, but they don't like communist China. They'll say that communist China is a bigger threat, all that kind of stuff. Some of them will be like, oh yeah, well, but they're also strong and manly or whatever. But some of them genuinely don't like China and Venezuela. So, there is that. Like, it's not like everybody who watches Tucker is like hands off Venezuela. But
I am right wing. They are left wing. If they are left wing and I am right wing, I am against left wing. There's my speech.
And low. Do I spot a speech cube?
Speech cube.
And low. Do I spot a teleprompter cube? No.
That's very interesting. You're against China.
queue is broken. I shall proceed to read off of the paper cube, which is what he's doing right now.
The paper
Can't see
cube.
it. The paper cube, man.
It's very
cube.
interesting. You're against China. Are you against Russia? No, they're fine.
No,
they're right wing.
Russia is friend of the West and savior of our civilization.
Have you seen how much he lifts? How much can old man Biden lift? None.
Vladimir Putin is the beloved elected president of Russia. He was elected in the elections with the vast majority of the votes.
Well, clearly. Otherwise, how would he be in charge?
Exactly.
Impeccable, I say.
He is a KGB spyer. He does not mess around.
Facts. No printer.
Do I spot a fact cube?
A fact cube.
I would like to purchase one stonk in teleprompter bot.
This guy is in desperate need of a teleprompter.
Like, no, this is a regime that has $20 trillion a year. Why doesn't this guy have a teleprompter? Like, again, I just
not worth it for addressing the Australians.
Get over how you're the second richest country in the world in total, even though their per capita wealth sucks, but they have a lot of access to funds at the party level. And this is the face they put forward. They're so inside of a bubble that they think that the propaganda that they use on their population that has never seen a headline published in their country, never seen one headline that was ever critical of the government. They think that they can just pull that shit and it's going to sway over Australians. This is their, this is their best. Like, they're sending out the big guns over here to like really change minds and win over hearts right now.
I feel like I'm changing. And apparently we're going to see something really crazy here.
Of course, we're just going to mock it. We don't live in Australia. If we lived in Australia, I guess this is supposed to be convincing to us, but we don't live in Australia. So.
I'm not in the Anglo box enough.
Not in the Anglo box. That's right.
Resulting in the deaths of a large number of innocent people.
By the way, so you see the press conference that's actually being held there. That's the split screen. So there's a lot of people in attendance for this. And you're like, wait, we waited for this? I just can't get over that. Like, what, this is a joke. Actually, if you watch some of the clips from Sky News Australia, they showed the press corps laughing when she told them to pay attention.
I mean,
so
there can't be a single person sitting there like, oh yeah, you're doing a genocide, but there was terrorism. Okay, I understand.
I just like, who is this winning over? What is this?
It's time for you to listen.
Like, their soft power sucks.
Please,
like, yeah, they have a navy, but like, they can't change minds. The only way that they, like, I'm sure they look at tankies and stuff in the West and think our propaganda is working. What they don't understand is that those tankies are self-flagellating losers that only like China because they're disappointed that they have shit jobs and stuff. They weren't actually swayed by Chinese propaganda. They just hate America. They just want to spite America. That wasn't a result of Chinese propaganda. This isn't going to sway over normal people with normal lives. This is going to be laughed at and mocked like we're doing on the show right now.
Well, that's because this is a CIA-funded show.
That's true. That's true. Like, yeah, right in time is right. Everybody who isn't a tanky hates tankies. Like, even like people that are pretty far left hate tankies. So
even Vosh hates tankies. Like
even Vosh hates tankies. That's the thing with infrared. Infrared's like, we're going to be bigger than Vosh. It's like, how Vosh getting that big is kind of remarkable. Even he's struggling now. If you look at his numbers, he's been at around the same subscriber level for 4 months now. Like only a few thousand.
Eventually you hit your cap, honestly.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like the cap for a tanky is way lower than the cap for Vosh. Like it might actually be 50,000 subs, or well, no, Hakeem is a tanky. He's got 80,000. But like, who's the biggest tanky on YouTube? It's like less than 100,000 subs. How are they ever going to catch up with Vosh? Vosh, there are conservatives that watch Vosh, for example. There are people that will watch Vosh just because they see him as a genuine guy that will debate people. Whereas even if tankies debate, they're so grating and they turn people off, and they're not funny. They're boring. They're too serious. They're angry. Whereas with Vosh, he's not boring. He often comes across as, lighthearted, and he comes across as a guy that you could actually have a pleasant conversation with if you didn't start yelling at him and calling him a fellow cuckler and whatnot, that kind of stuff. I don't know. Like, delusions of grandeur, right? But I mean, the ultimate delusions of grandeur is the Communist Party thinking that this is going to win over the Australian people to join in brotherhood and stuff. Like, again, because the people in Canberra, they're sitting there just like, this is supposed to win us over. Like, he can't even look at them when he's speaking because he'll forget what was on the paper.
You got to learn your speech.
I can't. Yeah, you have to memorize some of it.
You at least have some jump cuts. Come on.
Exactly. Or if you're going to do this, don't do it as a live thing. Give like a prepared, like, this was so cringe. This was so cringe because they tuned in, they got there, they waited for this live presentation from Xinjiang. And this. What a disappointment. Like, it's about to get super cringe.
Disappointed.
It's about to get super cringe.
And immeasurable property losses.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
this
no.
is April 7, 2021.
Facing the grave and complex counterterrorism circumstances.
Xinjiang is a wonderful land.
What the fuck? Dude. I didn't see this. What? No. Oh, no. No. I'm going to say no on that one, man.
Oh, my God.
What a wonderful land. This land is your land. This land is my land.
This is what they're. This is how they sell Xinjiang to Australia, dude.
Oh yeah. Now, okay. Now, if you're not convinced now, really, what are you doing? Xinjiang is a wonderful land. You will submit or you will die.
Dude, I'm dying of laughter, Ray. What? This is the worst soft power. This is the worst propaganda.
I like when you zoom out because you realize that everyone's been looking at that like the whole time.
Yes.
Like, oh.
It harks back to the days when Richard would post 40 times in a week. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. That when I saw this, I immediately thought of Richard Smith. Like,
that is it's not very flattering, Richard. I gotta be honest. What the fuck, indeed.
Yeah, I was literally dying back there. And like, I love how like just uninterested the panel is. Like, whatever, we're here.
It's another day in the office of
Another
trying to dupe the stupid Westerners.
This, by the way, this propaganda doesn't even really work on their own people. The idea that any normal Australian who is into tanky is going to buy this is less than zero. I mean, what?
Everybody, when it comes to China, Australia is the world leader as far as I'm concerned. Everybody needs to follow this example, especially Canada. Wink.
Yes. Hint, Trudeau.
Like this is...
Somebody was asking about Trudeau. He's still our prime minister. He said, quote, I admire their basic dictatorship that they have in China. And then he proceeded, unquote, he went on to talk about how they were able to get solar panels, which, by the way, just for the record, they get almost all their energy from coal or hydroelectric, but mostly coal. Their solar panels are a meme for Western propaganda. So, like, I agree with writing time. Like, how would you satirize this? Like,
I mean, all I'd do is animate it, but it would be exactly the same.
It'd be the same poor quality. It'd be the same boring. It'd be like, oh yeah, the speech reader, he's just reading off a paper, no teleprompter. Like, remember when people accused Obama of being fake because he read off a teleprompter? This guy's like, teleprompter? No. We're just gonna read off a piece of paper.
I'm just gonna keep flipping my page
straight down, and then only look up to the audience when I'm pausing, and be like, yeah, you guys buying this? I ain't buying this either.
He didn't even smile once.
Oh no! Smiling, that would be, I guess, unprofessional, unserious, and stuff. And
it would convey weakness and femininity.
It would be emasculating.
Very true.
Xinjiang is a wonderful land. It says so on the Communist Party's background banner.
Look,
you
Xinjiang is a wonderful land. It's written there clear as day.
Dude,
and yet you are denying it.
Why would they? Look, okay, here's the thing, right? Why would they say it's a wonderful land if there's a genocide going on? If there's a genocide going on, then it wouldn't be wonderful, right?
Honestly, in their opinion, that's what makes it wonderful.
There you go. Yeah, no, I agree with Reece.
Sorry, I'm saying the quiet part out loud. What genocide? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Willis?
Like, we're about halfway through, a little over halfway through the video. What you said about Australia being the leader and sticking up to China, yeah, no, they are 100% the leader. The Canadian,
you know how sometimes we'll get those tweets from Secretary Blinken where he's showing solidarity, like he does it like every day, like he's showing solidarity with some country or some various group. When do we get our solidarity with Australia tweet?
Yes.
Mr. Blinken, can we get that, please?
Well, I got tweets out. I've been telling people to buy Australian, so that's why I say to everybody, like, because literally, they've lost about, they lost $20 billion from the sanctions from China. Now, they knew that those are going to happen because they sanctioned China. But here's the thing. The good news is they've made up about $19 billion or so in finding other partners to trade with, but they're still down $1 billion, which you say, okay, well, $1 billion, that's in the scope of a $1.5 trillion economy. That's not that much, but $1 billion that would be like about $15 billion in America, for reference sake. The way that you can help support and help compensate them for taking the moral stand here is to buy their products. Like, unironically, you might say, well, what's one individual going to do? Understand, like, if 5% of Canada and America just started buying Australian alcohol instead of, like, European alcohol or whatever, just for a month, that would basically make up that shortfall in their economy, for example. The wine sector was especially hurt. China, I think, was 40% of the buyers, and they don't have access to that anymore. So I've been drinking Australian wine tonight. I recommend everybody here buy Australian wine, for example, and actually stand in solidarity. You might say, well, what's one individual going to do? Well, here's the thing. even if you can't do that much, it's more than Trudeau or Biden are willing to do. Like, let's just keep it real. So, because at least, especially Trudeau, at least Biden's been cutting America off from China, but what's he done to stand in solidarity with Australia? It's not really a top priority. What's Trudeau done? Nothing. Trudeau's on the side of China. So what can you as an individual Canadian do? More than the Trudeau government. Unironically. Because
unironically, yes.
No. $100 a year is more than what Trudeau would give, though, which is zero. So,
fuck Trudeau.
Fuck Trudeau and fuck the CCP. So, yeah, amazing. And if anybody's got like any sort of like suggestions for like other products or whatever from Australia,
yeah, just like common products we could find.
Yeah,
that would be a very useful list.
Tim Tams are good. Tim Tams are based. You want them. They're good. They're tasty. So,
my tasty.
Do I spot a Tim Tam cube? Actually, that'd be pretty good. I could go for one of those right now. Those things are great. But Little Creatures is a good Aussie beer. But no, like seriously, unironically, you as an individual buying stuff from Australia is going to give more economic stimulus to them in their fight against China than the government of Canada. Unironically, because the government of Canada isn't. Because the government of Canada wants Huawei and Sino-Canadian friendship and brotherhood and all that shit with I admire the basic dictator. Dude, I can't get over how much of basically a fifth column Trudeau is. Because, like, I mean, that's the thing. People always talked about Trump and how what Trump said about China was kind of fascistic about, like, imagine if we made me president for life. But nobody talks about the Trudeau thing. People are like, oh, Trudeau's an adult. Yeah, but the shit that Trudeau said about China, in many ways, is in some ways worse because he didn't even claim he was joking. There was no claim to him joking. He was serious about it. Like, there wasn't a retraction. He just explained it was about solar panels. In other words, oh, no. Like, I want to be clear. I'm not retracting my defense. I'm just saying that Hitler built roads, man. That's basically what he's amounting to. So, I mean...
My roads.
Now, they've also been talking about, seriously intervening in Myanmar. And also, at least what I've seen on Sky News Australia, a lot of calls to stand in solidarity with Taiwan. So, something that Trudeau will never do. Something that the United States is very hesitant to do. And the point that they made on Sky News the other day was like, look, if Taiwan goes, who do you think is next on the chopping block? I mean,
this is what happens when you're Australia. You're put in this position where they literally have to be opposed to China, or else they're going to be completely overwhelmed.
Well, that's the thing.
And the U.S. isn't necessarily in Canada. Canada's kind of just letting that happen. The U.S. isn't necessarily in that position yet. No. But if they sit back and do nothing for the next couple of years, they will be probably.
Well, if the U.S. stands by as Taiwan gets taken, because if we diplomatically recognize them, that could hurt tension. That could cause big tensions with China. So we'll sacrifice Taiwan. Oh, Australia's gone. Australia wasn't that big of a trading partner. Oh, now they're coming for Canada. Well, they won't invade Canada because Canada's good to them. So Canada will just become everything here is just China and Chinese conglomerates. Oh, now they're on our border and they want to invade? Oh, well, let's get our allies to help us. Sir, you don't have any allies anymore. They were all paid to do anything. What do you mean we don't have any allies? With the audacity.
You have nothing. You have no substantive economy. You have no allies.
You have nothing. And it's like, no, actually, sir, you have nothing. They're all gone. They're all Chinese territory, bro. You said peace in our time, bro. And now they're here for war. I mean...
Wow.
I mean, yeah, Chris is right. It's not surprising coming from Trudeau. He had great respect for Castro. But okay, Vosh respects Castro. Even like the light tankies like Vosh and stuff that will defend Castro will say, okay, but China's horrible. But Trudeau, no, he's like, they're awesome. I admire. He said he admired their basic dictatorship. He didn't say like they're bad, but the solar panel. He said he admired them. Man. Like he's the leader of Canada. So like seriously, I mean, wouldn't you say, Kevin, wouldn't you say, especially with the virus and everything going on right now, wouldn't you say to buy stuff from Canada to help Canada's economy? And look, we're going to be all right. We're not facing getting invaded potentially in 5 or 6 years the way that Australia is, especially if China is serious about taking Taiwan in 2027 and Australia gets involved. No, straight up 100%. Spend your money supporting Australia. Set an example that when a Western country stands up to communists, Western people, regardless of their governments, buy their stuff. How about that? So there you go. That's all I gotta say on that. We're not done the video yet, but this is so stupid. Like, they really think all you have to do is write that out and it's gonna sway people. Like, you're not writing a People's Daily article here. You're trying to sway Westerners that have education outside of your propaganda regime, whatever. And like, everybody who's there just looks so dispassionate. Like, who's being swayed by this? But whatever.
As well as the pressing anti-terrorism desire and the call for protection of the safety of life and property of the people of all ethnic groups.
Anti-terrorism desire. Okay.
That clearly is meant to undermine, the willpower of tens of millions of people.
Unbelievable.
I mean, there's a desire. Think about
Xinjiang has upheld the rule of law.
Yeah, no. They don't know what that word means. They don't know what that word means. Rule of law. Rule of law doesn't mean, oh, we have laws and we enforce them. So if you're Uyghur, you're going to jail. Rule of law means you have rights that are irrespective of whoever's in charge. Rule of law means you can't be disappeared in the night. China does not have rule of law. They are not a rule of law country. I always tell everybody out there, like, if I'm being honest with you, I don't even really feel too comfortable about Jay going to the north in Cyprus. Like, because if they decided to detain him, nothing's like, what are you going to do? Like, my advice is, regardless of what citizenship you have, regardless of how powerful your passport is, Otto Warmbier, for example, had an American passport and they killed him. So look at what happened to Bill Browder, with Magnitsky. You do not want to travel outside of rule of law country at all. Like, never travel to China. Especially, like, and you might say, well, I'm a Canadian. I got a Canadian passport. That's more powerful than if I have somebody else. No. They're rounding up Canadians right now on purpose as a tit for tat thing over what happened with Huawei. Not because Trudeau wanted to get tough on Huawei, but because he at least agreed to arrest the daughter of the CEO under a request from the United States. So if you travel to these kinds of countries, understand, like, you may very well be detained and used in a Cold War propaganda, coup, basically. So that's what they did with Warmbier in North Korea. That's what they've done with the two Michaels in China. And guess what? If you're a Westerner, that actually makes you a bigger target on it. So, like, it's a Cold War. So don't travel to communist China. Don't travel to Hong Kong. Don't travel to North Korea. Don't travel to fascist Russia. Don't travel to Belarus. Don't travel, because, like, even if your safety was to be assured, you're giving money to a regime that's anathema to everything that we stand for as well. So.
Drawn upon international community's counterterrorism experience and practices, actively implemented UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy and the UN Action Plan to Prevent Violent Extremism. Xinjiang attaches a
Why do they need 4 people for this, by the way?
To look official.
They have Thai cubes.
I mean, think about it, cube. I guess a cube has 6 sides. This is a square.
Mm-hmm.
The 4 sides of reason.
to striking hard at violent terrorist crimes and preventing further such attacks by addressing the root causes.
Addressing the root causes.
Root causes. In other words,
oh my fucking god!
No, dude. Like, how would you satirize this?
Again, demented shit, man.
No, but we have people who spent their entire lives in the West, in America and Canada, that will eat this shit up and say, like Hawes, for example, he's an American.
Who complained about the war on terror.
Yes.
Completely hypocritical pieces of shit, man. When the U.S. fights terrorists, ooh, that's bad. That's fascist. When China fights terrorists, in quotes, ooh, that's good. Me like.
So stupid.
Yeah, when they fight terrorists by detaining everyone who happens to be part of the same ethnicity as the terrorists.
You know, Writing Time says having multiple people gives the illusion that they tolerate dissent or multiple voices. I actually kind of disagree with that. I think the reason why they're there is to give this idea that like all the masses stand together. We have multiple people here that will sing the praise and speak the great leader's truth. That's why they're like, I don't think they were having a debate there in Xinjiang that day in front of the
I suppose it could be interpreted that way, but I don't know if it was meant to be interpreted.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be like the single-hearted unity of the peoples, you know, that kind of thing around the great leader. But let's continue.
So, improving people's livelihood, strengthening legal publicity and education, and establishing vocational education and training centers.
They did the meme. Education centers, re-education centers.
A lot of education happening there.
They force sterilize and do things to women there that I can't even say on this show against their will.
Hey, look, man, that's a learning experience. Can't deny it.
It'll stay with you for life. You'll never forget it.
You learn a lot after that shit.
Imagine thinking that we can continue a trading relationship with these thugs. Oh, but they wear suits. They wear suits.
Actually,
they wear suit pubes.
Thug is a word that's dipped in anti-Asian sentiment.
Oh, God damn it.
History. I heard that from Max Blumenthal.
Was that Max that did that meme?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my God, these people.
That was in relation to North Korea, though.
That was North Korea, I know, but like, how do you satirize that? Like, I understand our opponents are beyond parody, right? They are enemies.
They're lame. Like they're so blatantly evil. It's hilarious. You couldn't find more evil people.
They did the meme though. They called it re-education camps.
Well, yeah, that's where they got to be re-educated. The very nicely maintained anti-terrorism desire camps.
Why are there 2 million people in the camps, bro? It's like 2 million terrorists. That's a ticket.
Everyone is a potential terrorist. They're gonna pull a wasp op in and say, actually, it's the terrorist blood in them.
Yeah. No, by the way, they had somebody on Sky News the other day who his family was murdered by the Chinese in Xinjiang, and he's Uyghur, and he was just talking about, you know, the experiences of it and what happened and how the Western
CIA propaganda then
needs to stand up for the Uyghur people. You never see that kind of thing in Canadian media. So, you know,
because Canada sucks.
Just embarrassing that Trudeau, not only is Trudeau our leader right now, he's almost certainly going to win the re-election. Aaron O'Toole went down in popularity after his party convention where he gave his speeches. That's never happened. He's like the least popular leader that the Conservatives have ever nominated going into the election. There's talks that he might, by some chance, actually be replaced before the election. I don't buy that. I think he's actually going to run against Trudeau. I think Trudeau's going to win, though. So I think Trudeau's going to be in charge for probably 5 years, maybe. Hopefully less, but we'll see. We'll see.
according with law, to help and rehabilitate the trainees. We have made utmost efforts to eradicate.
Wait, what did she say again?
To help and rehabilitate the trainees.
Wait, did she say trainees?
Kind of sounded like it.
Oh, detainees. Detainees.
Oh my God, did she really say that?
No, I think she said because she was talking about the camps.
The detainees.
Oh my God, dude.
To improving people's livelihood, strengthening legal publicity and education, and establishing vocational education and training centers according with law to help and rehabilitate.
According with law. Oh, yeah, that's Communist Party law.
Rule of law.
By that definition, North Korea has rule of law.
This is a country that is all about law.
Like, by that definition, Hitler was rule of law. He had laws too. What? That's a meaningless term at that point.
They're just like Judge Dredd. They support the law.
Unbelievably stupid.
Rehabilitate the trainees.
No, what did she say? Did she say trainees or detainees?
I think it's trainees.
It must have been.
I mean, like, detainees would be way too mask off.
Probably too mask off.
Was law to help and rehabilitate the trainees.
Yeah.
We have made utmost efforts to eradicate the soil and conditions for breeding terrorism and religious extremism and protect the people's basic
In other words, being Uyghur.
rights from being harmed by terrorism and religious extremism.
In other words, Uyghurs.
So far, there has been no violent terrorist attacks for more than 4 years in a row.
In other words, they're saying that genocide is working.
Mission accomplished, bro.
Realizing all ethnic groups' aspiration for peace and stability.
So,
yeah,
if the Australian viewers of the show are still here with us right now, you guys swayed? You guys find that convincing, or?
It's time for you to see the light, like Canada did.
Yeah, I mean, because the Canadian government, Trudeau's government, found it convincing. So,
well, then clearly that's the right stuff right there. You know, we are tired hawks. I thought maybe we could try another short one if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
And that can be our ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, by the way, Kevin, thank you for finding that. That was terrible.
That was the most cringy thing. I actually think it's more cringy than the Kyle thing. I know that's a bit of a hot take.
Oh, no, that was way more cringy.
I think that's the cringiest thing I've seen all week, because when I was watching it, I'm like, oh, this is going to be stupid. And I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, this is lame. It's like watching North Korean propaganda. Then they zoom out and it says Xinjiang is a wonderful land. And I'm immediately thinking of Milk and Nikki Haley fan. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. By the way, if you guys weren't there for that drama, there was a time on Twitter before he got banned on that account when he tweeted that, like, you would just scroll through his profile. If you typed in Richard Smith, Nikki Haley is a wonderful person, and sorted by latest, you would scroll down and down and down and down and down. And you're like, every day or every 6 hours, it's like, Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. This went on and on for months, and you could just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. I even had a video on one of the streams where I went over his dog posting, and he had like 45 or 46 tweets that were all the same tweet within the span of a couple months of Bentley is a very cute dog. And it was, and that was Nikki Haley's dog. He's also been stalking your daughter on Instagram. Like, and when I saw Xinjiang is a wonderful land, I immediately thought of, no, I am a 27-year-old who lives in an apartment in the Netherlands. I am not a troll. That is what you are. That is what you are. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. Do I spot a milk cube? Do I spot a dog cube?
Ah, there's so many.
It's so NPC though. Like, I mean, because Richard's an NPC, but then, and he would say, no, I am not an NPC. I am real. I am a 27-year-old who lives in the Netherlands and is the only true Nikki Haley fan. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. I mean, he's probably tweeted that again on this new account. Like, and you might be wondering, what's up with all the new accounts? Like, what does he do? Sexual harassment. That's what he does. So,
and that'll get you banned.
That will actually get you banned. Like, unironically get you banned. So, he used to be Dutch Haley fan for a while. It was Richard Smith before that. He's had a number of iterations of his account. But if I type Nikki Haley fan 93 into Twitter and I type wonderful person, I'm sure some stuff is going to come up. Oh, of course it does. November 22nd, 2020. He's responding to a tweet that was deleted by the tweet author. I have no idea who it was. Lol Diego was the poster. Probably said something about Nikki Haley because he responds with, now I don't know he's talking about Nikki Haley here. He just says she, but he says, no, she is a wonderful person and would be a wonderful president. Okay.
Yeah, that's about Nikki Haley.
Probably Nikki Haley. Oh, okay. December 20th, 2020. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person and she would be a great president. Oh, okay. You might be detecting a pattern here. Yeah, okay. December 16th. Oh my god, I'm actually screenshotting this. I didn't know this tweet existed. Holy shit, Reece is gonna get a kick out of this one.
Oh no. No. Why?
Yeah.
Why me?
What we're about to take a look at here, Reece, it's cringe, but it's also a yikes. Basically, imagine 50% cringe, 50% yikes.
Balanced as all things should be.
You will recall that when we were talking about his dog posting, and he said, no, but she has a male dog. We were like, you said, Reece, you're like, why would you know that? Well, we're having another one of those moments here. I'm gonna have a sip so I don't choke or anything, and make sure, like, okay.
Wash down that little creature.
Yeah. Okay. We can take a look at the tweet now. God damn it, Richard.
Oh no.
Oh my god, this is stupid. And it just evidences everything that we've been talking about on the show in the drama stream yesterday. I didn't know this tweet existed. You will get blocked by me if you disrespect nurses. Nikki Haley's daughter is a nurse. Dude.
Richard.
Dude, give it a rest.
Richard, keep
this
it in
is freaking pathetic, dude.
Come on. Because she is a wonderful person.
This is the dog thing. Because you'll remember that Lemmy guy said something like, oh, well, would she like I bet she has a female dog to avoid the temptation. And Richard is like, no, she has a female dog, but she has a female dog. And Lemmy was like something like, he was like, oh, well, maybe it's like lesbian or something. And he's like, no, it is not. He said specifically, he didn't say no, it's not. He said, no, it is not. That is what you are, basically.
I don't know what I'm more freaked out by, the fact that Richard knew or the fact that somebody brought up dog sex in the first place.
But that Lemmy account is a gnome troll, and Richard took the bait. The troll was trying to bait him into dog posting, and he went and took the bait.
I like that the implication is that Richard would be more outraged by lesbian dog sex than normal dog sex.
I don't remember the exact specifics of it. All I know is that afterwards, Richard said, "No, it is not." And that is what you are.
My Nikki wouldn't do that. That would be crazy.
So, December 4, 2019, Nikki Haley, for signed copies of With All Due Respect, please order here. Enjoy. And Richard, well, I shouldn't do the robot voice for her. She's actually a real person. But then Richard's like an NPC. With All Due Respect is a great book. And you are a wonderful person. And Lola Rose responds, I have no idea who this is. Anyone that supports Trump cannot be considered a wonderful person. He says, Trump is doing a great job as president. Okay. And then there's another reply. Some dude, unpaid Funyuns ad says, you have 2 pictures of her as profile pics. Not sure you're totally unbiased. Okay. Well, I mean, that's true. He does.
I mean, Richard is not unbiased. Facts.
That's true. So I wish his other account wasn't blocked because it had hundreds of those tweets on it. But I just tell you, Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. We can get to the next clip in a second. It's just Nikki Haley is a wonderful.
This is important, damn it.
Yeah. Oh, November 8th, 2020. Because Nikki, I'm not even sure what he's responding to. Oh, there's a big tweet thread. Libertarians are still the worst political group on Twitter. The last 2 are not political groups. He's responding to somebody whose account's deleted, but the last 2 are at least commies and not cowards who block me for defending Nikki Haley and talk trash about Nikki Haley while having me blocked like Jared Rabble does. Ooh. Well, I don't like Jared Rabble. He's got me blocked because I wanted to debate him. Richard Smith. At least communists on this site support free speech. Libertarians lock B for defending Nikki Haley. He still shouldn't talk trash about Nikki Haley while having me blocked. And you are a Nikki Haley hater too for following him. Okay. You are still a Nikki Haley hater. And at least I don't have anyone blocked because I support free speech. But you are still a Nikki Haley hater for following him. And then they say something. He says, no. And then, yes, she is beyond criticism. Because Nikki Haley is a wonderful and perfect person. And then,
wow.
That's just one thing. No, it is good. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person. That was September 12th, 2020. Oh, he says, it means you are a Nikki Haley hater. And then Brian says, you're so stupid. And then he says, being pro-union means you hate Nikki Haley. Okay, whatever. I like this. This is from September 4th, 2020. Oh, this is gold. Dude, I was saying that the second that she gave a speech in front of the factory or something, that he was going to change his tune about hating the working class. I'm going to bring up a tweet that totally contradicts all the stuff that we looked at that he said the other day on the drama stream. So let's take a look at this one. This one's going to be gold. Maybe Richard's going to contradict himself. Do I spot a contradiction cube? So Nikki says, this weekend, take a moment and read this small town opinion piece. You won't regret it. And let's say thank you to the American workers who keep this nation running. This is September of last year. Nikki Haley is a wonderful person, and she cares about the hardworking people. As he's calling me a communist for being pro-working class and talking about how working people deserve to be oppressed.
Richard versus Richard.
It's like, I mean, it's really the battle of, who's like his alter ego. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde or whatever. It's like,
anyone still watching? The only reason Richard said that the working class should be oppressed is because for some bizarre reason, he's convinced that Nikki Haley is a neoliberal corporatist. Imperialist.
Yeah, and so that's why I tweeted out because he accused her of being a neoliberal imperialist the other day, and I quote tweeted, I said, when you agree with Noam Chomsky. And he's like, okay, communist or whatever. But yeah, no, he straight up calls her a neoliberal imperialist. That's something that Kyle would call her. It's like
crazy.
he says that Nikki Haley wants to oppress the working class. Now, all this started because he wanted to impress MMI, but MMI doesn't exist on social media anymore. He shut down all of his stuff. So who is he trying to impress? Does he think he's trying to impress Nikki Haley? Actually, Nikki Haley knows about this shit because Lauren Witzke tweeted out and said, this one's yours. This is what your followers are like. Like, she definitely knows about this shit. Like, I agree with you, Reece, on that one. Like, it's not just her interns. She has to know about it. There's no way she doesn't know about it. Like, it wasn't just her interns that blocked him. She freaking knows. I'm sure her daughter has mentioned it about the DM in her Instagram.
You have to think that, at some point, yeah, there's going to be some interns involved, but at some point she's using her own social media. And Richard's tweeting at her every single day for years.
Multiple times for 7 years. There's no way she did. I mean, she's acknowledged him in the past. And
Yes.
she also blocked him, and she also told him to cut it out. But people were saying that might have been interns that were doing that. Interns that run politics.
I mean, interns could have told her.
Yeah, that's true.
I just think people are like, I would tell my boss, I'd be like, you might want to keep an eye out for this one. Like, you might make another account. Like, just, be aware that's who this person is.
By the way, I'll tell you this. If she does become president in 2024, there's no way that over the course of her administration, heck, even if she retires a year in, there's no way over the course of that administration that the Secret Service doesn't pay his house in the Netherlands a visit on at least one occasion. Because once she's president and he does this kind of stuff, depends what he's tweeting, but the Secret Service might show up if he's sending stocky DMs to her daughter on Instagram. So
that sounds like deep state. That's like what AOC did.
That's right, and the cops went after
queer a la
AOC.
mode.
So let's
I have a short one, by the way, for us to finish.
Yes.
And this is a seminal issue for us to discuss. I believe it's pronounced Trita Parsi. How Iran deal is the U.S. ticket out of Middle East. This is from a collection of brainlets that we've actually never talked about on the show.
Oh, right.
But you're going to be
they share a word with us for that
Yes.
show. They do. We're Ghoul Gang Rising. They're rising.
They're rising. It should be falling, though.
This week, the U.S. and Iran held.
Cringe.
Cigar and the unfortunately named crystal ball.
KGB crystal.
Trying so hard to be attractive.
Oh, yeah, super attractive.
That's a great look. We're going to have to cover a clip from her podcast eventually. By the way, I'm going to put out this open call. If you want to help me, find clips for the show, I really appreciate timestamps and things like that more than anything. I would be interested if some brave soul wants to scour through the episode of Kyle Kulinski's podcast with Crystal Ball and Shoe on Head. Maybe find us some something to dunk on. Wink, wink. You'd be a real champ. Okay.
Yep.
But thank you. I appreciate that if anyone actually does that. Feel free to tweet that at me at Spooky Nukies. Okay. Let's do this shit.
Indirect talks in Vienna. That marks really the Biden administration's first big actions towards rejoining the JCPOA. That's the Iranian nuclear deal. And according to Dr. Trita Parsi, the U.S. needs to move quickly on these negotiations with Iran to ensure that the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action is revived ahead of Iranian domestic elections.
So, Professor, Georgetown University, author and executive vice president of the Quincy Institute, Dr. Trita Parsi joins us now.
Yeah, that sounds suspect.
Dr. Parsi,
rush the process. They're actively like, oh, you got to do it fast. because of this artificial like urgency.
Yeah,
you got to do it. You got to do it now. I mean, the Iranian quote elections are coming up. Again, demented.
I mean, the North Korean elections are coming up too, and I heard Xinjiang is a wonderful place, and they have elections there too. So.
Consider how fucking stupid that is. We have to rush into this terrible deal that is we're going to make every concession in the book while we basically get nothing out of them except maybe temporarily preventing them, for like 10 years from getting nuclear weapons. You have to do that because an election is coming up in Iran.
Here's the thing about that. The Ayatollah chooses the candidates.
Oh, that's very
like when we say election, understand everything goes through the Ayatollah.
This fuck these guys. They are such useful idiots. It's insane. Fucking horrible that they could just say that with a straight face. If I'm in this studio, that's the first thing I say in response. Excuse me, did you just say election? Yeah. did you just say we need to rush? We need to rush into getting into a shoddy deal because their fucking election is coming up. Get bent.
Out what exactly these indirect talks, so to speak, mean, where in the calendar year we are getting towards the critical dates, and whether you're encouraged by these developments.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me. We're actually past the critical dates. This should have been done earlier, but better late than never. We have the Iranian elections coming up in just 2 months, so this is already a very, very sensitive period.
It's political theater. It's irrelevant. The idea that there are hardliners and there are moderates or reformers in Iran is an illusion. If the Ayatollah wants to present a good image to the West that gets concessions, he chooses a reformer, quote unquote, to become the president. And if he decides that he wants to be belligerent, then he gets somebody like Ahmadinejad to become the candidate, basically. This is. To think they have elections that in any way would resemble what you have in America and Canada it's so stupid. It's like calling waterboarding torture.
Yeah, basically. That's the level we're at. But Kevin, see, you don't understand. We've already passed. We've already passed the date we need to do this. But better late than never.
Well, we did pass. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. We've been going up this too long. We should have invaded a long time ago, but
we passed the date of doing any kind of worthwhile negotiations and getting anything useful in return.
My writing time says, holy shit, Kevin is the one person I've met who understands this. Kudos. Well, Reece here also, you're decently aware of how their government system works, right? How they basically have a council where everybody that is on that council is appointed by the Ayatollah, and then they're the ones that basically approve candidates, right? So you know about that shit, right? They're not a democracy. I
think he's more just saying because he's met you. I don't think he's shit talking me necessarily.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's met you before. He doesn't necessarily know who I am too well, which is all good. Yeah. Stick around, my dude. Now this is demented fucking nonsense.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was in Iran last year. Says, my paradigms notwithstanding, we do not want them to go nuclear. Yeah, it's something we talk about on this show a lot, which is look, North Korea's a huge threat in terms of how many nukes they're going to get to blackmail America. Here's the real danger with Iran. Them having one, they're probably going to use it. Or 3. They don't even, they're not trying to blackmail anybody to secure territory. They just want to cause as much death as possible.
They'll proliferate it among their proxy groups.
Yeah.
You will have nuclear suicide bombers.
Yeah, I wonder where the Houthis got their bomb from. By the way, it's something you said on a stream or something. I can't remember what you said, but basically you were saying that if Iran passed a nuclear device along to their proxies or something and they actually used it, that it would be one of the biggest events in history. I totally agree with that. Like, I think a lot of people don't take it seriously enough. Imagine even a relatively
I mean,
low
it would be a literal change to the face of warfare forever.
Oh yeah, like because think about how much 9/11 changed the world, and almost 3,000 people were killed in that, and an entire city block of New York was basically reduced to rubble, and surrounding areas were devastated. Now consider a 15 kiloton device, which is well within the material that they've got. They detonate one of those in Riyadh, whether it's from a Houthi rocket or if it's a suicide bomber with a truck or something. Like the second that thing goes off, like the world's going to be changed forever because you're going to have a lot of footage that's going to come out from the surrounding areas. And here's the thing about a 15 kiloton blast. You're not going to see death tolls like 3,000. You set one of those things off in Riyadh at 15 kilotons, just in the first minute, you're looking at upwards of 200,000 people dying. Not to mention the fallout, which in the first few hours is going to result in a lot of radiation, illnesses and whatnot. Very likely, just from a 15 kiloton device, especially placed well in that area, you could see 1 million people die potentially. And I'll tell you this.
That's fine though. That's their right. That's their right to bear nuclear arms. Come on.
I'll tell you this, that if that happens, the initial reaction from these people on Rising and Kyle and Jimmy and everything will be, how do we know this wasn't a false flag to make Iran look guilty? How do we know it wasn't the CIA? Or how do we know the Houthis didn't make the nuke themselves, bro? How do we know it was Iran? I'm telling you, they're going to say, what North Korea? It could have been North Korea that gave them the nukes. And then you'd be like, oh, so do you want to go to war with North Korea? And they'd say, no, what about Saudi? It's like, well, Saudi was the one who just got nuked.
Saudi nuked themselves? I mean, honestly, they've said that about the rebels in Syria. They probably would say something that's stupid.
No, they said that the rebels gassed themselves. They're not beyond saying that the Saudis would nuke their own.
In order to instigate a war with Iran.
Which is hilarious because they have every excuse to go to a war because Iran literally bombed the largest petroleum refinery in the world at Abqaiq in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, and they didn't retaliate. I love how we get called the warmongers in the West and our allies, yet we don't fight back, and yet they get called anti-imperialists because they attack us over and over again. You know?
Yeah,
people forgot about that attack, by the way. People forgot about that attack on Abqaiq. Nobody talks about that anymore. And people also forgot about that one on the Jeddah refinery, for example.
That's right.
That was the one where Khalid's family, he's saying that like they live right near where that went off. And yet the world just forgets about it. And we talk about how Saudi Arabia is the aggressor. It's like they're not even the defender. They don't defend themselves. They'd be they'd be well within their rights to just go over to Iran. They've got a hell of a lot of military equipment and just bomb the hell out of their facilities, but they don't. So
and then we saw that amazing mid-air interception and the yo guy.
Yes, yo. Like, by the way, okay, maybe this is a bit of a hot take, but like if Obama is getting a peace prize, why doesn't MBS get a peace prize? He didn't retaliate.
Oh man, that's not going to go over well.
Like seriously. Like, by the way,
he's stayed the course of peace for a very long time.
I'm not a fan of the peace prize. I would have retaliated, but like if we're going to do the whole peace prize thing, MBS did more for peace than Obama did. So like because they gave Obama the prize before he was really even in power, basically. Whereas MBS literally did the Gandhi move. They attack you and you do nothing. Now, the difference is the reason why Gandhi was able to get sympathy and everything was that, you know, there wasn't this decades-long smear job, you know, in the same way that there is against Saudi Arabia. When Saudi Arabia tries the pacifistic approach, people still think they're the warmongers. Nobody thought that Gandhi was the warmonger in that situation. People saw what was going on. They saw.
I've seen enough games of Civ to know that Gandhi was the true warmonger the entire time.
Well, he was a warmonger, but a very special kind of warmonger. You might call him #nuke-pilled. So I wish I had that meme right now. I'll see if I can find that meme.
Gandhi presses the red button.
Yeah, of Gandhi getting angry. Gandhi smash. Because yeah, Gandhi, he's not somebody that you necessarily want to mess with. He's a pretty nuke-pilled dude. We actually have an image of him right here. We got an image of him one time when Pakistan pissed him off. We got this. This is Gandhi a little while ago. It's him right there. It's him right there. He's taking some pills.
Yeah, that is nuclear hot fire right there.
That's right. That's right. Gandhi. Yeah, Gandhi was nuke pilled. That's right. There's two of them.
Based.
Yeah.
That's
like. Awesome. And this was the response from the other side. Ouch.
Big ouch.
Ouch. That hurt me. You are nuke-pilled Gandhi. No, anyway, I'm telling you, man, Iran could literally nuke Israel or Saudi Arabia, and as long as they get one of their proxies to do it and don't just fire a missile from Iranian territory, these guys are going to go with the false flag, or it was a different country, or the Houthis or Hezbollah just got their own nukes. And,
honestly, if they just do it, if they forgo the proxies, there will still be people denying it, and there will still be people defending it.
Oh yeah, there will be denialists too. They'll say it was just a big conventional bomb, and it's like, well, how do you explain the radiation poisoning? It's like crisis actors.
Wow.
Like people said that about the Duma attacks, for example, that it was that the chemical weapons effects was actors, right? So,
I mean, like I could see people just straight up denying it, like not even saying it was a conventional bomb. They'd just say, no, that's fake. That's fake news. People deny the Holocaust. People deny the moon landing. Why wouldn't they deny that?
Yeah, but like, okay, here's the thing about Holocaust denial. If you're a complete sucker and an idiot, you could say it was 70 years ago or whatever. It's like, how are you going to prove it was real? If it happens now and it's on TV and you literally can't fly to Tel Aviv anymore because the airport's like doesn't exist, how are you? How?
They'll find a way.
Like, I guess
they'll say that it's special effects. The CIA
what would they do?
Hired special effects artists.
What would they do if the Ayatollah came out and gave a speech from a bunker saying that this was his jihad? How would they deny it?
I mean, they deny all their calls to violence anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Oh God, our opponents are so dumb.
Like I'm being real. That's the world we live in.
Our opponents are the most gullible people in the world. Like the anti-war brainlet brigades of the left and the right are the dumbest people you'll ever meet in Western society. It's just beyond dumb. They'd be smarter if they never got involved in politics at all. Just apolitical. They would be smarter. So, oh yeah, they say this is the left's or the West's payback for imperialism. Yeah. Humanity are excellent at mental gymnastics. Well, let's continue with the video.
Reece.
But the good thing is that there's movement.
Yeah, Wyoming Reece with the Wyoming Wi-Fi.
Of course.
Within the Wyoming wife.
Don't you talk about my wife.
And there's good movement. The two sides are not talking directly yet. They're talking.
Yeah, except
your war criminal hero Bill Crystal asks, is Kevin a Tom Clancy fan? There we go.
Yes,
yeah, he was a cool dude. He was a cool dude for sure.
So we should clarify kind of the news when it comes to Iran is that they're not talking directly. You have representatives from the United States and Iran and other countries in Vienna this week. So there's indirect negotiations. And I mean, pathetically, the Biden administration is seemingly throwing on the table that they're actually going to abandon the strong stance they were taking, where they said basically, we will not lift any sanctions until you come back in compliance with the deal.
Yeah.
Now they're potentially floating out the idea, Well, how about we lift some sanctions and you come to the negotiation table? Not, we'll lift some sanctions and you're guaranteed to do something. No, just come to the table. It's like we're desperate for a friend. Like, please come talk to me, genocidal theocratic regime.
Yeah, can we just get like Gandhi in power?
Nuke-pilled Gandhi would be better than what we have now, man. Like this is the kind of thing. Like, I'll pull a Naomi Wolf if this shit continues. I don't know if I would necessarily say I regret my vote, because my vote doesn't matter. But at the same, and maybe it would take a bit more than coming back into the deal for me to be like, okay, well, Trump, I really just did not agree with on anything. But it's up there, man. Like, if this genuinely goes forward and we just sweep this issue under the rug for another couple of years until it's too late, that is unacceptable. And I will come out on that day. I will come out publicly and say, you know what, man, I made the wrong call. No. I made the wrong call. I thought I was making the right call in the moment, but ultimately it turned out not to be the case. But here's the thing. In my defense, I was fearful that with a second term, Trump was going to basically go even further into isolationism, and because he wouldn't have to worry about the perception at that point. He could really just do whatever he wants, and we potentially could have ended up in an even more debilitating deal. So that's my defense on that. And plus, I was concerned with, I think he would have gone through with a full Afghanistan withdrawal and a number of other things. But
yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah.
So basically, I had no good options. Like, but come on, like, this is the one thing I was giving Biden credit for, above all else. And it wasn't even that impressive, because it was still implying that they were going to go to the negotiating table, that was even an option. And I don't consider it to be an option at all with Iran. This is fucking terrible. Seriously, it's such a weak move. Look at all the legitimacy that is lost. Oh, actually, we're not going to remove sanctions until you come into compliance. Then, like a week later, if we take some sanctions off, will you talk to us? Will we be friends? Will we be internet friends?
Want to be YouTube friends?
Do you want to be friends in a video game?
In a video game.
Fuck that, man.
Dude.
And then you have these fuckers who are saying, actually, Biden's not bending the knee enough. He's not enough of a peacenik.
He's a warmonger. He's a neocon.
Yeah, he's an imperialist. What the fuck?
Indirectly through European intermediaries, but what has been agreed upon is that two lists are being negotiated right now. One list that is detailing all the steps the Iranians need to take to come back into full compliance, and the other list, which is a lengthier list, is all the things the US needs to do to actually rejoin the deal and be in full compliance. And that includes, hopefully, the addressing of more than 1,600 sanctions that the Trump administration imposed on Iran, partly as part of reimposing all sanctions, but a lot of it was just done in order to make it as difficult as possible for any future administration to try to go back into the deal.
Which was a good thing.
Yeah, because he was worried that this shit might happen.
Give us a little bit more in depth on what some of the stickiest issues here are going to ultimately be.
Well, the stickiest of the stickiest is the fact that a lot of sanctions were imposed by the Trump administration on entities in Iran that already were sanctioned. They did so to make it extra difficult to get these sanctions lifted, because the JCPOA is about the nuclear issue. It means that nuclear sanctions need to be lifted. So what did they do? Well, for instance, if the Iranian central bank was sanctioned under the nuclear issue, they would also then sanction it under terrorism authorizations or a third.
Oh, good. Why is that problematic? They also do terrorism. That should also be sanctioned. Is he denying that they fund terrorism? Like, they basically brag about it.
He's just going to brush past it. I just love
who the hell is this guy, by the way? Like,
he's an expert. Don't question it.
He has a tie cube.
I just love the groveling that we're doing. How we said one thing and now we're saying something up. We're saying something else potentially, and we're just bending over more and more for nothing. We're not even a guarantee.
For nothing. The audacity.
We have fucking nothing. We have fucking nothing. We don't.
What does Iran have? Nukes. And what do you have? You have nothing.
Kiwis.
That's
no,
right.
We potentially will get them at the negotiation table, where I'm sure they're going to shake us out for every penny we're worth.
Unbelievable.
They're just going to keep pushing and pushing, inches turning into miles, man.
Yeah, no, Hawkwatch is right. He says you need to read the fine print. It's like 150 pages and see that Iran still gets a nuke in 20 years. Biden is a coward. Daniel Boardman went over that back late last year. He went over the specifics of the deal. The deal allows them to get nukes after 20 years. That's the part nobody really talks about. But that's actually true. And that's why Iranian propaganda, when they have the mushroom clouds, and stuff, they're talking about in 20 years. In other words, we get all the money, we get everything unfrozen, we get to play part of the international community and pretend we're not a rogue state, and then we get nukes. That's the deal. The deal, despite what all the brainlet brigades will say, is that it prevents Iran from getting nukes. It's like, no, it delays Iran from getting nukes, even if it does what it's designed to do.
That's why we call it a kick the can down the road policy. But I mean, even then, they could get something functioning easily before then.
That's also true. But like even under the best terms of the deal, it's only going to delay them. That's assuming they don't enrich anything in secret. Like I said,
and that's assuming that they don't make it so we have to renegotiate. Basically, they could hold the region hostage. They could blackmail the West into shortening the length of time in which they get the nuclear weapons.
What I don't understand is like how people think that we can have long-term peace with this regime. It's not possible. And there are people out there that say, oh, well, we should look to foment insurrection within the country and this kind of stuff and everything. And I'm like, look, we don't have that kind of time. This is insane. If I was in charge, we would be invading Iran immediately. Like in the first hour of my administration, there would be strikes going on over there, followed up by an amphibious assault and landing on the country to occupy territory and cut off their oil reserves. And people say, oh, how do you invade the whole country? You don't have
to invade the whole country.
Literally just take the easy to access low-lying oil fields in the Southwest where 85% of their oil production is, and then hold that and bombard the regime from the air until they surrender and hit their nuclear sites and take out their missile facilities and everything.
I mean, not only do we not have the time to stir the pot of insurrection, we don't even necessarily have the ability to do that easily. We don't have the connections in Iran.
Yeah, nobody's serious about it. Like here's the thing. I know this is a bit of a hot take. I know people are like, oh, the CIA is awesome, or the CIA is evil imperialist. Here's a hot take about the CIA. I wish the CIA was what the far left made it out to be. The fact of the matter is, they tried to assassinate Castro over 600 times, and they failed every time. This idea that, oh, we don't need to nuke North Korea, we could get the CIA to take out Kim. One, you're not going to. You're probably going to fail. You're probably going to fail 500 times out of 500. But two,
and I mean, if you fail once, who's to say they don't just instantly bombard South Korea?
Oh, look, if you try to kill Kim, like unironically try to kill Kim and you fail, he's going to launch the nukes. Like if once you
an interview on him.
Yeah, like you see, this is the thing. An interview, except it was just fake grapefruits in the copter, not Kim. It was just fake grapefruits in a suit, made to look like Kim. Anyway, here's the thing about that: you assassinate him, and say it works. Oh, great! We don't have to do a nuclear war with North Korea anymore. Oh, wonderful! Now his sister takes over and launches the nukes. Great. Good job, CIA. This is why covert ops are kind of a meme. It's like drone strikes. Like, yeah, let's drone strike the Ayatollah. Let's drone strike him. Let's not nuke the regime. It's like, except here's the problem with that. That's not going to take out their nuclear assets. Like, if the CIA were to take out Kim and it were to succeed, all of their nukes are still in play. What do you think they're going to do with them? Like, once they know you're coming for the regime, I got news, dudes. They're going to use the nukes. So you might want to hit those first and do a first strike against them instead of just being like, I know, we'll just kill Kim and it'll be hunky-dory afterwards and they'll surrender. No, they won't. No, they won't. His sister will take over and she'll lead the war effort. And it'll start with nuking Japan, South Korea, and the United States. And a lot of those nukes will get through, by the way. Like, that's the other thing. Ground-based missile defense in Alaska and California has a 40% success rate. So,
nothing to worry.
6 out of 10 that they fire, and they can hit Florida. Like, it's not like this idea, oh, they can only hit Alaska or whatever. This isn't 2009 anymore. They have missiles that can reach Uruguay, basically. 6 out of 10 missiles that they fire at America are going to detonate over U.S. cities. So why the hell wouldn't you do a first strike instead of just going covert ops? Oh yeah, we're going to save lives, man. We'll just assassinate them instead of do a first strike against the regime as a whole. Unbelievably stupid. Totally stupid. And I see people make this argument all the time on Twitter where they're like, oh, we can just do covert ops and assassinate people. As if then the regime just surrenders once you assassinate the leader. That's such a simpleton way of thinking about it. Like, what? Really? They don't have a continuity of power scheme in play? Oh, I know how we can defeat Russia. Let's just assassinate Putin, and then they surrender.
Oh, yeah. It's not like the country will break up at that point, and you'll have a series of warlords rise up and claim individual plots of territory.
Oh, but like, let's say you did assassinate Putin right now. Here's what would actually happen. They would just retaliate. Like, Putin would be dead, but they would still retaliate. Because guess who would take over? The prime minister, potentially one of the leaders of the army, and then they just nuke America. Like, that's what would happen. So this idea, like, oh, let's just assassinate them. I mean, again, we're
cut the head off the snake. Come on, man.
We're assuming that the assassination even works. It's the CIA. It's not going to work. You could do it 500 times. You're not going to do it. The CIA is kind of a meme. They're kind of ineffectual. You know who is a really effective intelligence agency? That's Mossad. Those guys are spooky. So if they try,
they make the EU very cerned.
They make them cerned, man. Yeah, they weren't happy about that. Mossad, dude, Mossad, you don't want to mess with Mossad. The CIA, you can mess with the CIA and they probably won't get you on the first few hundred attempts. Mossad, they're like 2 attempts. What do you mean? We only need 1, bro. Like they always get their guy.
We've only got 1 shot.
Like, no, Mossad, like Mossad is probably the most effective intelligence force in the world. I mean, yeah.
By the way, Kevin, before we can get back into this, or I sent you something, a little bit of a meme on Twitter that I think would be very pertinent to the show. It is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Oh, this is actually pretty hilarious. By the way, was that whole Henlo thing, was that actually in a stream or is that just a meme? Like,
yeah, no, we when we went off air, we brought in Dragon and we were talking to him. And then we all named ourselves Henlo. And we were nice to him. We had a nice chat, but we were all the bear.
Wait, which one is the bear in the image? Because I'm looking at 8. Which one was he? Because one of them's capitalized Henlo, the others are lowercase.
I think he was the capitalized one.
Ooh, he didn't keep with the spirit of the unified people's first philosophy.
Yeah, he did it very wrong. A lot of wrong think on his part.
Amazing.
This is fucking hilarious.
Raffle, look at this cringe. Teddy bears are the new symbol of
The new symbol. Are you fucking serious, man?
Symbol. Wait, isn't that an instrument? Wait, hold on a second. What symbol? Symbol.
Kylo Ren is really trying here, guys.
He has a hard time with grammar in general. This is Ed spelling. This isn't the first time that kind of thing has happened. Symbol. Teddy bears are the new symbol of Western imperialism. And low, and low, and low, and low, and low. Uppercase and low, and low, and low. No. Second from the bottom left is definitely Tragan. He uppercased it. He uppercased it. That was him. I'm saying it was him. Everybody else went hello. He went hello. Hello.
That is amazing.
People were showing me this earlier, and I was like, I went to Bloodhouse stream, and I couldn't find that moment in the stream, and I'm like, is this Photoshop? But this happened after the stream was over. What? That's a lot of the bears. I mean, I guess the Russian bear is coming, and it's already here.
I'm trying to remember. So there was me, obviously Neil, Kanzik, Jaeger, No Name, Dragon.
The
fuck else was there? Arthur. I'm missing somebody.
And
sorry, other person. Apparently, you weren't important.
Wow.
You've been forgotten.
That's kind of incredible, dude. I gotta say though, I am pretty tired. I'm not sure if we got enough time to wrap up this episode.
I believe in us, man. I'll keep up the energy. I'm high energy.
Thinking or calculating that yes, the Biden administration potentially would lift the nuclear sanctions, but it cannot touch the terrorism sanctions. But what that does is that it makes it completely meaningless to lift the nuclear sanctions, because those sanctions are still in place, and the Iranians are not going to rejoin the deal or come into compliance if they're still being.
That's the best thing Trump ever did, man.
Amazing.
He made it so it wouldn't make sense to lift any of the sanctions, because there would still be sanctions underneath those sanctions.
Yeah, meta sanctions, man.
Inception sanctions.
That's right. Do I spot a sanction cube?
Oh yeah, they're in a cube. A cube that's choking them.
Impossible for them to engage in normal trade.
Got it. And Dr. Parsi, lay out again the timeline in Iran about the domestic political considerations that they have whenever it comes to this deal.
Cigar.
Well, so on June.
Such a tool, man. The domestic situation. So he's talking about the elections again.
As if the result wasn't predetermined. Ooh, I wonder who's going to win. Is it going to be the reformer or the hardliner? It's like, oh, let's ask the Ayatollah.
I mean, he knows. The Ayatollah, he has a connection to God. He knows everything.
That's right.
Like, seriously. That is the definition of a useful idiot. Just sitting there cluelessly, like, oh yeah, tell us the timeline of the fucking domestic concerns.
Who's likely to win in the regional elections coming up in Pyeongchang province? Do you think it's going to be the Korean Workers' Party? It's like, yeah, we're betting on the Korean Workers' Party to win. We are expecting a turnout of 100% and a 100% result for the Korean Workers' Party. It's like, oh, how harmonious. It's like, okay.
It gives the people a false sense of hope, shall we say.
So stupid. So stupid.
I heard Russia's going to have an election too with that Navalny guy.
Oh yeah, I wonder who's going to win.
He's a little indisposed at the moment. Yeah. Locked away, probably having his teeth ripped out one by one.
These water boys for dictators are so ridiculous, dude. Like I'm pretty tired. We got to rush through this. So.
Are having their elections. Their elections season is a little bit shorter than the American one. I think the American one is
oh, give me a break. Of course it's shorter. The Ayatollah decides if he wants a moderate or a hardliner, and then that's done.
It's a little bit shorter than the United States.
He probably thinks the wrestling is real too. So,
man, I'm in tears right now. That is crazy.
Wait, this guy's an expert?
Apparently, an expert in bullshit. Maybe
he's a brainlet in a suit. He's a brainlet in a suit, dude.
Their election cycle is a little bit short.
Hey, I heard North Korea's are too.
I mean, isn't that an anti-Americanism? Because that means they're more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Look at America, slow ass America. Their elections take forever. Boring.
Boring.
Fuck off, dude.
Dude.
Imagine timeline in Iran about the domestic political considerations that they have.
Imagine unironically being this guy.
Their elections season is a little bit shorter than the American one. I think the American one is probably the longest in the world. But still in it. We're already in it. This is now past the Iranian New Year, which was on the 21st of March. And under normal circumstances, this is now considered the election season. But I think because of the importance of this issue and because of the fact that rather late, but nevertheless, the Biden administration started to show some real sincerity on this issue, and they do want to move forward right now, and they're trying to move as fast as they can. But it is a tougher lift right now because of the Iranian election. So I think both sides are trying to move this fast, but the issue
Iran's
is that
distracted by the elections. They can't possibly focus on this.
The administration is not going to be able to undo these
Such a crazy hectic time.
Oh man, yeah.
Sanctions that were solely put in place to make it impossible to rejoin the deal, then we're still going to have a major.
That's why they were put in place. Nuclear sanctions and terror sanctions. Yeah, that's the only reason they were put in place was to stunt Iran, to fuck them over like a troll attempt.
They got owned epic style, Reece.
Like that. Yeah, that was the reason. You nailed it, bud.
They were just. It was an epic style own. So.
Wrecked. You couldn't have anything. It couldn't have anything to do with largest state sponsor of terrorism, nuclear aspirations.
No. It was literally just about owning them, all epic style, right? So.
Well, they've been owned.
Epic style.
Victory.
The Israelis in general and Netanyahu in particular have always opposed this deal and continue to do so. What kind of pressure?
Why are we
will
talking
they
about Israel?
bring?
Crystal, why the fuck are we talking about Israel? You're not even trying. You're not even trying to mask it. Holy shit.
Yeah, she's
So yeah, Israelis and Netanyahu. What the fuck?
To bear, and what is the other pushback that the Biden administration is receiving here?
I think what the Israelis are doing right now is that they're trying.
Okay, so literally, this is the point that's being debated. Okay, so it's a little hard for Biden to pull out because of Trump, but remember the Israelis and Netanyahu, they also oppose the deal. Who else is making it a hard time for Biden? Who else, Kevin? Who else is standing in the way of peace besides those dirty Israelis?
The ghouls.
The fucking ghouls.
The ghouls.
Do people understand what the absolute insidiousness of what we're listening to right now?
It's basically words for Jews is the meme that she's employing at the moment. So.
Oh, not even like beyond implying. She may as well just have said it.
Yeah, basically. I mean, unbelievable.
Support for their position on Capitol Hill, and this is a problem for the Biden administration without a doubt. This has been part of the reason why I think
Israelis
position
on
slowly
Capitol
because they
Hill.
needed to first get through some of their domestic
Israeli
priorities, and they didn't want to confuse the two, and they didn't want to get extra opposition to those domestic issues because of what they needed to do on the Iran deal. But you also have another thing going on, which is that the Israelis have been engaging for more than 9 months now in a covert war on the high seas in which they're attacking Iranian ships.
Oh, come on. It's covert, man. What?
That's a hurdle right there. That's a big hurdle toward peace.
Covert war on Iran, man, on the high seas, because it's not like Iran is. I mean, it's really, they're the ones that are shipping guns and missiles to Houthis, and literally blew up an Israeli tanker.
Actually, it's like that Venezuela story. I'm pretty sure all those cargo ships, they had food, they had rice. They were carrying rice grains to Haas, actually, so he could count them and do basic arithmetic.
That's right. Not Anglo box arithmetic, basically.
Yeah, no, Haas believes in counting the rice grains individually.
That's right. Otherwise you're getting into definitions and stuff.
That's a real thing. That's something you can touch and grab. And
Right.
Haas, he believes in having a close, personal, spiritual connection to arithmetic.
A substantive connection.
You have no substantive arithmetic.
The audacity.
The fucking audacity.
Israeli ships. So that's a very volatile and explosive situation. And if that
that's
gets out of
the
control, then
volatile
that could definitely undermine the entire diplomatic endeavor, which already is very sensitive. And I think one thing we have to keep in mind
almost
here
like
is
the diplomatic
the
endeavor
reason
is
why the United States.
We're trying to do diplomacy with a group that continues to smuggle weapons to their proxies and launch a war on the entirety of the Middle East. But we're doing it to pat ourselves on the back and feel good.
Yeah.
We're about to fuck ourselves big time.
Let's finish the video and then we're gonna have to wrap this up.
To get back into the JCPA is because the JCPA in many ways is the ticket out for the United States from the region militarily. The Iranian nuclear program needs to be checked in order for the United States to be able to check out of the Middle East militarily. And this is precisely the reason why the Israelis and the Saudis and others are opposing the JCPA. They want to keep the United States militarily engaged in the region permanently.
Excellent.
Whoa. Okay.
So he just did worse for Jews meme. But like what
Saudi, worse for Israel.
Writing Time says, yeah, the die for Israel trope. I mean,
like
so straight up, he actually said it though. He actually said it.
How divorced from reality though? Like, okay, so we're in a deal, and then we have no reason to be in the Middle East, except for they're going to continue. They're going to continue their activities.
The deal doesn't do anything to address their terrorist activities either. It's just focused on enrichment and stuff.
Not to mention all the other issues,
Yeah.
Those other nations, you might have forgot about Iraq, Lebanon, Syria.
Yeah, not to
Afghanistan.
mention their own domestic tyranny, but whatever.
People often overlook. Appreciate you joining us, sir.
Thank you for making it so plain. Great
Fuck
to see you,
these
sir.
people.
Thank you.
Go fuck yourselves.
Wow. Like they look so smart and smug and self-righteous. These people understand something. These people here you're seeing on the screen right now, KGB Crystal and Sagar, these people defend the mullahs and the thugs in Iran. These people are with the terrorists. These people are on their side. They're not on our side. This is what Fifth Columnary looks like. Crystal, KGB Crystal there, basically did the Words for Jews meme. And the guy that they were interviewing literally did the Wars for Jews meme. These people, they basically will stand by and either say nothing or even cheerlead the nuclear annihilation of Israel. Let's just be real about that. Why does Iran want nukes? So they can nuke Israel. It's not complicated. Sure, you can say, well, they also want to nuke Saudi and American bases in the region. Yeah, their primary target is Israel. So.
I like how that would be, like that would make it better. Hey, man, they don't just want to nuke Israel. I mean, come on. They want to nuke Riyadh, too. Like, come on.
Yeah, but, like, they deserve it because the genocides.
And Yemen, of course.
Yeah.
I like how Crystal, like, did a dog whistle for the Wars for Jews, and then the guests just, like, took off with it. Like,
no, I'm just imagining they bring Nick Fuentes on next time, and he says, like,
I mean, why not?
Like,
Seriously, why not?
He agrees with them on foreign policy. like Sagar and Crystal are basically Nick Fuentes on foreign policy. Like, sure, Nick Fuentes says some crazy stuff and does the Catboy stuff and everything. This is basically Nick Fuentes here. They just have suits. Well, actually, Nick Fuentes has a suit, so whatever.
Yeah, we can't even do that. Look at them, though. This is professional. This is mainstream media.
They have their school computers. I mean,
Very
the only thing we have in common with these people is that we also have a Rising in our name. That's it.
Change their name to Falling with Crystal and Cigar.
Falling with KGB Crystal and Sad Cigar.
Sad Cigar.
Yeah.
I just realized his name actually is pronounced that way, but it sounds like a cigar.
No, I know his name is actually Sagar. So
there you go. I'm clearly stuck in the Anglo box with my pronunciations.
Yeah, no, Reece, you're dirty Anglo. So
well, I mean, you don't have to tell everyone, but whatever. Get that to yourself. Come on, man. Anyway,
inside the box.
I guess
we got to roll out. Yeah. So basically,
roll out.
We're rolling out. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Subscribe to Spooky Nukies. Also, be sure to subscribe to this channel if you haven't done so yet. I do daily streams and daily premieres. Additionally, if you want to support what I do, you can check me out over on Patreon. You can send me a tip over on PayPal. You can help pay for the new microphone over on Ko-Fi. Reece, do you have any final remarks?
Just if you have any suggestions, send them to me on Twitter at Spooky Nukies. And we'll definitely try to look over those and pick the cringiest of the lot. And this is a really good one, man. I think that we covered a lot and offered some pretty insightful commentary and laughs along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. It was good. We had a banger. You know, this is a good stream. So thank you for watching, everybody. Take care and stay based, and I will see you in the next video.